Hey there, thanks for choosing Good Day LA for your news this week. I'm Brooke Thomas. Good to see you here.
I'm Bob DeCastro. Yes, we have continuing fire coverage. Better news this morning for firefighters and evacuees in the Palisades and the Eaton fires. The Santa Ana winds, they are finally backing down, which is allowing more evacuation orders to be lifted near Altadena and Pasadena. However, the winds are likely to return early next week. It is still too early to know how strong they might be.
Yeah, crews say despite the lack of visible flames, there are still numerous hot spots burning. 25 deaths have been reported in the two fires. We'll have live reports on both of these coming up in a moment.
All right, let's go to Samani Khan with a look at the forecast. So we're still in these red flag warnings, but most of those high wind warnings, those have been lifted.
Yeah, the wind advisories, high wind conditions for much of the region have lifted, but there is a portion of the community that's still under red flag conditions, but only till about 3 p.m. And we continue to watch those winds as the main component that drives these wildfires. Right now, winds on the calm side, the dry offshore conditions have backed off significantly, and that's also leading to cooler temperatures, especially at this hour. So we're looking at favorable conditions for the firefighters to get a better handle on the firefight. Temperatures right now, 42 degrees in the Burbank area, dipping to 39 degrees currently in San Bernardino. Heads up at this early hour, if you've got to head out the door, make sure you do grab that jacket. It is quite chilly, and afternoon highs are going to be looking forward to a range of 5 to 10 degrees, cooler than normal in some spots, and even cooler into tomorrow. And we're looking at a little more sunshine today, winds backing off, finally. And traffic conditions, a reminder that in and around the fire zones, conditions are still shut down in terms of PCH, both directions from Malibu Canyon Road to McClure Tunnel, and also Topanga Canyon Boulevard from Mulholland to PCH. And some off-ramps still impacted are Skirball Center Drive and Sepulveda Boulevard. You cannot exit off of these off-ramps. And I'll have more a look at the 7-day forecast coming up and when the Santa Ana winds could return. Back to you.
All right, Samantha, thank you. Let's get to this now, because the home that survived the Palisades fire is split in half. It was destroyed actually by a landslide.
This is yet another worry for many in the area following the wildfires. Stephanie Ramirez joining us live now with more on this. Stephanie, those pictures are just incredible, hard to see.
It's amazing when you get a look at it on the ground. Now, it's hard to see because there's no power. We're using our camera lights and flashlights here, but I can show you from where I'm standing here. I mean, the mud is still pretty thick. We're still seeing water pouring through as well. And here is that house that looks like it was cracked just completely down the middle here, condemned clearly, and it's not hard to see why. I was looking online, and I believe Zillow or Reddit was saying this home was sold in 2021 for around $2 million. It has a front view of the ocean here. Absolutely beautiful, but just devastating to see all of what's going on here. Now, we have some Google images showing what this home looked like before this devastation. And also, guys, we also have Skyfox showing what it looked like when this mudslide happened sometime after the wildfires broke out. But it looks like the land from Positano Road came crashing down, moving a home. We were talking with a security guard in the area here who was showing us it was actually another home up there, and that there's damage to multiple homes here, not just one, but it looks like a big home came crashing down as the land was moving. We know experts with the United States Geological Survey, they say wildfires can essentially lead to mudslides because they destroy the vegetation that was otherwise helping to hold down the soil, especially if rains come after that land is now destabilized. Mudslides, we know, can be quick. They happen with little to no warning. Law enforcement even telling us to be careful as we're up here reporting. Now, on the Palisades fire, we can tell you there is work inching towards a positive direction, but a lot of hard work being done. It's about 21% contained as this morning. The Santa Ana winds, as we've been noting, predicted for yesterday and today, did not pan out the way authorities were preparing for, which is good news, but we know you guys are all reporting we need to be careful for next week. But the curfew, the warning still in place in this area, especially the Palisades fire now with still 8 confirmed deaths. Authorities continuing to investigate investigate the cause, continue that recovery effort. I do want to also make note this morning, there's a Fire Palisades community meeting. This is going to be tonight at 6:30 at Sinai Temple on Wilshire Boulevard in Westwood, California. Cali Fire will also be streaming that, and we will be sure to have the links for you guys here on foxla.com, and we're going to show you different vantage points throughout the morning as well, because we did get a look earlier at what it looks like up top. Just incredible to see the damage. I'll send it back into you.
It is so shocking, and to see this so quickly after a fire, Stephanie, but this could happen really in the weeks and the months to come, right?
Right. The USGS is saying that really years afterward, mudslides can still be a threat, especially in areas where there are wildfires. And that's why it's so important to make sure that after an emergency like this, you are making sure you have the proper authorities in place to inspect the land as well. I'll send it back in.
That's some good advice.
Yeah.
Really good advice.
Hey, Stephanie, I want to know, because I can kind of like hear it in your voice. You know, you've been out there every day. When it comes to the air quality, we know that it's bad. So better is just, you know, negligible. But can you tell a difference? I was there Friday, and it was choking me up. So have you noticed a difference today?
Yeah. And so I'm coming in from our sister station in D.C. to help you all out. You guys have been doing incredible work with back-to-back live coverage. The first night I got here, or the first day I was covering the Palisades Fire, I could tell you in my hotel room I was really feeling irritated in my throat all night long, in my eyes as well. And I forgot to bring something for my eyes, which is not smart of me. But yeah, so I'm just making sure we're taking precaution, because you really don't know, and it's better safe than sorry.
Yeah, and you can't often see all that particulate matter in the air. Stephanie, thank you. We'll check in with you in just a bit.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Eaton Fire now, because it's left many survivors just not able to return to their homes.
Mario Ramirez has more on this. Mario.
Good morning. That's right. We've been showing you some of these neighborhoods over the last week, and we've seen it ourselves here this morning in the area directly around us. Entire blocks that have been wiped out, with most of the structures no longer standing, some of them that have been burning for days. Now, this is just one example here along Molina Avenue. This is a business that burned down here. It used to be a hardware store and a bike shop, no longer standing. The devastation is widespread, and for those who still have their homes or businesses, they're facing a new set of challenges here in the area.
Our house is still standing. It's 3 blocks away from houses that are not standing, so we are extremely fortunate. I've been in Los Angeles for 35 years. I've never seen wind anywhere close to that. I mean, there's been gusts, you know, 50, 60 mile an hour gusts during a Santa Ana event. These were 70 to 100 mile an hour gusts.
The Reeds are one of the lucky ones. Their home on Narovo Avenue still standing, even as those strong Santa Ana winds brought the Eaton Fire flames dangerously close before stopping just in time. And as some of the evacuations have now been lifted in the area, they were able to return to their property. But inside, right away, they knew that the air was toxic and something wasn't right.
Lead, cadmium, asbestos.
Asbestos, because these houses are very old up in Altadena. Those were all in the air. So we know that there's toxic material in our house, and there's just no way. We have a 13-year-old daughter who's asthmatic.
Oh, you still have a mortgage to pay. You still have your mortgage, and if you want to go live somewhere else, then you have a mortgage and rent to pay. And we've been in our home for over 10 years, so, you know, rents have risen in that time.
Another challenge on top of another. The couple says they, of course, are grateful to have their house still standing, but feel trapped by the fire's aftermath. And they say this has really taken away their peace of mind. Surviving the flames, just one step, the first in recovery for this family and so many others. Coming back out here live, this fire really tore through a lot of the infrastructure as well. Power poles, damage assessments in this fire zone are about 50% completed. That's as of last night. Containment did jump up from 35 to 45%, and a lot of these areas still being guarded by National Guard, CalGuard members, and local law enforcement, which we've seen here this morning, and we are still under that curfew for another hour or so. For now, that's the latest here in Altadena. Mario Ramirez will send it back to you.
Hey, and Mario, as people start to go back home whenever, you know, they're able to, I know many want to know who's responsible for the debris cleanup. Like, they want to know, like, is it on me?
Yeah, well, they might want to help out and start removing some of that debris, but county hazmat crews, trained and certified hazmat crews, will first come and assess these areas block by block, and they're asking people not to remove any debris or, move around those toxic chemicals until that happens. Then after that, state and federal officials, crews will come in and dispose of a lot of that debris. So it could be some time, but residents being urged to not step in and try to handle it themselves.
Yeah.
All that debris, the cleanup is just going to be monumental. Another story to come. All right, Mario, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Monumental is an understatement. It could take years.
Yeah, I just can't imagine where they even start, right? I mean, truckloads upon truckloads upon truckloads of this stuff has to be taken out.
My mom, she lives in the Tampa area, and she was just saying, going through some neighborhoods, there's still, giant trash bins outside. People are still slowly cleaning up from a hurricane that it takes, like you're saying, like this could take, more than a year.
Months, years. Well, I at least have some good news in terms of weather conditions. The winds have significantly backed off. The dry Santa Ana winds are relaxing, and it's going to make room for a nice sea breeze, something that we haven't seen in quite a while. And this is going to be a long duration advantage, considering that the onshore flow is going to be with us all the way through at least about Sunday and Monday. And with the sea breeze, it's going to help elevate the moisture in the atmosphere. So humidity levels that have been very dry, bone dry, single-digit percentages, and we are going to be looking at recovery back to 50%, 60%. The marine layer, it's back, and you'll notice it mostly tomorrow and into Saturday, and embedded in that marine layer some patchy fog, a welcoming sight actually, and even the chance of some light misting and some light drizzle not completely out of the question. With the cooler air going onshore, it's also producing afternoon highs, a range of 5 to even 10 degrees cooler than what's on average. And with that cold air moving in, it's also creating some cold overnight temperatures, a range of 30s and 40s. So keep that in mind and your jacket handy. We're going to feel a little bit more like a typical winter in terms of temperatures rather than what we have been dealing with. Santa Ana winds are still possible, tracking closer to Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. The intensity still yet to be determined, but the offshore flow, we are expecting it to enhance. In the meantime, there's a wind future cast, very quiet out, and the onshore flow, very good to see. Weather conditions finally improving for our firefighters.
I love the looks of that, to see
yes,
onshore,
to
the sea
see
breeze come in.
the nice sea breeze,
Nice,
the Pacific
cool sea breeze.
going to land.
Yeah.
Good
All right,
stuff.
Samana, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, some other news to report this morning. Israel and Hamas agree to a ceasefire.
That's right. Plus, these recent fires are bringing back memories of one of the most disastrous fires in SoCal history. I'm talking about the Bel Air fire of 1961. We're going to take a look back. Let's talk about this international news. The ceasefire agreed to yesterday by Israel and Hamas. Right now, it's actually on hold. So Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has delayed a vote on the ceasefire indefinitely. He says Hamas is backing out of a deal to release hostages. The ceasefire was supposed to go into effect on Sunday, at which time the first hostages were to be released. Among those hostages are apparently several Americans. According to Fox News, in exchange, Israel would have freed at least 110 Palestinian prisoners with life sentences. Let's go back to the fires now. A Pasadena church is providing relief to victims of the Eaton Fire.
New Revelation Missionary Baptist Church is partnering with the Urban League to host a help center. Members of the community can pick up basic items like soap, toilet paper, and toys, as well as grab-and-go meals donated by local restaurants.
To listen, to hear, to empathize, not to act as we have the answers, because we don't, but to go back and find the resources that can maybe make the load a little bit lighter over these next few days.
It's beautiful. It's fundamental. It's just that to show that how much love people have out here for each other, to show to each other love back. It's good. It's awesome.
Church estimates it helps to about 2,000 people displaced by the fire. The series of fires we've seen over the last week or so are reminding people of the Bel Air, Brentwood, and Santa Ynez fires of 1961.
Yeah, during the week of November 6, 1961, the city of Los Angeles experienced what was considered at the time the most disastrous brush fires in the history of Southern California. I mean, you could see in this video, people were seen carrying valuable possessions, things that meant the most to them during evacuations. The fire raced through dry vegetation in the Santa Monica Mountains and leaped across Mulholland Drive and raged down the south slope into Stone Canyon.
As the fire grew, a second fire started in Benedict Canyon about a mile away. Then a third fire erupted just south of Mulholland Drive near Topanga Canyon. More than 484 homes were destroyed over 2 days, November the 6th and 7th. 200 people were severely injured. 21 buildings burned. All right, let's go to Samara with a look at our forecast. Yeah, I was just saying, just a reminder, historically, we've always lived in this kind of a climate. Right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just, that is what's typical for our climate here in Southern California. We live under a Mediterranean climate. We have hot and dry summers and mild and slightly wet winters. But then when you couple that with topography and the upper level conditions, those strong offshore flow, unfortunately produces these strong Santa Ana winds that, coupled with dry conditions, can lead to a major fire disaster, as we have seen that unfolded just last week. Moving ahead, it's those winds that are a major component at driving a wildfire to becoming uncontrollable, and at least at this hour, winds are cooperating finally. We're looking at lighter winds down to about 7 miles an hour to calm conditions. Much of the area in around the Palisades, Malibu Hill is clocking in right now only 7 miles an hour, and the Basin mostly on the calm side. So great and significant improvement in terms of the dry offshore winds. 3 mile an hour winds in San Bernardino. The wind advisories from yesterday have lifted, leading into much better weather conditions. But there's still some communities still under a red flag warning, but only until about 3 p.m. today, where gusts could still range around 40 to 50 miles an hour in the areas highlighted in the magenta. So if you're driving those high-profile vehicles through the Grapevine, just a heads up there, and a portion of the 14, the west end of the San Gabriel Mountains, as well as a portion of the Santa Susana Mountains. The upper levels of the atmosphere, we're still under that influence of high pressure, but eventually it's going to slowly break down, and we're going to be influenced by an area of low pressure, and that's what's going to enhance the sea breeze. So cooler temperatures, marine layer clouds and fog by as early as tomorrow, but we're watching next week. Santa Ana winds could make another return. And traffic conditions, wanted to continue to remind folks out there, you cannot access both directions of the PCH due to the Palisades Fire. Malibu Canyon Road all the way to the McClure Tunnel, and some off-ramps. The 405, the Skirball Center Drive, and as well as the Sepulveda Boulevard. Again, off-ramps are closed due to the fire, but not impacting the freeway itself. So I'm back over to you two.
I just want to thank you. What a way to stretch your legs, huh, Bob? So, you know, we're been talking about two NASA astronauts who are somewhat stuck in outer space, way longer than they thought they were going to be. Well, one, Suni Williams, has stepped out on a spacewalk. This is pretty cool, happening live right now. She's doing some overdue outdoor repair work, and she has plans to float back out next week as well.
The work continues there on the International Space Station. These are two astronauts back in June, 8 months ago. They thought they were only going up for
a week,
8 days, and it ends up being 8 months. And it looks like they could be delayed even further in terms of their return back to Earth. So NASA, SpaceX, they're all trying to work on their return back to work. In the meantime, what a story. They are going to be able to tell as they continue to live on the International Space Station, and the work there does continue. They're fixing a telescope. This is a spacewalk that's going to last about 6 hours. So good stuff there for the astronauts there. Suni Williams there on a spacewalk.
There you go. That's just phenomenal to see.
Pictures from space.
All right, when we come back, we're talking about Lakers star LeBron James. He and his family had to evacuate their home because of the wildfires. We'll show you what he said during his post-game interview.
Also, people displaced from their homes looking for answers about their missing pets. Welcome back. LeBron James is talking about how challenging the past week has been as fires continue to burn.
Just figuring it out, but staying strong for one another. Obviously, that's most important. And the friends that our friends that lost their homes, just being there for them. It's very challenging, especially when you got kids and you lose your home and all their belongings, and my friend got wives and things. That's a lot to just try to you wrap your head around it. So I am very happy that my family is safe. Hopefully things are contained or continue to be contained, and hopefully at some point we can start to push forward and move forward and kind of put it behind us where we can continue, rebuild our city, rebuild this beautiful city and things of that nature. But yeah.
So the Lakers won last night, 117-108 against the Miami Heat, just a way to hopefully, take some folks, take their mind off.
A nice distraction, right? Go Lakers. So many of our furry friends need our help right now, and the Pasadena Humane Society has been putting it to work. They've taken in some 400 animals, including dogs, cats, tortoises, even wildlife.
She came in yesterday, and you can see her face is pretty burnt up.
Oh my gosh.
She's got burns on her paw pads. She had burns on her little ears, and she was all alone. We don't know where her mother was or the rest of her litter, but that's a very small puppy who needs round-the-clock care.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
The cages are full. Animal rescuers were finally able to go into those burn areas. People are lining up at the Pasadena Humane Society hoping to find their pets. The staff, they say they're tired, but they tell us they won't stop, they won't quit. The best way to help the shelter, of course, is a financial donation. 5:26 is your time. Smoke, soot, and ash contain many toxic chemicals.
And coming up, we're going to talk about the air quality following the fires and talk a little about how to best protect yourself and your family.
Good morning. Thanks for sticking with us on this Thursday. I'm Bob DeCastro.
Hey there, I'm Brooke Thomas. Yes, thanks for joining us. Officials did give us some good news, saying there has been little to no additional growth for either the Palisades or the Eaton Fire, and we know the weather is cooperating.
So the particularly dangerous situation that we've been telling you about, PDS, expired earlier yesterday evening. The red flag warning also expired yesterday, and those Santa Ana winds are expected to remain calm through the weekend.
Yeah, here are the latest numbers for the Palisades Fire. It's 21% contained. It feels good to say that. Unfortunately, more than 23,000 acres have burned. Crews spent much of the day working on the western edge of the fire using infrared technology to isolate hotspots. More than 3,200 structures have either been damaged or destroyed. And sadly, 9 people are now confirmed dead after this fire.
Here's the latest on the Eaton Fire, which has charred more than 14,000 acres since last Tuesday. The fire is 45% contained. Nearly 6,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed. The death toll from the Eaton Fire is now 16.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Let's start with Samada for a check on your forecast. Samada.
Good morning, Brooke. Good morning, Bob. And to all our viewers, we certainly do continue to appreciate you joining us. And we watch those winds very carefully. We have had quite a battle with those offshore winds. It has been persistent and it has been strong. And of course, the strongest was just last week where we had hurricane force conditions. We have finally a nice little welcoming break that's really going to give firefighters the upper hand as weather conditions are favorable. The winds are backing down. The Santa Ana winds are relaxing. And at this hour, we're looking for a range of light to calm conditions and wind speeds through some portions of the fire zone, a range of around 7 miles to about 12 miles an hour. So significant improvements there. Temperature-wise, as the winds back down, we're also unfortunately going to be waking up to some pretty chilly temperatures. Early this morning, we're looking at a range of 40s and 36 degrees in San Bernardino. So you want to bundle up and grab that jacket, keep it handy. Afternoon highs today will be mild to cooler than normal. Temperatures going to be only in the 60s as this area of low pressure is going to drive the onshore push, that sea breeze. A lot of good things associated with it. We get cooler air. We're going to increase the humidity. And yes, by tomorrow, the marine layer and some patchy clouds and even fog is going to make a return. I have a breakdown 70 forecast coming up. Meantime, traffic conditions as we again watch the fire zone. We also wanted to remind you both directions of PCH remain shut down till further notice from Malibu Canyon Road through to Santa Monica at the McClure Tunnel and Topanga Canyon Boulevard, Mulholland Drive down to P State shut down as well. There are some off-ramps still being impacted. The off-ramp, Skirball Center Drive, as well as Sepulveda Boulevard. The 405 itself is not being impacted at this hour. Now, I'll send back over to you two.
I just want to thank you. The Eaton Fire has spared homes, but many remain uninhabitable due to contamination. For the Reed family, surviving the fire was only the beginning.
Mario Ramirez has their story, and he has the very latest on the Eaton Fire. Mario.
Good morning. That's right. So many of these families have lived in their homes for decades, passing them on for generations. Now, some of the good news we're talking about here this morning, containment now at 45%, as you mentioned, up from 35% yesterday. Some of the evacuations south of Canyon Crest and west of Lincoln Avenue have been lifted, but we're still seeing that widespread destruction. This is a home here along Molina Avenue, or at least what used to be a home, a 9-bedroom, 6-bathroom house that was valued at over $2 million, now a complete loss. And for those who were able to return home after the fire's days-long destruction, they're battling a new challenge.
Our house is still standing. It's 3 blocks away from houses that are not standing, so we are extremely fortunate. I've been in Los Angeles for 35 years. I've never seen wind anywhere close to that. I mean, there's been gusts, 50, 60 mile an hour gusts during a Santa Ana event. These were 70 to 100 mile an hour gusts.
The Reed's home on Narovo Avenue still stands even as those strong Santa Ana winds push the flames extremely close to their property before stopping just in time. Now, photos showing how close the fire got inside once they were able to return. The air toxic while their home is still intact. The Reeds say it's difficult to walk away, but living there isn't an option either.
Lead, cadmium, asbestos.
Asbestos, because these houses are very old up in Altadena. Those were all in the air. So we know that there's toxic material in our house, and there's just no way. We have a 13-year-old daughter who's asthmatic.
Oh, you still have a mortgage to pay. You still have your mortgage, and if you want to go live somewhere else, then you have a mortgage and rent to pay. And we've been in our home for over 10 years, so, rents have risen in that time.
They say they're grateful to still have their house standing and feel for so many of their neighbors who've lost their homes and the families of the 16 confirmed dead and more still missing. Now, back out here live, thousands of structures have burned, and we expect those cadaver dogs, those search and rescue crews to continue looking for victims and human remains, not only today, this morning picking up, but for the next several days. For now, that's the latest in Altadena. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you. A home that survived the Palisades fire is split in half this morning, destroyed by a landslide.
Now let's go out to Stephanie Ramirez. She's live in Pacific Palisades with more on this latest worry for those in the fire zone. Stephanie.
And still incredible damage. I want to show you first, though, on the ground, the mud here still soft, and we are still seeing running water in the area as well. Now, the home that we've been talking about is just to my left here. This blue-looking, gray-looking home split. Looks like right down the middle. Now, what's interesting is there is security here protecting the land, and they were showing us that it looks like an even larger home on top of the hill came crashing down. We should have some video of that to show you, but just incredible. The home that's damaged closest to us, that home online was looking like it sold in 2021 for around $2 million, closer to $2 million here. The home facing the ocean, spared by the fires, and now several properties are dealing with mudslides here. We know the United States Geological Survey says wildfires can lead to mudslides because they destroy the vegetation that was otherwise helping to hold down the soil. So we know that all this water is being dumped on the water fires. If rain comes in afterward, that land, it's just all destabilized. And mudslides, they're quick. They happen with little warning. And we can tell you, going through the National Guard checkpoints and police checkpoints to get here, they were telling us, be careful as you stand here and report on what's going on. Now, this morning, we can tell you the Palisades Fire is about 21% contained. Still, though, sadly, 8 confirmed deaths as police continue the investigation on the cause of this fire and continue their recovery efforts. Do want to remind everyone in the state of California that they prohibit price gouging on certain goods, services, including real estate, by 10% during a state of emergency. The penalty for that, guys, it can include up to a year behind bars and up to $10,000, with the state's attorneys in the community threatening, telling you, you will, if you get in trouble, they will prosecute you. But you do want to, just be careful and make sure you're going through the proper companies, especially trying to deal with the aftermath. USGS says this is a threat that could come a week after, days after, even years after. So it's very important to get your property inspected. I'll send it back into you all.
Really startling pictures to see there, Stephanie. Thank you very much.
And we'll send things over to Samana now for another check on your forecast.
Good morning, Brooke. Good morning, Bob. Yes, incredible pictures that Stephanie is bringing to our attention. Yeah, reminder, make sure you get your property inspected thoroughly. We are watching those winds very carefully, and here's some good news. Finally, relaxing winds, something that we haven't been able to really say for quite a while, since considering we've been dealing with these offshore conditions since last week, those hurricane-force wind conditions, and the particularly strong wind situation now lifted. It's decreased. We're now going to eventually see a stronger sea breeze, and that's going to elevate our humidity levels. So the plants and the vegetation also going to get a little bit of a break from the dry conditions. Marine layer and patchy fog could make a return as early as tomorrow, enhancing into Saturday, and embedded in that, we might even be able to see a few light drizzle drops or some light misting. Overall, the conditions continue to be very favorable for the firefight at hand. Cool afternoon highs as that area of low pressure continues to drag that cooler air from the ocean to land. And next week, we're watching Tuesday and Wednesday. There is yet another possibility of Santa Ana winds making a return. But for right now, we're going to take advantage of what we've got going on, where we're dealing with calm to light winds as we take a look at our future cast. And there's the wind arrows. Nice. This is good stuff here. But the winds do increase for some of our high desert regions. A reminder, if you're driving those high-profile vehicles, campers, trailers, big rigs, watch those crosswinds. If you're heading over to the Coachella Valley going into this weekend, things will get a little gusty, and dust could be a problem across the roads. Temperature highs this afternoon below normal. We're going to keep it mostly in the 60s. It will be cooler. There may be some mountain locations that still might get a breeze or two. And a red flag warning still in place for a portion of the San Gabriel Mountains and the Santa Susana Mountains. mountains, but only till about 3 p.m. So significant improvements in terms of winds and humidity, all helping out with the current firefight. Send back over to you, too.
All right, so I want to thank you. Coming up, LA's best pizzerias are teaming up to offer free pizza to fire evacuees and also first responders.
Because you can kind of see how much the community cares, and we never really expect a thank you for anything. You know, we all love what we do.
Still ahead, we take a look at the local pizzerias spreading hope, one slice at a time.
All right, almost 5:43 this morning. Let's go back to the Eaton containment. It's still right now at 45%.
We've got Gigi Gracia live there from Altadena. She has the latest. Gigi.
Good morning, Bob and Brooke. Good morning, everyone. We're on lake just south of Mendocino, right next to Jack in the Box in the background there. In case you're familiar with the area, the Jack in the Box is still standing. But what's not standing is a row of businesses here. Hard to tell what they are. They're just gone. We believe this may have been a pizzeria, another restaurant. It is lying, business after business, absolutely devastated. And I want to show you the scene here yesterday, because yesterday this was the scene of a search for possible human remains. San Diego firefighters, their urban search and rescue specialists, coming together with CAL FIRE and the Sheriff's Department to search for possible human remains in the rubble of what once was a business. This after sources say a cadaver detection dog alerted them to a specific area. And while officials, excuse me, and while officials have not said whether or not they found anything here, I can confirm that yesterday, other teams of search and rescue specialists did find what they believe are human remains, possibly up to 3. The medical examiner's office has confirmed 16 deaths tied to the Eaton fire, but the sheriff's department says they expect that number to go up because they still have 24 missing person cases. And of the 24, 18 of them are right here in the Eaton fire area. Bringing it back here live again, we're on Lake right across the street from Grocery Outlet. A row of businesses completely gone by the Eaton fire. And so many people are telling us when they see these videos that they're surprised that the fire came this far down Lake. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
Yeah, Gigi, amazing work that you've been doing out there, and thank you for the information. We have some good news out there for the Palisades fire zone. Winds are finally backing off, calming down. Here's a look at those current sustained wind conditions, and boy, what a difference this last week or so. We have been dealing with those really strong offshore conditions, those drying winds, and now we're looking at wind speeds instead of velocities, a range of 20 to 30 with those gusts 50 or more. Finally, they're dropping. They're backing off, calm to about 7-mile-an-hour winds at best at this hour. There's still a sliver of communities that are still under the red flag conditions where it's still possible that we could see gusts of up to 40 to 50, but really pertaining across areas highlighted in the magenta there. And that's a portion of the Santa Susana Mountains, as well as the west end of the San Gabriel Mountains through Acton and the 5 corridor and a section of the 14. So please watch those crosswinds, and we still have to be on high alert. Now, that expires at 3 p.m., meaning that more changes. The wind direction is going to reverse. The onshore flow is going to push in. That's going to increase the humidity. We can finally see some cloud cover, and embed in the cloud cover, and tomorrow's marine layer could produce even some light misting, some light drizzle chances. And going into, yes, Friday and Saturday, the onshore flow does continue, but winds now are going to be coming from the west and pushing out towards the east. So some of our high desert communities and even the lower deserts may see some winds picking up. So if you're traveling into those areas, you want to be mindful of that. Area of high pressure has been the main dominating feature, and we have that upper level support. All that is slowly weakening and breaking down. This area of low pressure that's going to bring in that sea breeze. We had addressed this earlier, that we're hoping that we might get some precipitation sometime this weekend, but it doesn't look like it's coming together. So let's just say mostly, unfortunately, dry, but at least the humidity levels are going to dramatically improve. Instead of single-digit percentages, we're going to be looking at elevating those humidity levels to 50 to 60%, and that's really going to dramatically help with the firefight. Going into next week, Tuesday and Wednesday, we have that chance, unfortunately, of another round of Santa Ana winds. So we're not done yet. And I've got this question that was asked from Stephanie earlier. When are we going to see some real rain? I would say there is a slight opportunity, maybe next Thursday, Friday, we might pick up another opportunity of some precipitation. It's a little far out, but the window is there. So we're hoping. We are all hoping. And traffic conditions. Let's get your traffic. We want to remind you, if you're hitting the roads at this early hour, you definitely cannot get through. Both directions of PCH remain shut down until further notice due to the Palisades Fire. And the off-ramps also shut down. Skirball Center Drive at Sepulveda Boulevard. The 405 not being impacted, but already a little slowed down in that section. Now here's a look at some other traffic hotspots.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Llama Jacob.
Tawagan si Jacob.
Saan ba Jacob?
Call Jacob. Definitely. He is the real deal.
Call Jacob and Ronnie. Call Jacob.
We're talking about LA Unified students. They are back to school for a second day. Many have to go to different schools because their schools had burned down. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho greeted students returning to this school in Brentwood. Students from 2 Palisades elementary schools destroyed last week were welcomed into neighboring school buildings. One father whose family lost everything says he's glad schools have reopened.
I think the best thing we can possibly do is return to some kind of normal routine and stability for our kids and our community, and it's really meaningful to us to be able to all be together at a time like this and to feel like we're still connected when we feel like we lost everything we own and our whole community.
The superintendent also pledged to increase mental health support for students and teachers affected by the fires. Local pizzerias are spreading hope one slice at a time.
Yeah, more than 24 pizzerias teamed up in Chinatown to donate more than 1,000 pizza slices to first responders, families, and anyone in need. LA's Sorted's Pizza hosted the event last night. Volunteers signed up to pick up pizza pies and deliver them all over LA County. Many firefighters in Highland Park haven't been home since the fire started last week, so they say they were thrilled with the surprise pizza delivery at Fire Station 12.
You can kind of see how much the community cares, and we never really expect a thank you for anything. You know, we all love what we do, and we're a very passionate bunch. We don't do it for what we get back from the community, but it's absolutely, it means a lot to us.
Now, a lot of people are scared, but like, we're here. People are here for you, to feed you, to say hello, give you a hug, and that's what we're doing. They're reminding people how special Los Angeles is and what we're capable of when we all come together.
In the end, more than 1,400 slices of pizza were made and given out to anyone who wanted them, no questions asked. The LA Pizza Alliance says if more events to serve the community are needed, they'll plan more.
The Sorted, by the way, is great pizza. Downtown, near, big Dodger spot.
Yeah.
Dodger spot.
All right, some of our neighbors in Las Vegas held a 2-day donation drive to help wildfire victims here in LA.
Rachel's Kitchen, Las Vegas, and Henderson locations accepted donations of food on Monday and Tuesday. Owner Debbie Ruxarzadeh is originally from LA and still has friends and family here. She wanted to help out. The donations poured in food, backpacks, blankets, diapers, and so much more. She says that the Las Vegas community always comes together no matter what the cause may be.
You know, we expected some stuff, but it's been incredible, the amount of things that we've gotten in 48 hours. We are packing up our vans, our trucks, any car that we can find right now to get everything transported to LA, and it's just incredible. And we still have people that are trying to donate, dropping off at stores, and I'm like, we just can't take it anymore. But it's been amazing.
A lot of people in Vegas have friends and family here, of course. It's close to home, and Debbie says she owns several small restaurants in LA before moving with her family to Las Vegas and opening the first Rachel's Kitchen in 2006.
All right, it's time to check in with Melvin and Jen on what's coming up this morning on Good Day LA.
Good morning. Good morning, you too. Good morning, everybody. So firefighters are working around the clock to make progress on containment. We'll bring you the latest information on evacuation orders as the wildfires do continue to burn.
And there are new health warnings that can cause respiratory issues because of all the wildfire smoke and ash in the environment right now. We're going to have advice from experts to keep yourself safe.
morning and welcome everybody to Good Day LA at 6 o'clock. I am Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jen Lammers. Thanks so much for joining us on this Thursday morning. We do begin with better news this morning for firefighters and evacuees in the Palisades and Eaton fires. The Santa Ana winds are finally backing down, which is allowing more evacuation orders to be lifted near Altadena and Pasadena. However, the winds are likely to return early next week. But right now, it's too early to tell how strong those winds could be.
Crews say that despite the lack of visible flames, there are still numerous hot spots burning. 25 deaths have been reported in the two fires. The Eaton Fire has left behind unimaginable destruction, and amid that, there are some homes left standing, but they are, as you might imagine, unlivable.
Yeah, so the Reed family's home is among them, a house that was spared by the flames but left poisoned. Mario Ramirez is live with their heartbreaking story. Good morning, Mario.
Jen, Melvin, good morning. Imagine returning home after a week of this fire and seeing that your home is one of the only left standing on the street. That is an unfortunate reality that so many families are going to be having to deal with. Now, this here behind me is one home, one of thousands of structures that have burned. This one on Molino Avenue, a 9-bedroom, 6-bathroom home, and now completely destroyed. Now, for those who are able to return after the fire's days-long destruction, they're battling a new set of problems.
Our house is still standing. It's 3 blocks away from houses that are not standing, so we are extremely fortunate. I've been in Los Angeles for 35 years. I've never seen wind anywhere close to that. I mean, there's been gusts, 50, 60 mile an hour gusts during a Santa Ana event. These were 70 to 100 mile an hour gusts.
The Reed's home on Narovo Avenue still standing, even as the strong Santa Ana winds push those flames extremely close to their property before stopping just in time. Photos even showing how close the fire got. Now, over a week later, inside, the air is toxic. Their home's still intact, but the Reeds say while it's difficult to walk away, living there is not an option either.
Lead, cadmium, asbestos.
Asbestos, because these houses are very old up in Altadena. Those were all in the air. So we know that there's toxic material in our house, and there's just no way. We have a 13-year-old daughter who's asthmatic.
Oh, you still have a mortgage to pay. You still have your mortgage, and if you want to go live somewhere else, then you have a mortgage and rent to pay. And we've been in our home for over 10 years, so, rents have risen in that time.
Surviving those flames, just the first step in recovery for this and so many other families. Damage assessments here in the Eaton Fire Zone, about 50% completed as of last night. Containment jumped up from 35 to 45%, and evacuation orders were lifted for an area south of Canyon Crest Road and west of Lincoln Avenue here in Altadena. But most of these streets still dealing with debris and a big mess here after that fire. We can tell you that crews are expected to continue searching for human remains with cadaver dogs here in some of these neighborhoods, and we're expecting to see that activity pick up here later this morning. For now, that's the latest in Altadena. I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you. Yeah, crews are they're going home to home to do these inspections, but not all areas of these neighborhoods have been looked at just yet. And so there's wires still down. There's propane tanks, by the way, that are still there. So all these are concerns for people, and which is why they haven't let that many people go back to get their belongings.
As frustrating as you can imagine that is for folks, they're still, as the officials are saying, it's still very much an active fire area.
Yeah, they're going to have another news conference, I think, today, and I think those questions will probably be pressed as to dates and when, right? People are getting anxious, and I can imagine and totally understand. Good morning to you on this Thursday. Some good news as we await for the sun to rise. Things look pretty calm here at the pier in Santa Monica. Wind-wise, the winds have really calmed down, which is great. We broke that streak of 9 days in a row that we have been under this Santa Ana wind siege, if you will. It's day after day after day of these very strong gusty winds. Right now, nothing really. We've got some calm winds in Fillmore, Santa Clarita, the Valley, parts of Van Nuys. A little breezy near Malibu Hills and Camarillo, but nothing unusual. We've got 12-mile-per-hour winds in Beverly Hills, Compton, kind of calm, nearly no winds in Orange County. Same for the Inland Empire at this hour. So good news in that department. There's just one area with some isolated gusts, which I'll point out in just a few moments. One little area where the red flag warning is still in effect. Otherwise, all of the other advisories and warnings were allowed to expire yesterday. 41 in Burbank currently. It is chilly. 21 in Lancaster, 43 in Santa Clarita, 52 downtown LA, Ontario 42, 10 degrees right now in Big Bear. They are making snow up there because of these very, very cold overnight temperatures. Eventually, it'll get up to about 48 there today in Big Bear. 66 for downtown LA. That's below the average. 62 along the coast, 64 in the valley, 73 in the Coachella Valley. The onshore flow is going to come back in earnest. We'll get some cooler, more moist air for the moment this weekend, and then some changes next week. I'll go over all the details when I come back. In the meantime, let's check in on the drive. We've got Stu and the crew up in Sky Fox watching our freeways. Hey, Stu, this looks pretty good here. Where are you?
Hey, good morning, Maria. Good morning, everybody. It is a good drive, and this is we're right on the border. We're University Park, downtown Los Angeles. You got the 10 going across, and you got the 110 going up and down, and we're going to talk about the 110. Sky Fox taking off from Van Nuys this morning, like we always do. The 101 was a great drive all the way out into Hollywood. So good, as a matter of fact, we decided to come down to the 110 to see what was going on here. You got a little bit of slowing, and that is just really, truly a little bit as you make your way up to the 110. From the 105 to the 10, from the 105 to the 10 on the 110 this morning. You got some people out there with you. You're not going to be alone, but that is freeway speeds or better, north or southbound. You're going to get to where you need to be on time. You can hang out with us just a little bit longer. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you. So there could be a new worry for those who live in the Palisades Fire Zone. We're talking about landslides, and no, that doesn't have anything to do with rain. This is a home that survived the flames, was actually split in two when a hillside gave way.
Stephanie Ramirez from our sister station in Washington, D.C. is here helping us out during this time. Live for us this morning in Pacific Palisades with more on this story. Good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. I want to show you that home right to my left here. Looks like it was split almost down the middle. Something we're also seeing here, a lot of mud, right? And it's still moisture. There's moisture in the mud, and we're also seeing water coming through from a source. Now, it's not clear when exactly this happened, but I'm going to shine my colleague's flashlight here to try and show you guys to our left. There's some vegetation here. You can see police tape blocking that off. Well, there's a security member here who's protecting the area, and he's telling us all this vegetation is actually part of a home that came crashing down from up above. Now, we do have some video of that location this morning uphill. The street that we're on right now with the home that's cracked in half, almost in half here, that's the 1700 block of Castamayare Drive here in the Pacific Palisades. Security showing us the destruction from this whole area. Again, we don't know exactly when this happened, but it did appear to happen sometime after the wildfires. We also have Sky Fox video showing the damage from even higher. Now, the USGS, the United States Geological Survey, they talk about the dangers of mudslides after wildfires, the fires destroying vegetation that would otherwise help secure the soil. So now you've got all this water being dumped on the wildfire. If there's rains coming afterward, it really just makes the land destabilized, and it's a threat, a continued threat. Now, on the fire front, CAL FIRE is now saying that the Palisades fire is about 21% contained. We do have at least 8 people killed. Thankfully, the most recent winds did not push the fire, but the evacuation warnings, orders, and that curfew, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., remains in effect. There's going to be a community meeting tonight, 6:30, at Sinai Temple on Wilshire Boulevard in Westwood to inform everyone, make sure they have the latest on what's going on, guys. And I can tell you, CAL FIRE, they're going to be streaming that meeting, but we are making sure to have all the links to what you need on foxla.com. It's the very latest here from Pacific Palisades. I'll send it back into you.
Stephanie, thank you. Good to see you with that mask on. We've been talking about the health concerns and that unhealthy air quality that is definitely out there, pointing out where that fire weather warning or that red flag warning remains at this hour. This is it. This is the area. Parts of Acton, that drive on that 14 freeway will be impacted by some of those leftover stronger wind gusts, parts of the 5, and just west of that, north in the northern areas of our San Fernando Valley, we'll be getting some of those stronger wind gusts closer to about 40 miles per hour. That too will weaken as we get to the afternoon. That red flag warning should expire later this afternoon. Sea breeze will be returning. You will feel it in earnest today, especially along the coast. That will bring in the humidity and increase the humidity values, which is great for mitigating fire danger. Temperatures will also cool slightly below the average, and then the overnight temperatures very cold with no cloud cover and a lack of wind will allow that colder air mass to settle to the surface. Santa Ana winds possible, though, next week. Yes, I know it's too soon to talk about the possibility of that, but there is that on the computer model. So just a heads up that that could happen next week, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't think it'll be as strong as what we've been seeing, but nonetheless, just a little bit will all we need to increase that fire weather and that critical fire weather condition. Area of low pressure to our south that's helping to bring in that onshore flow and bring us some relief, at least as we look ahead to the remainder of today, tomorrow, and the weekend. Again, that air quality, we talk about it. You know, we go to the AQMD or the air quality index and we see the yellow and green dots. Don't let that fool you. I know that means good to moderate air quality, but these sensors don't pick up the larger chemicals that are out there, toxic pollutants that are too big for the current sensor. So just something to think about, please, and get that mask on if you have to spend any time outdoors. Just limit any outdoor activity while you can, especially protect the young kids and those young lungs. 2 p.m. temperatures here, 58 in Santa Barbara, 65 in Burbank, 63 in Las Vegas, 71 Palm Springs. Notice the green stuff there, a little bit of moisture. That chance for moisture now stays to our south because of that area of low pressure that I just showed you, bringing in the onshore flow. Maybe we'll get some drizzle from the deeper marine layer we're expecting tomorrow into the weekend. We can hope perhaps for that. In the meantime, here's your day planner for Riverside. About 41 at around 7 a.m., getting up to the upper 60s later this afternoon with that sunshine. I'll send it back to you.
Amrita, thank you very much. Well, everybody, a Pacific Palisades couple finding a little bit of hope in the rubble of their home.
We're going to show you what they found just ahead.
Also coming up as firefighters work to contain the Eaton Fire, search and rescue specialists continue their search for at least 18 people that are still missing. And now more human remains have been found. We're live.
Welcome back, everybody. 6:13 here on a Thursday morning. Well, we are seeing toxic air quality, of course, because of these historic wildfires.
Yeah, I look at the sunrises and the sunsets lately, and they're so beautiful, but you also think, what's in that air? And that's why they're so beautiful, right? The refracted particles. So the smoke and the ash contain chemicals that can cause respiratory issues. Think about all the homes and the cars and the chemicals that have burned here. Toxins can travel through the air for hundreds of miles. They can be absorbed into your skin and cause other health issues. The Coalition for Clean Air says it is comparable to the fallout from 9/11.
There's all kinds of chemicals that you cannot see in the air. They are not measured by the Air Quality Index or any of the government websites, and they're extremely toxic.
And experts advise you to check for air quality updates from local officials. Don't necessarily go to your app and see that the air quality is good. There are some particles that those barometers, so to speak, can't pick up, right? And also avoid returning to burned out homes for the time being. If you want to see the entire Clean Air Coalition webinar, we do have a link on our website, foxla.com/links. We have some better news, thankfully, coming out on the Eaton Fire. Containment now stands at 55% there.
And with that, Gigi Graciette joining us now from Altadena with the latest. Good morning, Gigi.
As the containment numbers go up, that, of course, is good news. But the search continues for at least 18 people that are still missing here in the Eaton Fire area. We're on Lake Avenue, just south of Mendocino, right next to the Jack in the Box and across the street from if you're familiar with the area. This once was a row of thriving businesses. We believe that you're looking at what's left of possibly a pizzeria, another restaurant, all of them leveled now after the roof collapsed and the Eaton Fire tore through Lake Avenue, leaving behind such a trail of destruction and devastation. And yesterday, this became a search for possible human remains. Take a look. There you see San Diego firefighters, their urban search and rescue specialists, coming together with CAL FIRE and the Sheriff's Department to search for possible human remains in the rubble of what once was a business. This after sources say a cadaver detection dog alerted them to this specific area. And while officials have not said whether or not they found anything here, we can confirm this morning that yesterday other teams of search and rescue specialists did find what they believe are human remains, possibly up to 3. The medical examiner's office has already confirmed 16 deaths tied to the Eaton Fire. But again, the Sheriff's Department says they expect that number to go up because they still have 18 missing people reported here in this area. And take a look. Yesterday, we caught up with damage assessment teams. This one made up of a firefighter from the OC Fire Authority and one from LA County Fire. They are walking neighborhoods, logging the damage done at every single house. The job is meticulous. It is very difficult and challenging, and they still have a lot to do. Bringing it back here live to Lake Avenue. This sign just going up yesterday. Altadena strong. We will rebuild. And the word will, underline that now on the side of Grocery Outlet, which is just standing. But I could tell you right behind Grocery Outlet, Norwick Village. It is an Altadena heritage site. So much history there. That neighborhood has burned to the ground. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
It's a powerful reminder that, you know, no matter what kind of structural damage, the people remain in a community. And they will come back. Eventually, it's going to take time.
That's right. I mean, and you know, there is so much historic significance to the Altadena community.
Yes.
You know, 58% of that community are people of color. It has the largest home ownership rate for black folks, double the national average. It was a place that they could move into and achieve home ownership because of the redlining back in the day. Right. So it's an important community, as are all of the communities. And it's just heartbreaking. Yeah. It's just absolutely heartbreaking. Meantime, one family is finding a small glimmer of hope despite losing their homes in the Palisades Fire.
Yes, so Layla and Robert Glassman were forced to evacuate with their home with little time to spare, only to come back and find that the home that they've lived in with their 3 children was gone. As they searched the debris for items to salvage, they actually found their safe that was burned and busted open by all the intense heat. Nothing inside survived except for Layla's diamond wedding ring.
Years ago, I put a ring on her finger to get married and to start our life, and never in a million years did we think that 10 years after that we'd be standing on top of the rubble and debris of our house.
When I saw that, it was just pure joy. It was pure joy. I thought I was never going to see it again. I wasn't going to have a wedding ring anymore. But it's just pure joy. I am so happy. I'm not taking it off my finger for a long time once I get it on.
Not taking it off her finger, and then that wedding ring is going to be passed down now through generations.
Yeah.
That is a very special ring.
Yeah.
So the couple believes that finding it is a sign of hope as they move toward rebuilding. Just finding those little precious, artifacts there.
Amazing. Yeah, it's
to a
inspirational.
family. It's so important.
They should call that ring the survivor. I mean, that could be a symbol of their love, their spirit, to survive. I love that. I love those stories that we're getting from both the Eaton Fire people and residents, and also at the Palisades Fire. So that keeps us going. Very inspirational. Okay, let's take a look at this. A live shot outside. This is our Long Beach camera. I can kind of see the outline of the windsock that we normally see, that red windsock. It's not moving around too much. So that's a good indication, again, of where we're going in terms of these winds. These winds have really backed down. Great news. Still a slight offshore flow as we watch this area of high pressure that's still in control of our weather, but just isolated areas now with those windy spots, primarily through parts of our valleys, the San Gabriel Mountains, and that area. Otherwise, those widespread red flag warnings were allowed to expire. We're watching an area of low pressure that's going to help reignite. I shouldn't say that word, but really just give us that onshore flow and the cloud cover. A little bit of that marine layer will be back, which is nice. We welcome that. Oh boy, we have missed the marine layer. The sea breeze will return this afternoon, so I think that red flag warning will also be allowed to expire. The weekend marine layer will be nice with the onshore flow, cooling temperatures down. But then as we look ahead, unfortunately, this high pressure will dip back down, and we may get another round of some strong offshore winds. I don't think it'll be as strong as what we've been seeing here. We're watching the computer models and seeing how they will come together this weekend, and we'll have more as we get closer to next week. But right now, the time period, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. Yesterday was 73. Today, 66 degrees, slightly below that average. Our sun will rise at 6:58 and set a minute later today than yesterday at 5:08. All right, let's check back in with Stu now and see what the view is from Skyfox. See what he's looking at here. Oh, this freeway looks pretty good, Stu. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Maria. I got traffic troubles, but they're good troubles to have because I can't find anything to show y'all to say, hey, we got a problem here. We have no problems here. This is going to be the 60 freeway. Hacienda Heights, those headlights, those are going to be the westbound coming away from the 57 over to the 605. What a great drive, but it doesn't really make any difference because if you're going eastbound, it is just as good. We were taking a look at that bigger map and a lot of green out there, and what a beautiful sunrise that y'all are going to be enjoying, especially if you're going to be heading eastbound. But if you're going west, you know what? Take a look in the rearview mirror every now and then. You'll get a glimpse of that beautiful sunrise that's coming up shortly. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you.
And coming up, President Joe Biden addresses the nation from the Oval Office one last time. What Biden said before he passes the torch on Monday.
Plus, popular lifestyle brand Alo Yoga is stepping up to provide care kits for fire victims. We're going to tell you where and when you can pick them up when we come back. Welcome back. With just a few days until he hands over power to President-elect Trump, President Biden delivered a farewell address to the nation.
The president touting his work to guide the nation out of the COVID-19 pandemic and an economic crisis. He also highlighted domestic wins like record job numbers, higher wages, and lower cost of prescription drugs for seniors, while also emphasizing his efforts abroad in furthering America's leadership and democratic values.
An oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms, and a fair shot for everyone to get ahead. I'm so proud of how much we've accomplished together for the American people. And I wish the incoming administration success because I want America to succeed.
President Biden's last day at the White House is on Monday. He will officially cede power to President-elect Donald Trump on Inauguration Day.
And the historic inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump happens next week. We will, of course, bring it to you live when it happens. Our Alex Michelson will be reporting to us from there starting tonight. He'll also be joining us tomorrow morning on Good Day LA. All right, 6:26 this morning, and 12 LA sports teams are uniting in support of those impacted by the wildfires.
We'll tell you about the giveaway happening tomorrow for fire victims. We'll be right back.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. 6:30 on this Thursday. I'm Jen Lammers.
And I'm Melvin Robert. Officials gave us some good news, saying that there had been little to no additional growth for either fire. And the weather so far is cooperating, which is also a great thing.
That is such good news. So the particularly dangerous situation, also called PDS. We have become so familiar with these three letters, right? So that expired earlier yesterday evening. The red flag warning also expired yesterday, and those Santa Ana winds are expected to remain calm through the weekend.
Here are the latest numbers for the Palisades Fire. It's now 22% contained. More than 23,000 acres have burned. Crews spent much of the day working on the western edge of the fire using infrared technology to isolate those hot spots. More than 3,200 structures have either been damaged or destroyed. 9 people now confirmed dead in this fire.
On to the Eaton Fire, which has charred more than 14,000 acres since last Tuesday. The fire is 55% contained. Nearly 6,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed, and the death toll from the Eaton Fire now stands at 16. But finally, the weather is actually working in our favor. It's working with us instead of against us, Maria.
Yeah.
We deserve to see some cooperation from Mother Nature. What we do need is a little bit of rain, not a lot, just a little bit. And Samara and I were just going over some of the computer modeling back there. We're not seeing any real measurable precipitation until maybe next weekend. Not this coming weekend, but perhaps next weekend. We'll hold out hope that it can happen sooner, but that's what we're seeing timeline-wise. In the meantime, we're seeing this, the live view of LAX and the airport. It looks pretty good. Not much in the way of wind there with that camera, not bouncing around at all, which is a good sign. If you are traveling, we are anticipating some very cold high temperatures today across the nation. We've got a cold Arctic blast diving south from Canada. 28 degrees in Denver currently. 30 degrees in Norman, 18 degrees in Bismarck, North Dakota, 28 in New York City. And we thank you for streaming us. I know you guys have been watching our coverage from all over the country, and I'm glad to have you guys tuning in here to Fox LA and Fox Local. 5 miles per hour downtown LA, 5 mile per hour winds in Oxnard, much calmer up in the high desert. Some of the gustier winds are in the valley at the moment, but I was just looking at some of the other wind gauges. Malibu Hills, which yesterday was gusting near, sustained winds actually near 40 miles an hour, now much calmer. The Santa Ana winds are really relaxing. The sea breeze is going to return in earnest this afternoon. That's going to cut off the Santa Ana winds, and we will get more humidity, and those red flag warnings, which are still in effect for some isolated areas, will be expiring at 3 p.m. So we'll get a nice little break this weekend, and there is a possibility that we will see a return of some moderate to strong Santa Ana winds by next week, Tuesday. We'll keep you posted, of course. In the meantime, we've got Stu up in Sky Fox keeping us posted on the traffic conditions. Oh, Stu, this has really built up here. What's going on and where are you?
Hey, good morning, Maria. We're taking a look at that 57 freeway. This is going to be in the Anaheim area, right at Lincoln. Now, it has been cleared from the roadway. It's all off to the right, but the blinking lights must be something to see from the ground, because take a look at that backup. Come on, folks, there's nothing to see there. The roadway is open, but look at that backup. You are on the brakes from about the Fullerton area on that southbound 57. As soon as you pass that crash, though, that 57 southbound really starts to open up once again. But if that 57 is your drive this morning, you know the deal. Got to give yourself a little extra time. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Sue, thank you very much. Well, everybody, containment of the Eaton Fire now stands at 55%.
Gigi Gracia joins us now from Altadena with the latest on this. Good morning to you, Gigi.
And we want to start out with a message from the community. This sign just going up. Take a look. It's on the side of the grocery outlet building here on Lake, just south of Mendocino. Altadena strong. We will rebuild. And that is the message the community is sending. And let's take a look. Photographer Brian Shaw walking over here. This was a row of businesses completely destroyed. Devastation up and down this block. This is right next to the Jack in the Box, which, by the way, is still standing. We believe this might have been a pizzeria. We don't even know. We can't even tell anymore what these businesses were. And yesterday, sadly, this became the site of a search for human remains. Take a look at this video. Yesterday, San Diego firefighters coming together with CAL FIRE, with search and rescue specialists, to search for possible human remains in the rubble of these businesses. This after sources tell us a cadaver detection dog actually alerted them to a specific area. And while we don't know if anything was found here, we can tell you that yesterday other search and rescue teams did find human remains, possibly up to 3 different ones. The coroner has already confirmed 16 deaths here in Eaton Fire area. But the sheriff tells us he expects that number to go up because they still have 18 active investigations into missing people. And let's go to this. Yesterday, we caught up with damage assessment teams. They are tasked with walking every single block, house by house, and logging the address and the damage done. That is an OC Fire Authority firefighter teamed up with an LA County firefighter. The work is difficult. They actually walk through the rubble. If anything seems suspicious or out of the ordinary for a fire area, they will note that also. And so many areas have not yet been tallied up. And bringing it back here live, I'm going to ask photographer one more time just to leave you with that message across the street. Altadena strong. We will rebuild, and that is the message from the Eaton Fire area. I'm Gigi Gracia reporting live. I'll send it back to you.
That's a beautiful reminder.
Yeah.
All right, Gigi, thank you. So a home that survived the Palisades fire is split in half this morning. Have you seen this? It was destroyed by a landslide.
Stephanie Ramirez from our sister station in D.C. is here helping us out live for us in the Palisades with more on this latest worry for those folks in the fire zone. Good morning to you.
Good morning, guys, and I want to show you the sun coming up behind me here, the ocean behind us, and homes that have a view of that ocean. This one in particular looks like it's just cracked almost right down the middle. This home split from mudslide in this area. This is at the base of Stretto Way in the Pacific Palisades. Now, as I point our camera direction upward, you kind of see like a cement wall up there. A security member here walked us around and showed us there was a big house up there, a larger house that appears to have come crashing down when the land gave way underneath. And we've been talking about, some of the information from the USGS, the United States Geological Survey, talking about dangers of mudslides after wildfires. Hopefully you can also see the Skyfox video showing up ahead. But the USGS is warning that wildfires, that they destroy the vegetation that would otherwise be helping to secure the soil. And then on top of that, you've got water being dumped onto the fire. If we see possible rains, it's more likely for a mudslide to happen because that land is now destabilized. And on the fire front here by the Palisades Fire, I can tell you, CAL FIRE and LA Fire, they've been bouncing around all morning between 21 and 22% contained. Sadly, we knew at least 8 people killed here. Thankfully, the most recent winds didn't push the fire as the authorities here were preparing for, but the evacuation orders, the warnings still remain in place, as well as the curfew, guys. But there is a very important meeting happening tonight we want to make sure everyone knows about. This is at 6:30 at Sinai Temple on Wilshire Boulevard in Westwood. And CAL FIRE, they are going to be streaming that community meeting, but we will be sure to have all the links for you guys on foxla.com. But this is the threat that continues here in this area, with everyone still dealing with so much during this very difficult time. I'll send it back into you.
Oh boy, Stephanie, those images they're just incredible to see. Right now, temperatures are cold as you are maybe watching us and getting ready to head out the door. We're talking about 40s here in Burbank, 41 degrees, 44 in Santa Clarita, up in the high desert, very cold, 21, 30 degrees in Apple Valley, below freezing, 10 degrees in Big Bear to that 36 in Huntington Beach, 35 in Long Beach. 24-hour temperature change. Again, yesterday we talked about how it was cooler than the day before. Now it's even cooler than that. 16 degrees cooler right now than yesterday. About 3 degrees cooler in San Bernardino, minus 19 in Corona from yesterday's temperature at this hour, and then 11 degrees cooler both in Camarillo and Oxnard there in Ventura County. The rainfall totals that we would typically get for the month of January, over 3 inches. Typically the second wettest month of the year. Guess what? We have had 0 rain. I think you know that. So our deficit has grown because last month we didn't get much. The month before that we didn't get much. In fact, this season, which begins October 1st, is SoCal's driest start to the season since we've been taking records back in 1850. So that is how extreme the situation is. Our deficit has grown to almost 5.5 inches, and so has our drought. This is our drought monitor. As we take a look at what it looked like on October 1st after a very dry summer. We were already seeing abnormally dry conditions here in SoCal. Now, as we fast forward to the current date, Look at that. We've got some severe drought now that's developing, and out towards the desert southwest, extreme drought conditions. So that's how much we need the rain. We will get some humidity. That's a good thing. This is another indication of how things are changing. The onshore flow bringing that more moist air mass as we get into the upcoming weekend. Look at how the values really increase. This is great news indeed. This will help to mitigate fire danger. In fact, we are expecting a deeper marine layer, maybe enough to squeeze out some light drizzle, which would be nice. Downtown LA, here's your day time planner. Getting up to the mid-upper 60s, below average though, so I would say mid-60s by the afternoon hour. The winds mostly calm through the morning, great news, and then we'll get a southwesterly wind, again, that onshore flow. All right, let's head back upstairs now to Stu and the crew in Sky Fox watching the traffic conditions and this backup. I think this is a 57. Stu, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Maria. That's right. Southbound 57, Anaheim, right at the Lincoln on-ramp. And you've got multi-vehicle crash out here. And that southbound 57, all the lanes are open. But, boy, that looky-loo traffic's going to create some problems. You're on the brakes from before the 91. Actually, in the Fullerton area is where you're really starting that slow on that southbound 57. Northbound lanes wide open, looking good, all the way out to the 60. Let's take a look at some other traffic hotspots, shall we?
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. So yeah, you don't just get some lawyer. You get an army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Welcome back, everybody. 6:44 here on a Thursday morning. So many businesses are stepping up to help the victims in the wildfires, and that also includes Aloe.
Yeah, Aloe Yoga. We know it, we love it. So this week, the LA-based premium lifestyle brand specializing in luxury activewear is partnering with local organizations. So they are distributing 20,000 care kits and providing meals to those in need. Each care kit contains wellness products, clothing, essentials, which includes children's items, snacks, and other necessities. And so those directly affected by the wildfires are invited to pick up care kits at Aloe Beverly Hills today. So that will happen at their flagship location. That is 370 North Cannon Drive from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
I really like when these brands are all about action.
Yeah.
We're here today at our store handing out essentials.
Right. Yep. Come get what you need.
Exactly.
Good
Here
stuff.
it is. Come get what you need.
Yeah.
Exactly. Speaking of that, there's lots to go around coming up today on Good Day LA. Today is the last day to come grab some supplies from the Altadena girls. This is such a special cause. These products are for teenage girls, young women, and even Meghan Markle stopped by to donate some stuff as well. And you know, many pets are looking for new homes after these historic fires. We're going to show you where much of the good is being done and how you can help rescue puppies that were found in the aftermath of a fire. I know,
I'm telling you, I'm this close to fostering a dog. I'm this close.
You and
real
me
close.
both.
Real close.
You
to
and
it.
me both, sister friend.
Yep.
And also backed by popular demand, a local Orange County nonprofit is holding another big donation drive. They had such an overwhelming response last weekend that they're back at it again tomorrow. I'm going to have those details for you on that.
Fantastic.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, Amanda. So let's go over to Maria, check on our forecast. Good morning.
Good morning, you three. We've got still some winds out there, but nowhere near where it has been. The 9-day streak of those very gusty and very dangerous Santa Ana winds are pretty much behind us right now. There's just a pocket of some stronger winds here through parts of the valley locations where we still have some gustier winds near 40+ miles an hour and very dry conditions. So that red flag warning or that fire weather warning is still in place for portions of the Santa Clarita Valley, just south near Ventura, up on Acton, Canyon Country, and off the 14. This should expire, though, by 3 p.m. As we look ahead, I know people have been asked, when is it going to rain? Typically, January is the second wettest month of the year. We looked ahead to the next 7 days. No organized storm systems headed our way. And as we look to the next 8 to 14 days, there's a chance we're actually seeing signs of an area of low pressure offshore. But until then, it will remain dry, it looks like, or below normal in terms of that rainfall total. We're hoping maybe a nice gentle storm system can bring in and give us just a nice little rain event in 2 weeks. So hang on for that, okay? Not this weekend, but next weekend. Here's our 7-day forecast. 60s today, slightly below the average. Big cool down tomorrow into the weekend because of the stronger onshore flow. And we'll get a little cooler air mass from the northwest to move in, so we'll get down to the 50s. That's it tomorrow. We'll be back to talking about some morning clouds and fog. That'll be nice, and perhaps some drizzle. As we look beyond the weekend, however, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, we are seeing the computer models pointing to another round of some offshore winds. I don't think it'll be particularly dangerous, but it will be gusty nonetheless. So that's several days away. We'll keep you posted. In the meantime, 48 up in the mountains. And speaking of, that's probably the only spot where we're looking at that chance for some showers or even some mountain snow. We'll see during the overnight hours. 61 in the high desert, 73 in Palm Springs today. Even there, slight cool down over the weekend by a couple of degrees. All right, let's head back over to Stu now and get another traffic update as he's up and flying. We're waiting on that sun to rise. Good morning, Stu.
Hey, good morning, Maria. Good morning, everybody. Sky Fox moving along the 91. We're cruising around about 100 miles an hour. It's kind of slow for Sky Fox. On the ground, though, y'all on the road, don't be doing any of that. You can see it right there. We're passing the 605, making our way into the Bellflower area. They're already hitting those brakes out there. And it's where the slow and go starts, just past the 605 on the westbound lanes. It stays like that as you pass the 710. That's going to be on the 91. Eastbound, though, look at that. You got a lot of backup right there, but it does open up as you pass that 605. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you. So the Salvation Army is providing support for older adults who were impacted by the wildfire devastation. And still ahead, we're going to tell you more about the resources they're offering to help them rebuild their lives.
Plus, one small bright spot in a scorched area. We'll tell you all about it when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. So how about some good news for you today? I think we could all use it. A young Lakers fan gets the thrill of a lifetime thanks to LeBron James.
So cameras caught this young girl's reaction during last night's game against the Miami Heat. So the girl who was wearing a LeBron jersey could barely contain her excitement. Look at him. There he is, just a few feet in front of her, right? Her idol. She had a front row seat as LeBron nailed a key shot in the third quarter. Look at how fired up she got. Woo! After the game, a huge surprise. LeBron walked over and took a photo with her. He also gave her a special souvenir showing why he is beloved by fans of all ages.
That's awesome.
Good old LeBron. King James. Love him. You gotta love him.
Yeah.
All right, happening tomorrow, LA's 12 major pro sports teams, along with Fanatics, will be handing out $3 million worth of merchandise for people who were evacuated from their homes because of the wildfires.
The teams will also give away essential items, including toiletries and shoes. The event will be held simultaneously at Dodger Stadium, SoFi Stadium, and BMO Stadium. The American Red Cross is getting buses for those evacuees currently in shelters that they manage. And then for the rest of the public, attendees will need to verify proof of residency from an evacuated area. All 3 sites will be open from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And if you or someone that you know has lost their home because of the wildfires, coming up, we've got an expert that's going to join us to break down the insurance claims process, what you should avoid, and how to ensure that you get what you are owed.
Yeah, a lot of questions there. We know it's overwhelming, but we got you. Don't worry. Also, join Fox's support of families impacted by these California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from this disaster. Visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts, or scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen. Live look at LAX coming up on 7 o'clock this Thursday morning. We will be right back. Stick around. Welcome back. After days of devastating wildfires, this morning officials are watching the hills for possible landslides.
Welcome, everybody, to Good Day LA at 7 o'clock. I'm Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jen Lombard. So crews continue to gain ground on the Palisades Fire. Containment there has risen to 22%. The progress comes as a new concern emerges, though, in the area.
A home that survived the flames was split into two by a landslide. Stephanie Ramirez, live for us in Pacific Palisades with more on this story. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Still a lot of questions, but as the sun rises this morning, no doubt about the damage here. You can still see the chandelier from our vantage point. But this home split in two. This is oceanfront property here in Pacific Palisades, the base of Strato Way. We're going to walk around the property to show you this mudslide happening sometime after the wildfires, but it's still very muddy in the area. We're also still seeing running water, but there's security protecting this area. And they were showing us that as you make your way around, you can see uphill there's some smoldering as well. Something happened, possibly a fire. We don't know if it's part of the wildfire or afterward, but there was a home, a much larger home at the top of this hill that came crashing down and likely caused the destruction that we're seeing in front of us. We do have a Google image of what that house looked like beforehand. This is reading online as a one-bedroom, one-bath home that sold a few years ago for close to $2 million, renting for $14,000 a month. And we also have some Skyfox video to show you what it looked like from up in the air. Now, the USGS, the United States Geological Survey, they talk about the dangers of mudslides and landslides after wildfires because the fires destroy the vegetation that would otherwise secure the soil. Now, with all of the water being poured down, fighting the fires, if we have some rains as well, there is a water source running right now, but that all, causes damage because that land is now destabilized. Now, on the fire front, you did just mention Palisades Fire, now up to 22% contained. We know still 8 people killed in what happened here. The fire department, CAL FIRE, LA Fire, all the authorities still working to investigate the cause of this fire, guys. But we do want to also note that there's supposed to be a community meeting tonight. It's going to happen at 6:30. We'll have the link for you on how you can watch it on lafox.com. That is the very latest here from Pacific Palisades. I'll send it back into you. Maria?
All right, Stephanie, thank you. We'll take it from here. So now on to the Eaton Fire. Containment there now stands at 55%.
Gigi Gracia, live for us from the Altadena community with the latest there. Good morning.
Mel and Jen, we're on lake just south of Mendocino, and this is a row of businesses that were destroyed in the Eaton Fire. Take a look. All that's left of the vegan cafe. The sign, "Oh, Happy Day Vegan Cafe," once stood here. We believe there was a pizzeria next door, and you can see it is just complete devastation, business after business after business. So many business owners losing their livelihood, and so many employees, we imagine, now out of a job. And yesterday, this strip of businesses became the scene of a search and rescue mission for possible human remains. Take a look. San Diego firefighters, their urban search and rescue specialists, came together yesterday with CAL FIRE and the Sheriff's Department to search for possible human remains in the rubble of what once was a business. This after sources say a cadaver detection dog alerted them to a specific area. And while officials have not said if they found anything, we can confirm that yesterday another team of search and rescue specialists did find what are believed to be human remains. That will be confirmed, of course, by the medical examiner's office. We are hearing possibly up to 3. The medical examiner's office, the coroner, have already confirmed 16 deaths tied to the Eaton Fire, but the Sheriff's Department says they expect that number to go up because they still have 24 missing person cases, and 18 of them are right here in the Eaton Fire area. And take a look. Yesterday, we caught up with damage assessment teams. This one made up of a firefighter from the OC Fire Authority and one from the LA County Fire Department. They are walking neighborhoods, going door to door, we should say lot of rubble to lot of rubble, logging the damage done at every single address, and this will be part of the total number of structures lost. Bringing it back here to Lake, you're looking at what appears to be what's left of a sign that possibly was on an office building right here that spells out Altadena. We're focusing a lot, of course, on the damage done, the thousands of structures that have been damaged or destroyed. But I want to show folks who live here that may be watching us some of the things that appear to have survived. Photographer Brian Shaw, across the street there, you see Aldi, right on the corner of Lake and Calaveras Street. It appears to obviously still be standing. We don't know if there's any structural damage, any fire damage on the other side of the wall. And off to the left, Grocery Outlet appears also undamaged. And take a look at the sign that someone put up overnight. Altadena strong. We will rebuild. The emphasis on will. That is the message of this small but strong, tight-knit community. Altadena coming together for each other. Reporting live in Altadena at the Eaton Fire area, I'm Gigi Graciette. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Gigi, it's like right behind her, right? It looks like the whole area behind her was untouched. Yeah.
It's so
that you
wild.
can see.
When you see some of that, like some of the structures that still remained intact. Altadena community is such a beautiful community. I learned 2 days ago that really dear friends of mine, Melinda and Randy Wiggins, who had lived there for 30 years, they lost their home and they lost everything. And it's just so heartbreaking because, you know, one of the things that Melinda said to me, she said, I never thought that at the age of 62, I'd be starting from nothing.
Yeah.
And, you know, but at the same time, the messages and text messages and phone calls that they've received from people really continue to uplift them. But they're just one family out of the many people that lost their homes during this horrible tragedy. But yeah, Randy and Melinda, they're just like the best people, like so many other people. Like behind every piece of devastation, there is a story, right?
It's a museum of your life when you lose your home.
That's right.
So, yes, you have your life, but you don't have the remnants and the reminders of a life lived.
That's right.
And to your point, at 60 years old, now she has to start all over again. And never in her life did she, I'm imagining, did she think this would ever happen to her?
No.
And that can be said for hundreds of other people.
Oh my goodness. You know, they noted just the kindness of folks during this time, and now so many people have showed up to offer support. I love them so much. They're just like the best people ever. Randy and Melinda, Ross, and Rachel, I love you all. Over to Maria.
Yeah, no, I agree, echoing exactly what you guys are saying in those sentiments. And it's such a beautiful community. Geographically, it is beautiful in that location right there at the base of the foothills, the views. And I am envisioning the rebuild and how much even more beautiful it will be. So we will look forward to that. In the meantime, I did notice some of the breezy conditions there where Gigi was standing. A little bit of a breeze still coming out of the northeast here in Camarillo, out towards Santa Cruz, maybe where she's at in Altadena, still though near 5 miles an hour or so. Beverly Hills, some of the breezier locations here, but otherwise most everyone waking up to some calmer winds. That general flow still coming out of the northeast though, that's still keeping things dry and high fire danger in some areas of the valley this morning. So we have extended in that isolated area here for portions of the Santa Cruz Valley, portions of the San Gabriel Mountains through 3 p.m. this afternoon. Otherwise, where it is calm, those winds are calm. Temperatures definitely on the chilly side. Even Long Beach, look at that, 35 degrees this morning. 36 in Huntington Beach. Corona, you're waking up to 31, barely out of the 20s. 10 degrees in Big Bear, 42 in Ontario, 30 in Apple Valley. High temperatures today will be slightly below the average. It'll be around 66 for downtown LA. The average is 68. Low 60s at the coast, mid 60s for the valleys and the Inland Empire. Those breezes, as I said, but none like the gusty winds we have had over the last 9 days consecutively. So a big break coming for us beginning today, this afternoon, into the weekend. 61 in the high desert, 73 in Palm Springs. I'll show you the rest of the forecast in just a few moments. In the meantime, let's head back to Stu up in Skyfox, watching our freeways and a good-looking freeway here. This looks like you're by the race car place. It's Riverside? I can't remember.
No, not Riverside, but I'm definitely going to talk about it. Maria, good morning. That's the 405. Carson is where we are. You got the Porsches, and they're all still sleeping. And on the other side of the road there, well, what do you got there? Well, you know what? Skyfox, the icon of the sky. Goodyear right now, the icon of the ground, but I have a feeling they'll be flying shortly. Let's talk a little bit of driving at the Porsche track. That 405, look at that. Long Beach, if you're heading northbound on the 405 freeway, it is a great drive all the way past the 110, all the way out to the 105. That northbound drive, great, and the reverse for the southbound. 110, let's take a quick peek at that from the 405. If you're going through the Harbor Gateway area, it's going to be a good drive north or southbound, but by the time you hit that 105, if you're heading north, it does get a little slow and go till you make your way over to the 10. So keep that one in mind, but for the most part, it is a wonderful Thursday. I know it's my favorite day of the week, and Maria's too. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Sue, thank you. Well, in response to the fires, a few businesses in Orange County will host an all-day fundraiser. Haven Craft Kitchen and Bar, Provisions Cafe, and Chapman Crafted Beer will donate 100% of profits to the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation. All of these businesses are located in the city of Orange.
That's right. That's what it's all about, is helping the ones who help us, and lifting up our fire victims as a collective for, in Los Angeles. It's a thing to see for sure. So the Salvation Army, by the way, is also providing support for older adults who were impacted by the wildfires, and still ahead, how they're helping people rebuild their lives.
Plus, one small bright spot in all of the devastation. We'll tell you about a VW van that survived the firestorm. We'll see in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. Check out this video from Sky Fox. That's a retro blue VW we want you to look at. That van miraculously survived the Palisades Fire. The 1977 Volkswagen, owned by surfboard designer Megan Crystal Weinrob, is parked in a Malibu neighborhood. Now, as you can see, the area around it almost destroyed. Weinrob said she thought it was lost. And now the van stands as an unexpected symbol of hope amid the devastation.
Just the color there, right? In the middle of everything that seems to be black and white.
Yeah.
is unreal.
Isn't it remarkable?
I wonder how that happened, my goodness.
Like the structures like that, that stayed intact when everything else around it, whether it was a car, a home, a business, or otherwise.
That just goes to show you how unpredictable this fire really was. Okay, so the Salvation Army is on a mission to help people who are impacted by the fires.
They're serving breakfast this morning at the Westwood Recreation Center. That's where we find our Bob DeCastro. Good morning, sir.
The Westwood Recreational Center is one of 2 evacuation centers helping out the fire victims and the evacuees. And they are serving breakfast, as they have done every single day since this fire broke out. And they say their work is just beginning. You can see the line now forming here for the meal of the morning. I've got Major Anthony Barnes here to tell us a little bit more about what they're doing here. You've been here since the beginning. Tell us what the situation looks like inside.
Well, inside we have people who have been displaced, evacuees that are being taken care of here at the shelter, and the Salvation Army has been proudly serving them since the beginning, serving meals, making sure they have some of those immediate needs met with clothing and supplies and hygiene kits and the like, in this interim period as they're waiting to figure out the status of their home.
Well, we're sort of in a limbo period here, right? Because you have some evacuees, some people don't even know what the status is of their homes, so just a lot of people here waiting to see what is the next step. And what's interesting to me is that the Salvation Army sort of like tailors the needs of the help to the individual and to the families to make sure that they're getting exactly what they need.
Absolutely, and it's just an opportunity for us to sit with folks, especially in this interim period, to start figuring out what are some of the needs that you anticipate. Now, again, it's difficult because many people don't know what they've lost yet. But we have been ramping up. We have some of our case managers ready to speak with individuals and families to find out those needs. We've been collecting donations to be able to provide to the folks, whether it's furniture potentially that might be needed or some other level of assistance, financial or otherwise. We just want to be poised and ready to meet them right where they're at.
Well, I find it interesting, one of the things that you're telling me is that as we look to the near future where people will be going back to their homes and perhaps our homes are still there, Salvation Army is going to assist with that. You actually have vehicles ready to take people up there, and when they're ready to go to their homes, whether they need to be cleaned out or anything like that, you're going to be involved in some
Absolutely. No one needs to go through disaster alone, and so we have our canteens and other emergency vehicles, and we want to enter the communities with them when the communities open, stand alongside of them. Sometimes we're just being silent, standing next to people to let them know you're not alone, but we also offer that emotional and spiritual care. People are going to go through a range of emotions. We're there with them. So we don't just provide something tangible. We're part of this community. We've been part of this community for over 130 years. And we're not separate, independent from the community. We're in the community, living in the community, serving in the community with them.
You've seen the huge outpouring and people who are donating the food, all of the clothing and things like that. What does Salvation Army need the most? You're here on the ground. You're seeing what they need here. What do you need the most?
Absolutely. The community's been so generous. And so we have loads and loads of physical supplies. Some will be used today. Other things are for a little ways out. But we are really encouraging people to go and call 1-800-SAL-ARMY or get online at salvationarmyusa.org and make some monetary donations, because those donations give us the flexibility to meet specific needs. We can take that money and translate that into the needs that an individual or family may need. That's different. We can't give a blanket one thing to everybody, so we want to make sure we tailor it to each individual. Those monetary donations are so helpful.
Wonderful. Major Anthony Barnes, thank you so much for what the Salvation Army does. They said their work is just starting here. For more information on Salvation Army, foxla.com. They know there's a long way to go, but they're here, they say, every step of the way.
Yeah, Bob, I like what Major Park said to you about the idea of sometimes they're just there alongside them in silence. Just it helps just knowing that somebody is there with them in this grief.
Yeah, and I was really surprised to learn that little fact that when these families go up there, they're providing them with, let's say, even like cleaning supplies, the ride up there, anything, food for them to take up there if they're going to be there for a long period of time. So they're providing these kits and things like that. And then long term, as he was talking about the money, they're providing rental assistance, help for them to find shelter, the transitional housing so that they have something until they find a new permanent place.
Yeah.
So again, the money just goes a long way, so they know how to spend that money and they know how it's directed in the right way.
So they can use it as they need it, right?
Just need somebody to kind of meet you there, right? To see you and to just offer support and have your back. Thank you very much, Bob. Appreciate you, man.
Sure.
And I think that's what you really need in a moment like this. Sometimes you don't have to say anything. I mean, you know, sometimes you just need somebody just to be there and to know that somebody's there to offer that unconditional support, as the Salvation Army does time and time again through these big natural disasters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. To walk with you in that.
To walk with you and
witness.
walk alongside you, to witness,
Yep, that exactly. Monetary donations now is really the key, and if you are still wanting to help in some way, that's really a good way to help, is to monetarily donate to that organization. We've got the winds that are still out there, not strong. That's the good news. Just one pocket here where we're still seeing some of those wind gusts close to 30, 40 miles an hour. Parts of Acton, that drive on that 14 freeway, parts of the Santa Clarita Valley and out towards Piru. The winds are still gusty this morning, but they are due to weaken and diminish by the time we get to the afternoon, and that's the good news. Area of low pressure here to our south really kind of impact parts of Baja and maybe San Diego County with some clouds and a chance for some light precipitation, even out towards the mountain locations. Otherwise, high pressure still in control of our weather, and we're still getting that slight offshore flow. As things change later today into tomorrow, you will notice the onshore flow and the very more moist air mass moving in from the northwest. Air quality still a big concern. Remember, if you do go to our usual agencies that have the air quality or air quality management websites, you're going to see the yellow and green dots. But keep this in mind. It does not detect the larger pollutants or the larger types of particulate matter. So that's why it's not reflecting it right now. But please be mindful that it is still quite unhealthy, especially in and around those fires. I would wait until all those fires are extinguished before you really go out and spend a lot of time outdoors. You want to limit that if you can. 66 degrees in Burbank at 2 p.m. today, so slightly cooler than average. We will see sunshine, but as we get that sea breeze going this afternoon, you're going to feel that different air mass from the northwest. Here's your day planner for Riverside. 42 degrees at 7 a.m. Getting up to those mid-60s. Notice the winds are going to come out of the northeast in the morning and then switch over. Westerly wind, 10 miles per hour by the afternoon. So that is another indication that the onshore flow will be returning. Anaheim, same thing. Calm winds through the 10 a.m. hour. And then by the afternoon, you're going to get that southwesterly wind, 5, 8 miles per hour. Nothing strong, but it's definitely going to bring in that cooler air mass from the ocean. It'll add some humidity to the atmosphere, which will be good to help mitigate fire danger. These winds will be with us through the weekend. The onshore wind, light, and then some changes as we get to next week, Monday, Tuesday. Yes, we're going to talk about a chance for some more winds coming out of the northeast. So as we look ahead to beyond the 7-day forecast, it looks like it's going to stay dry, unfortunately. Perhaps next weekend, we may get a storm system moving closer, and we can watch that to bring us perhaps some measurable rain. In the meantime, it'll stay dry, but at least not as windy. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you very much. Well, if you are someone out there who lost your home because of the wildfires, coming up, we've got an expert joining us live to break down the insurance claims process, what you should avoid, and then also some tips on how to ensure that you get what you are owed.
A lot of confusion there, but we got you. Don't worry. We're here to clarify some things. Also, LA's best pizzerias coming together to help fire evacuees and first responders. How they're spreading hope one slice at a time when we come back.
Welcome back, everybody. There's a free food giveaway at the Santa Anita racetrack at 8:30 this morning. This is being put on by ECASA Events. Volunteers will be handing out meals for fire victims, first responders, people donating, and those picking up donations. ECASA's director of events says it's important for us to come together and provide support to those who need it most.
Certainly.
Also, local pizzerias are spreading hope, and they're doing it one slice at a time.
So more than 24 pizzerias teamed up in Chinatown to donate more than 1,000 pizza slices to first responders, families, and really anybody in need. LA Sorted's Pizza hosted the event last night. Volunteers signed up to pick up pizza pies and deliver them to all over LA County. A lot of firefighters in Highland Park have not been home since the fires broke out last week. So they were thrilled with the surprise pizza delivery at Fire Station 12.
You can kind of see how much the community cares, and we never really expect a thank you for anything. You know, we all love what we do, and we're a very passionate bunch. We don't do it for what we get back from the community, but it's absolutely, you know, it means a lot to us.
Now, a lot of people are scared, but like, we're here. People are here for you, to feed you, to say hello, give you a hug, and that's what we're doing. They're reminding people how special Los Angeles is and what we're capable of when we all come together.
That's great work that they're doing, because we know first responders, they go into a situation not thinking about themselves, and they don't think about themselves for days afterward, too. Yeah. So in the end, more than 1,400 pizza slices were made and given out to anybody who wanted them, no questions asked. That's right. The LA Pizza Alliance says if more events to serve the community are needed, well, they will plan more.
That's awesome.
It really is.
Good stuff.
Good work they're doing over there.
Not enough thank yous we can say and articulate to the firefighters for everything they're doing and the sacrifice and them being away from their families. Some of them have lost homes or structure, property as well.
Yeah.
And yet still are out there fighting.
I talked to the Fountain Valley firefighters yesterday out there in the Palisades Fire, and they have been away from their families for 8 days.
Right.
They don't have a timeline as to when they're going to be able to come back. I know they're working in 14-day shifts, but when they left their families, they didn't even know what to say to them.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, I'll see you later. I don't know when, but it's not until this is under control.
So much sacrifice.
Yeah, for sure.
Still had
families too.
Oh, yeah. Still had this morning. Lakers star LeBron James and his family had to evacuate their home because of the wildfires. What he said during his post-game interview.
And teens helping teens. How these Altadena girls are lending a hand to teenage victims of the Eaton Fire when we come back. Welcome back to Good Day LA at 7:30. So he is one of the most iconic athletes in the world, a leader both on and off the court.
We were talking about LeBron James, but even he isn't immune to the devastation that's sweeping through the Southland. His latest challenge, though, has nothing to do with basketball. Brooke joins us now with more on this story. Hey there, good morning.
Yeah, he's going through it too. LeBron James has faced it all this week, from evacuating his home to trying to support friends who've lost everything. Yet, of course, he still found time to give a young fan a moment she'll likely never forget. Here's how the King is turning adversity into inspiration. Look at this.
Just figuring it out, but staying strong for one another. Obviously, that's most important. And the friends that our friends that lost their home, just being there for them.
Yeah, so he and his family had to evacuate their Brentwood home last week, and James spoke about the emotional toll the fires have taken. Again, some of his friends have lost their homes. His family, they've basically said been in a hotel since he came back from the Dallas trip. James has been focused on staying strong and just trying to lend support.
It's very challenging, especially when you got kids and you lose your home and all their belongings, and my friend got wives and things. That's a lot to just try to even wrap your head around it. So I am very happy that my family is safe. Hopefully things are contained or continue to be contained, and hopefully at some point we can start to push forward and move forward and kind of put it behind us where we can rebuild our city.
Yeah, and how about some good news from LeBron? A young Lakers fan got a thrill of a lifetime thanks to him during last night's game against the Miami Heat. Cameras caught the fan jumping up and down in a LeBron jersey, and after he hit a crucial third-quarter shot after the game, he actually walked over and took a picture. He knelt down with her and gave her a signed jersey. It's a reminder of why, he's not just a legend on the court, but also in the hearts of many fans, young and old. He was kind of saying, that this is a time for he and his teammates to try and put their own feelings aside and give something back to the community, maybe try and take their minds off of things. And I think also it's important to remember that no matter who your parents are, kids are still having an unsettling time, and they have a really young daughter, he and his wife, and obviously 2 sons, and everybody's going through it right now. Back to you.
And then, holding the space for your kids, holding the space for yourself, perhaps maybe even not having answers to the questions that your children are asking you. It's a lot, man.
Yeah, it sure is.
Imagine.
But that was a nice moment of levity.
Yes, it was.
Really nice moment. Yeah, just watching that, it made me smile. It was a really nice moment. And LeBron and his family, this is not even the first time they've had to evacuate. They had to leave, I believe it was around 3 o'clock in the morning back in 2019, during the brush fires that were close to the Getty. And I remember he was kind of live tweeting the situation. They were driving around looking for hotels and couldn't find anything because everybody else is also driving around looking for hotels. And so, he's part of our city here and going through it just like many other families. Yeah, for sure. Back to you.
All right, Brooke, thank you. All right, Maria, over to you.
Okay, let's take a look at this beautiful shot. How about this? The island of Catalina, kind of bright right now this morning. Also calm winds there in Avalon, and the sunshine will be it'll be around all day today. That'll be nice. If you are out on the island, air quality not as bad of a concern, I think. However, don't take that for granted. Just be safe and make sure you check and see if you smell any smoke. If there's any ash nearby, you should definitely wear a mask. But this is a gorgeous shot. one of my favorite islands here, Catalina. Current winds right now, calm winds in Avalon, 7-mile-per-hour winds in Palmdale, 3 miles per hour downtown, calmer elsewhere in Orange County, and the Inland Empire, 5 to 7 miles per hour there in the Coachella Valley in Palm Springs. High pressure still in control of our weather. Generally, this ridge of high pressure. We're still seeing that clockwise flow of air, so a light offshore flow. Isolated areas with some gustier winds this morning, but I'd say by the afternoon, those winds will really relax. Everyone will see a return of the onshore flow and that sea breeze by tomorrow, and that will bring in a more moist air mass. We'll feel those temperatures coming from the northwest to the southwest, so that cooler ocean air. We may even get a deep enough marine layer where we could squeeze out some light drizzle, which would be nice. Heads up, though, by next week, Tuesday, Monday night into Tuesday, models are pointing to yet another round of some stronger winds coming out of the northeast. I don't think it'll be the same ferocity as what we've seen the last 9 days, but at this point, it will be drier, of course. It's going to dry things out. We'll warm up just slightly, and it will increase the fire danger just a little bit. So just a heads up on that. We'll keep you posted. We'll continue to watch the models and keep you abreast of it as we get closer. In the meantime, 66 degrees expected today. That's down from yesterday's 73, and certainly below that average of 68. That sun will set later this afternoon at 5:08. As we look at our timeline here, we're starting out with chilly temperatures, definitely, so grab that hoodie or the sweatshirt for the kids before you head out. As we get to the 1:30 time period, 67 in Pasadena, 66 in Burbank, 69 in San Bernardino, 68 in Boyle Heights. All right, let's check back in with Stu, see what the traffic is looking like outside. It is not looking good here, Stu. Oh my goodness, it is slow going. What else is going on?
Hey, Maria, you know what? Is it that bad? It is bad, but you know what? There's no crashes, so it's not terrible. This is going to be the 110 freeway. That's going to be north or southbound. Now, we were at the 110 down in the Long Beach, Carson area, and it actually was moving along very well. But I said it, as soon as you pass that 105, it turns into a tough drive. Take a look at that. That's going to be between the 10 and the 105 freeway, north or southbound. It is going to be slow and go this morning. But either way you play it, if you're heading north and you get past that 10, or you're heading south past that 105, it does open up. It's just really slow and go through the South Los Angeles area. Give yourself extra time if that's part of your drive. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you.
Thank you.
And hello to you, Amanda.
Hello to you guys. Hello. It has been a long week, but we are doing a lot of work getting the word out on the community, stepping up and lending a helping hand for each other. We have a lot for adults and for children and even for animals, but let's not forget another group. The teenage girls.
Yes.
And this is so special. A sweet and supportive group called the Altadena Girls had a fire recovery event where those affected by the fires could come and get essentials and extra. So let's face it, right? Teenage girls have certain supplies that they love and count on that bring them comfort and high self-esteem, like skincare, personal hygiene items, and beauty products. All of that and more was available to the teens and tweens who needed it most. They even had a special royal guest and local lady Meghan Markle in attendance who donated items via her Archwell Foundation, big bags full of stuff. And a girl named Avery started it, saying that she wants to help other teen girls in her community rebuild their sense of identity and self-confidence during this difficult time. I was going to ask you, Jen, do you remember what products you loved so much when you were a teenage girl?
As a former teenage girl myself, yes. Well, I mean, I remember, but back then it was like the remember those
Clearasil
pads?
Oh yeah,
it was the Clearasil pads.
Stridex and Clearasil.
Stridex. I still remember this, the way it smelled.
The Morning Burst Clean and Clear, the orange one that would wake you up.
Anything from Bath and Body Works. That was my jam.
Yeah, and my first Hot Tools flat iron, the black and gold one.
Yes.
So you know these
all those things that we use.
Curate.
We used to use every day.
Yeah.
That imagine is suddenly gone.
Right.
And even if it sounds small, it's some way of getting back a sense of feeling normal again.
It is. Sure. It is because, I mean, it might not be categorized by many as essential, but it is essential for a lot of teen girls.
It's all very important because they lost it.
They lost it. So I'm glad they got all the stuff they needed and more yesterday. And thank you to the Altadena girls. I love seeing all your posts on Instagram.
It's a unique way of
giving
back.
It is. Another way of giving back is with Free People. They are helping people in a very hands-on way as well. This Saturday, the 18th, those affected by the fires who are in need of new clothing can visit Free Shop by Free People, located at 1720 Euclid Street in Santa Monica. There will be no ID checks, and FP Movement encourages individuals to pick up items on behalf of those in need. Because sometimes you find people, and I know a girl myself, who is not comfortable going to all these events. You know, her house burned down and she appreciates all of the stuff. And so other people have been picking stuff up for her.
That's right. And there's actually, and I want to mention it because it's very important. It is. It's an organization. It's called Life in General. And it's in El Segundo. And it's this woman who basically creates these shopping experiences, one-on-one shopping experiences for people to come in, pick out whatever they need. And it's a very intimate and warm and comforting space for anybody who wants to come in and browse.
I like that you said it's intimate. And you know, she will be going, because I've been sending her a bunch of stuff. But also, she made a good point. She's busy dealing with a lot of other things right now. Right. You know, making phone calls, and there's paperwork, and there's a lot of stuff that she's doing. So a lot of our friends have rallied around to get stuff for her. So if you can do that for somebody else, that would be helpful too.
Help the helpers.
Help the helpers.
Good stuff.
Yep.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Should we go up to Stu?
How about Stu?
Hey, Stu Bear.
Hey, we're taking a look at some traffic out here. This is going to be on the 10 freeway. We're roughly the mid-cities area, kind of panning along out there because those eastbound lanes so wide open. I was wondering maybe there's a crash that wasn't reported. Haven't seen any, but you can see it right there. Westbound, super slow. You're pretty on the brakes from about Crenshaw until you get to that 405. Eastbound lanes really wide open. It's a great drive till you get about to the 110. There is a little bit of slowing right before there, but if that's your drive this morning, that's what you're going to be looking for. You know what? We've got some other traffic hotspots to show you. We're going to do that right now.
Jacoby & Myers has been protecting the hard-working people of California for over 50 years, and we've recovered more than $2 billion in settlements for our clients' injuries. If you've been injured in an accident, Jacoby & Myers will fight for the justice you deserve.
And welcome back to you. I'm meteorologist Maria Quaban, taking a live look outside right now. This is courtesy of Sky Fox, seeing the South Bay there, Catalina Island. A little bit of a haze in the atmosphere, if you can see that. Definitely indicative of the air quality, so please protect yourself and your lungs, especially the young ones, because of the fine particulate matter in the atmosphere that is not being picked up by the regular sensors. So don't let the greens and yellow dots on that map fool you. We still have some very unhealthy air quality here. Looking at today's high temperatures across the country, if you are flying to Minneapolis, 34 degrees should be the high temperature there. Some chilly temperatures all the way down to parts of the south today. 58 degrees in Atlanta, 33 in New York City with some snow pushing off the Great Lakes, 42 in Salt Lake City, 42 in Seattle, to that 62 in San Francisco. When are we going to get some rain? I've been looking upstream. It's staying dry even into the Pacific Northwest here as high pressure continues to dominate the weather across the west. We are going to get some more moist air mass, so that's a good thing. But as we look at our 7-day precipitation outlook put out by the Weather Prediction Center, no rain for us. Look at this. Most of the rain will stay to our east. It's going to stay dry through this weekend for the most part, with the exception of maybe some drizzle that we're expecting with this deep marine layer. But the rain looks like is bypassing all of us and going into parts of the Midwest into the next week. We've got dry conditions still lingering and some winds lingering here in this area shaded in the pink color. So we still have those red flag warnings here until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Portions of Santa Clarita out towards Acton and parts of the valley still getting some of those wind gusts near 30 to 40 miles an hour. So that combined with a dry relative humidity value, still an increase in the fire danger. But that will be allowed to expire at 3 p.m. today. Watch as we look at this computer model with the winds. We're already feeling and seeing some of the sea breeze here through parts of Orange County, the coastal areas. The wind's definitely much weaker. Look at this, 8-mile-per-hour winds in Camarillo. This is by late tonight into tomorrow morning, and we're seeing that onshore flow. So that shift in our weather pattern will happen later this afternoon into the rest of the weekend. The weekend looks good, very light winds, and maybe a little bit of that marine layer producing some light drizzle. Not enough, though, to register any measurable rain, so our drought is developing. And when the season started, our water season, October 1st, we were already seeing some abnormally dry conditions here for the extreme southwestern part of our state. As we fast forward to now, which, by the way, we've gotten 0 rain in January and really just trace amounts even last month. Look at our drought that's developing. We've got severe drought developing here across most of the southwest, and then extreme drought through parts of Arizona and Nevada. As we look at our 7-day forecast, no measurable rain, as I mentioned. We do have the morning clouds, though, maybe some fog as we get into tonight and tomorrow morning, and maybe some drizzle related to that. But temperatures definitely cooling off tomorrow. High of only in the 50s, and then we look forward to next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe another round of some gusty winds out of the northeast. But there is a slight chance up in the mountains, so that we can look for and hope for as we get to tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you very much. Well, everybody, fire victims are taking the first steps in the insurance process. Yeah. And that process can be long, and it can also be very complex and difficult.
Very confusing in some regards. So our next guest, though, is here to help. He is John Petroff. He is the president and CEO of Action Public Adjusters. John, good morning, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, guys. Thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
About the people that need help right now.
Absolutely. So you say the first step in all this is reviewing your policy and what kind of coverage you have. So specifically, what should people be looking out for?
Well, the main thing is to look out for, it's called ALE. It's additional living expenses. What they need to do right now is secure their living situation to where they have to be. So in the policy, it will show that you might be getting additional living expenses up to $150,000, depending. For an example, that is the first step to get a roof over your head and your loved ones right away.
So for many people that have been struck by this extraordinary tragedy, they're left, I can imagine, in a place of maybe some of them don't even know where to begin. And you understand that the insurance process can be quite time consuming, and even to get those funds, if they have those living expenses available. How can they get help right away, John? Is that even truly possible? And what does that timeline look like?
Well, they can. If they don't have clothes, they could get a non-disputed amount from the insurance company to have a check cut to them right away. I'm hoping these insurance companies, and I think they are. I mean, I need to give it out to the insurance companies too. I've heard some great stories that they're going in the community and writing some checks to people that need help at this time. And that is a way, because some people, you guys, to remind, they don't even have clothes.
Right.
They evacuated at 3 a.m. So they need something. And I've been feeling calls for the last 5 days, and I've had grown men crying on the phone. It's just heartbreaking, and they've lost everything. So to answer the question is, there is temporary money that they need to receive. The whole point to this is the one thing I want to let the public know. They need to be represented. They need some advice of how to navigate this. It is going to be a full-time job, and it's very overwhelming right now with them having jobs and mortgages and thinking of how they're going to do all this. They need to get some representation. That's the one thing I could advise anybody to get first.
Yeah, and who's the best person to go to on that? Because, I mean, like to your point, a lot of these victims are still working full-time.
We're open. We are getting numerous phone calls. We are getting calls from everywhere. A public adjuster is a good way. The insurance brokers can help you, but in the same sense, they're getting overwhelmed the same way.
Yeah.
Anybody that is my main thing is make sure you talk to somebody that could define and open the declaration page and explain to you what your coverages are.
Right.
So let me ask you this. For somebody out there that is watching this morning that lost their insurance paperwork in their house, it burned, and they don't even have the right frame of mind to remember what was in there, remember what they had coverage for, what do they say when they pick up the phone and call? Because sometimes, like, you're so frazzled at a moment like this, your emotions are so high, you're like, I don't even know what to do, where to start. So what is something that they can say? What do they need to ask for right now on the phone when they call to get money fast?
When they call us, or they call the insurance company. When they call the insurance company, majority of the time, they're going to have a website they could go to and punch in their policy number, and it's going to open up their declaration page. And again, it needs to be the adjusters. Quite a few adjusters are now an emergency point now that there's plenty of phones. I'm sure they're picking up and helping them out. But the first thing I would tell any victim is to go on their websites and be able to get their declaration page.
And I'm sure if they don't have their...
call somebody like us.
And say what? Like, my house has just burned down.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying, and they say what? Like, my house has just burned down. I would like to get the, what did you say, the adjusted living...
expenses.
Do I have that on my policy? I guess I'm just trying to give people some easy, like, language that they can just latch on to right now.
Great questions. Yeah, right away they could ask for the ALE. It's called Additional Living Expenses. It's in the policy. It's a number that could be $150,000, $80,000, whatever the amount is. Right away they could start moving forward with that. And the next important thing is secure living. Where are you going to live? Some of the insurance companies could help you with that because they have vendors that have temporary housing, what it's called. That is something important right away to secure. That's what I've told all my clients. Please, let's take a couple steps. We'll get through this all together. But please get a roof over your head for the next year or two. We don't know how long it's going to take. And let's move forward. Everything will be okay.
Perfect.
And for those whose homes have been damaged, but they might have not necessarily lost everything, filing an insurance claim and going through that whole process can take so long. What are the first steps for those people who might have sustained damage but haven't lost it all?
The same steps. Find out exactly what is going on. Once you get to your house, call and make a claim, and they will come out there. A lot of these houses that are now damaged have smoke damage. So what they need to do, go in there and take the furniture out. It's called a contents, and they will be able to clean the house, clean the walls, restore the furniture, and put back the house together, because they also have to probably clean their vent system and the AC system because the smoke and the ash is just all over the house.
All right, John Petrov, President and CEO of Action Public Adjusters, thank you for your insight this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, you guys. Have a wonderful morning.
You too, John. Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Join Fox's support of families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to and to help people recover from this disaster. Visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts, or you can scan the QR code right there on your screen.
Also want to remind you that we are awaiting a news conference, an update on the wildfires, what the containment numbers are there, and what LA city and county officials are doing to aid in the recovery process. That news conference is set for 8 o'clock, and we will bring it to you live when it happens. We will be right back on this Thursday morning.
Welcome, everybody, to Good Day LA at 8 o'clock. I am Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jen Lammers as we await a news conference. Thanks so much for joining us. We do have better news this morning, finally, for firefighters and evacuees in the Palisades and the Eaton fires. The Santa Ana winds. These fierce and awful Santa Ana winds are finally backing down, which is allowing more evacuation orders, thankfully, to be lifted near Altadena and Pasadena. However, the winds are likely to return early next week, but it's too early right now to tell how strong those winds could be.
Crews say that despite the lack of visible flames, there are still numerous hot spots burning. 25 deaths have been reported in the two fires. And now, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get a check of our forecast. Folks, I think still a little bit worried about the winds, but they've subsided, Maria.
They have. For the most part, they really have. I've been watching these winds that are a little bit on the gustier side. There's a pocket in our valley locations closer to even Santa Cruz. So there's some pockets here through parts of the high desert, but generally very light winds. All right, go ahead.
News conference is starting right now. Let's go to it.
With 55% containment. Over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and we have 3,404 firefighting personnel assigned to the incident. 60% of our damage inspections for the Eaton Fire are completed. Impacted residents may continue to visit recovery.lacounty.gov to view maps showing damage assessments. Please note that these maps are being updated daily. A limited red flag warning remains in effect through 3 p.m. today for the Santa Susana Mountains, the Western San Gabriel Mountains, and the I-5 corridor. We look forward to the weather conditions returning to normal this evening. However, a moderate red flag event is predicted for this coming Monday and Tuesday. Please be assured that our firefighters continue to work 24/7 to achieve full containment of these wildfires as fast as we can. We continue to plan for the repopulation of evacuated areas when safe. The repopulation of residents in the evacuation order areas will not occur for at least one more week. For the areas that are deemed safe. So when I say one more week, that does not include the entire evacuation order area. We're doing our best as we know that this is a challenge for our residents. Today, we are focused on efforts to reset department staffing to ensure our personnel get the much needed and overdue rest and recovery they require after being at work and on the line for the last 8 to 9 days straight without a break. I'm also mindful that many of our firefighters will continue to be assigned to these ongoing incidents, working side by side with fellow first responders. Yesterday, the Los Angeles County Fire Department made good progress towards partnering with a reputable 501c3 that will be able to accept cash, checks, and electronic donations for the Los Angeles County Fire Department. I ask interested donors to be patient as we finalize our donation process, and I thank you for wanting to support our brave Los Angeles County Fire Department firefighters. I would now like to introduce Jerry Magana, Deputy Incident Commander, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. Once again, Jerry Magana, Deputy Chief Incident Commander for both the Palisades and the Eaton incident. In the last 24 hours, there has been little to no fire growth. With the exception on the Palisades, we've had several interior pockets continuing to burn. Threats still exist with structures and critical infrastructure, and crews continue to strengthen fire perimeter and coordinate infrastructure repairs. USAR operations continue on both incidents and are moving quickly through the areas with minimal impact. We continue to pre-position resources, and we currently have a mobilization center in Riverside County at Beaumont that are available for any potential new starts. CAL FIRE will continue to support our partners in Unified Command and we would like to request that you remain patient with us during this difficult time. For the most current fire information, please visit fire.ca.gov. And next, I'd like to introduce LA City Fire Chief.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. And due to the continued around-the-clock efforts of our firefighters, first responders, and all those that are assigned to the incident, we are very fortunate that this last wind event did not cause any expansion of the Palisades Fire. In addition, as I mentioned yesterday, the brush fire in the Lakeview Terrace area of Los Angeles was aggressively attacked and halted. We truly appreciate the community and how they've remained alert and followed all advice. Together, we are able to move forward in the recovery of these devastating fires. As we take a step back and we've made it through this wind event, I think it's really important, just briefly, we talk about the winds aren't necessarily here in the city, but with that, we still have, a large amount of unburned dry fuel with low humidity. We need to make sure that the community is thinking about how to prepare and prevent at this point, and also what we just heard is there's a potential Santa Ana winds coming on Monday and Tuesday. Now, to focus on a different area, as we're coming out of these wind events for unimpacted areas of the city, just as we take a big step back, there are more extreme winds on the horizons, like I said, next week, and our community needs to remain ready. It is important that you protect yourselves and your family by planning, preparing, and staying aware. Flying embers from a wildfire can destroy homes over a mile away. Taking the necessary measures to prepare your home can help increase its chance of survival when wildland fires strike. Clear all brush within 200 feet of your home. Allow the LAFD and other first responders that fighting chance to respond quickly if a wildfire reaches your community. For more information, visit lafd.org/wildfire. I will now provide an update on the Palisades Fire. The fire is 23,713 acres with 22% containment with 5,032 personnel assigned. Using infrared mapping, air and ground resources, continue to seek out hotspots and putting them out. Favorable weather conditions assisted firefighters in increasing the containment and extinguishment. Now, I know that the question of all of us up here is on the top of your minds of when we can return and you can return back to the communities. I can tell you, know that we are working as quickly as possible to do just that, to make sure that this is safe for you to return to your communities. The ongoing search and rescue mission continues to limit utility agencies' abilities to repair infrastructure. I can tell you the entire city family is working collaboratively to get you back into your homes and communities as soon and as safely as possible. I just want to give you one small example of this. Yesterday, our hazmat teams from across the state worked tirelessly for the purpose of ensuring that when the evacuation orders are lifted, our community members can rest assured that their homes have been scanned and screened and cleared of any dangerous chemicals. This will take time. So, when we ask you to remain patient, know that together we are working around the clock to get you back to your homes and to the community. With that, I would now like to introduce Sheriff Luna.
Good morning, Robert Luna, Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Personnel deployment, it remains about the same. We have about 1,300 deputies to both incidences, both at the Eaton Fire and Palisades Fire. We have about 220 California Highway Patrol officers. The governor asked that we surge more CHP officers into both areas from a looting perspective, so they've been working with our folks to do that. So I thank the governor for his support. We still have assistance from the Drug Enforcement Administration, from the Los Angeles field office. We have over 20 agents with us that are assisting us, and we still continue to have well over 900 California National Guard personnel that are assisting multiple agencies in our area, the impacted area here. Evacuation orders remain. They fluctuate between 100 here, 100 there. They go up, they go down, but under evacuation orders, about 82,400. Warnings, about the same as yesterday, 90,400. Please keep up with the information we're putting out, because that could change, hopefully for the better, but we'll see what happens. The curfew is still in effect from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. So again, you don't belong there, please do not go there. Regarding arrest for the LA County Sheriff's area, our total is at 47. We have 36 at the Eaton incident and 11 at the Palisades incident. Palisades increased by several. Last night, 3, 36, or I'm sorry, Eaton did not increase. The arrests that we continue to see, and I want to just a point of clarification for our community members. One is I talk about curfew, which takes place from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. There is another penal code that we use during the day, because if you are not supposed to be in an evacuation order area and a law enforcement officer, deputy sheriff, CHP officer, LAPD, whoever it is, tells you to leave and you refuse to leave, you are subject to arrest during the day as well. I just want to clarify that again, if you do not have any legitimate business, day or night, do not go. You are subject to arrest. Regarding search and rescue operations, my other partners that have come before me, I think we're making it pretty clear that there are multiple reasons why we cannot let people in yet. Yes, we're trying to work towards that. I'm going to say it's probably at least a week out. You've heard that already. Our search and rescue operations continue in both the Eaton and Palisades area. Searches are continuing, and we still have a variety of work and structures to go through. But even as we're going through some of these grids, there are areas that we are holding because we believe there may be deceased victims there. We have to hold for the right time and the right resources to process the scene correctly, and that's going to take a little while. Please be patient with us. We know people want to get back into their neighborhoods, but we're talking about people who have passed, and that's not always a good thing to talk about. In regards to deaths, unfortunately, we did go up by 2 yesterday, one in the Eaton area and one in the Palisades area. And we continue to work with multiple partners, not only in the recovery of remains, but then ultimately the notification or identification of the deceased, and then the notification to the next of kin with our partners at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office. Regarding missing persons, there have been a total of 43 missing person reports taken in these incidences. Thank God 12 of them have been found to be safe. That's an increase of 7 more that were safely found, but that we do have 31 active missing persons reported, 24 in the Eaton area. That is an increase of 4 from yesterday, 7 in the Palisades area, which is an increase of 1 from yesterday. As I conclude, if you have any questions about updated either evacuation orders or warnings, road closures, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency. I will now introduce the Chief of Police for the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning.
Over the last week, the magnitude of this disaster has come into focus. I remained humbled by the scope of the destruction, but also amazed by the countless acts of kindness I've witnessed and the heroic acts undertaken by so many. We'll continue to remain committed to protecting lives and property and remain focused on keeping the public safe. As all stakeholders continue to work to make evacuation zones safe for repopulation, please know that LAPD remains on tactical alert and will continue to dedicate whatever resources are necessary to keep everyone safe. For the upcoming 24-hour period, LAPD will continue to deploy approximately 600 officers to the impacted areas, with support from the Los Angeles Airport Police, Port Police, and the National Guard, who provided approximately 600 soldiers assigned to the Palisades incident. We're very grateful for their support. Also joining our efforts, the California Highway Patrol sent additional officers to the Palisades area, and these contributions are important as they free up LAPD officers to stay focused on crime suppression and investigations. We've deployed volunteers from Team Rubicon who are answering questions at checkpoints and are easily identifiable by the gray T-shirts. I want to thank our LAPD officers and our partner agencies for their ongoing support in keeping our community safe. On the missing persons front, we continue to dedicate resources to all reports of missing persons. As of this morning, we have 38 reported missing. 30 of those have been found safe. 3 have most likely been found deceased, and 5 remain missing. We have no new fire area-related arrests or notable arrests within this last 24-hour period. If you notice anything suspicious or potentially connected to these incidents, please report it immediately. You can do so anonymously through Crime Stoppers or by calling Los Angeles Crime Stoppers at 800-222-TIPS or by visiting lacrimestoppers.org. In closing, I know that for so many, the events of the last few days have been life-altering. Please know that as we move forward, the LAPD remains committed to keeping you and our community safe as we recover. Thank you. I'd like to introduce now U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Incident Commander Tara Fitzgerald.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Tara Fitzgerald. I'm with the United States Environmental Protection Agency. The U.S. EPA has been tasked by FEMA to conduct Phase 1 household hazardous materials removal in the burn footprints. We are beginning this work today. We have personnel on the ground in both the Eaton and Palisades footprints conducting assessments. We're working closely with state and local agencies to conduct this work, and the initial phase of household hazardous materials includes removal of the most immediate risk to public health and workers returning to work within the burn footprint. That includes things like pesticides, batteries, including the risk of damaged lithium-ion batteries, fuel, and other things that would normally go to a household hazardous waste management landfill. Again, we are working quickly to ramp up and look forward to being able to support this recovery effort. Next up is LA County Public Works Director Mark Pistrella.
Good morning, everyone. And again, my heart goes out to the residents of both fire areas within the city and the Altadena area. Right now, the public works directors from both City of Los Angeles and myself for the County of Los Angeles are actively assessing the damage that's occurred to these fires and making provisions to create safe access for our residents and make the lots safe as well for enter. We are advising the sheriff and the chief of police from the cities about repopulation. Our part in that is to be certain that we can get a resident back in free from hazards when they enter their property. The properties have been damaged beyond belief. They are full of sediment, debris, silt, and hazardous materials. You just heard our partner from EPA who are here to help us remove and prepare the area, remove the toxics from the facilities. But what remains is a load of debris that also has to be removed from the site. So we are working on that process of debris removal in conjunction with the City of Los Angeles. We are also working with utilities, as I said, to restore power, water, and sewer to locations. all of which have been damaged to the point that they cannot be delivered safely currently in most of the areas. Some areas, as Sheriff alluded to, may be able to return because those communities didn't suffer this much infrastructure damage. We are also, as the Chief Engineer of the Los Angeles County Flood Control District, we are also assessing the impact to the flood control system that serves the entire region, including both these burn areas. Both areas suffered watershed damage, burn to such a significance that we expect massive debris laden flows when it rains. Our system of flood control is designed to handle that debris along with the streets. However, in an event that we have major rain, we do expect that all of the street areas and all the communities will be impacted by debris flows that could be hazardous to human health. In order to address this, we are developing plans for both areas to capture and hold this debris back as much as we can during a rain event. I have to give everyone an early warning that we do expect the window to open for rain in the later part of this month, and so we are already pre-deploying labor forces into the area to make sure that the flood control system is ready, as well as our street system is ready, again, as much as possible for that rain event. So we are coordinating utilities. We're advising both the city and the county about our readiness for people to return. That work is ongoing, and we will continue to provide updates as we make our way through the system so that essentially you can live there safely and our first responders can serve you. That's the other thing is we could have incidents once you get back in, and we need to have the access in place and the water in place to, take care of what may be future incidents, even structure fires. So there's lots of work to do for our public works agencies in order for us to say that these areas are ready to be restored. Lastly, on rebuilding. The rebuilding process will be streamlined. It will be organized as directed by both elected bodies, but particularly the Board of Supervisors have directed me to prepare the Altadena area as if it is a master plan community in which we are redeveloping the entire area. This master planning is already beginning. When I say master planning, what I'm talking about is preparing your properties for you to restore your homes on them. That again involves master planning all the utilities, the water system, the sewer system, and the road system. The first step in that process of development is to remove the debris from the site. As you heard from EPA, they'll take the toxics off. The county, in conjunction with the city, will be doing a debris removal process in which we will work together to safely remove the debris from an environmental perspective and from a site readiness perspective so that your property will be ready to be rebuilt on properly and orderly. That system is already in place. We're working with the federal government and the state government to put that into place, and there'll be more information to come on that process. If you want to learn more about the rebuilding process, please go to recovery.lacounty.gov. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger and Chair of the Board. Yesterday, I visited Altamed Clinic in East Washington in Pasadena. Just overlooking Eaton Canyon, this building was one of the first lost in last week's fire. The Altamed Clinic is right next door to a skilled nursing facility, the same one that I'm sure we all watched that was evacuated because there were elderly residents and they were being wheeled down the street while embers blew past the building as it burned. Visiting with Altamed team was a stark reminder that our communities lost more than just their homes. They lost their businesses, their communities, and their access to health care. Despite the lingering destruction, Altamed is already planning to return and provide services to the neighborhood. I left my visit full of hope that not only will our residents rebuild, but the full community will return around them. This morning on Lake Avenue next to the grocery outlet, a large sign stands saying, "Altadena strong, we will rebuild." I know there's been a lot of confusion and unanswered questions about why people can't return to their properties. I want to make sure that everyone knows what goes into safely repopulating an area. It is important for all residents returning to their properties to do so safely. That is why Incident Command has been messaging precautions that need to be taken. We cannot allow residents to continually be frustrated every day without a timeline. They deserve these answers. And I am pushing the Unified Command to be swift and clear with the community. We've also installed signs across the roads leading into the impacted area to educate residents on the risk. We will also be equipping our residents with tools to return safely, which means gloves, eye goggles, to make sure that when they are on site, they are protected. As residents repopulate the area, debris cleaning kits will be made available to give residents everything they need to safely sift through their debris and look for valuables. I'm also asking the Department of Mental Health to be on the ground with community members to assist them with the emotional load of re-entering. As we consider all the components of debris removal, I wanted to briefly mention mudslides because they are always a risk after a major fire event. The county is fully committed to bracing for these additional weather forecasts. We will take all necessary steps to prepare Altadena and look out for our residents. I and our entire county are dedicated to proactively identifying and addressing the needs of our residents and keeping them safe in the process. I make you that promise. With that, I'd like to introduce LA City Mayor Karen Bass.
Thank you, Supervisor. Good morning. I don't believe that we can thank our first responders enough. The firefighters, the police officers have been working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week through this emergency. We have to make sure that we can continue to help them. And so I will reiterate, as I've said the last couple of days, if you're in an area where you're not supposed to be, please leave. If you're in an area that is still facing a warning, please get ready to leave now and consider leaving early. I am hoping that as the winds subside, that we can see a light at the end of the tunnel and that individuals can get their life back on track to recover and to rebuild. Yesterday, I was at the Disaster Recovery Center. It opened full-time yesterday, beginning at 9 in the morning, and over 300 families visited. I hope that people will continue to encourage and spread the word about the disaster recovery centers. There is a variety of services that you can get there. Short-term financial and housing relief for evacuees, driver's license, California IDs replaced. FEMA and SBA are there to assist businesses, and I'm extending the deadline to file city business taxes from the end of February to the end of March. Crisis intervention services are there, and while you're in the recovery center, you can see the emotional toll that this disaster has taken on people. As I spoke to people who had lost their homes or who were not sure the status of their homes, missing pets, the toll you can see mounting on them. But what was hopeful was the fact that there were services there to take care of them. There are mental health and other social services that are there. I was also encouraged that there were a number of people sitting at the city services tables who were ready to rebuild. The executive orders that were put in place are already being implemented. City departments were there. Building and Safety, Department of Water and Power are there on site. And I want to thank the incredible work of many nonprofits. Of course, the American Red Cross, Team Rubicon, Habitat for Humanity, an organization that actor Sean Penn created called CORE to help people get housed as soon as possible. And then yesterday we received an important announcement from our insurance commissioner, Ricardo Lara, that State Farm Insurance will offer renewals to affected policyholders. This is extremely important because we know in some of the affected areas, insurance companies were already pulling out. And the fact that State Farm is not going to do that, I think is very encouraging. So the Disaster Assistance Center is located at the UCLA Research Park, which is on the corner of Pico and Overland. It's open from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m., 7 days per week. And please, please, please spread the word so that people know that those services are available. And as always, if any Angelino has any questions about assistance, recovery, or how we might move forward from this crisis, please visit lacity.gov. It's now a one-stop shop for assistance for those impacted and a place to help Angelinos find ways to get involved. And I think the involvement of Angelinos has been so impressive, people going out of their way to assist others. Yesterday, I met an optometrist who was replacing glasses for free for people who had lost their glasses who were in a shelter nearby. And we know that people are stepping up around the world to support Angelinos. LA's sister city, Busan in South Korea, pledged to donate more than $100,000 to support our recovery efforts. Japan also contributed to the Red Cross. YouTube and Google are contributing $50 million to organizations providing immediate relief in LA. The California Community Foundation's Wildlife Recovery Fund has received more than $24 million, with the first grants being distributed tomorrow. Those donations are from more than 23,000 donors. I want to make sure that people know the website, calfund.org, calfund.org. We're concerned, as has been mentioned in previous press conferences, that there's a number of sites that are fake, and we want to make sure that people give to the correct site, calfund.org. The kindness, generosity, and the spirit of the community that I have seen from so many Angelinos over the last few days really does confirm that we are going to rebuild, and we will rebuild and restore and build even better our city of Los Angeles. Los Angeles strong, we are one city, we stand here united. Thank you, and let me introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. As you've heard, the red flag warning is no longer in effect. You can expect cooler temperatures and higher humidities, though next week we do anticipate Santa Ana winds returning. Continue to check emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest updates and resources on emergency conditions. With regard to county services and school updates, for FEMA assistance, you have until March 10th to apply for individual FEMA assistance and 18 months to complete the paperwork. Please apply ASAP so you are in their system and you have that 18-month window to work with them to receive all of the benefits that you not only need in this time, but you deserve. Disaster Recovery Center at UCLA Research Park West continues to be open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. I too visited yesterday and saw the myriad of resources that are there. If you have questions about your property tax assessment, the county assessor is on site. If you need assistance filling your prescriptions, Department of Public Health is on site. If you'd like support speaking with your children about this disaster, Department of Mental Health is on site. There are a variety of resources there to help you. The FEMA staff on site said they had never seen such a robust resource center stood up with a variety of resources all available to you. Please come. There are many people there who want to help and support you. LA County Public Works and Planning will help with rebuilding. LA Public Health and Mental Health with their supportive services are on hand as well. Our 3rd District team is there every day to assist those impacted by the Palisades and other wildfires in the district. And there remain 7 LAUSD schools that are in evacuation zones. Topanga Elementary students should go to Woodland Hills Academy. Canyon Charter Elementary students to Brockton Elementary, Kenter Canyon Elementary students to Emerson Middle School, Lanai Road Elementary students to Portola Middle School, Roscomari Road Elementary students to Warner Elementary, Community Charter Magnet students to Westwood Elementary, and Paul Revere Middle School students to University High School Charter. For animal support, please call our Department of Animal Care and Control at 562-940-6898 to help with pet reunification. This is on the county areas. Our DACC staff and mutual aid partners have successfully evacuated over 100 animals to the Agora Animal Care Center. I was there yesterday and got to see many of the evacuated animals, including beautiful tortoises from the Topanga area. There's Ethel, the house chicken, and so many others. We are so grateful to those who are supporting our animal companions. It gives people peace of mind to be able to leave their homes and know that their beloved animals are being cared for in this very difficult time. LA County Parks are hosting care camps for young people impacted by the fires. You can go to parks.lacounty.gov/care camps to register and for more information. And for all recovery information in the county, please go to recovery.lacounty.gov. Price gouging continues to be an issue that is top of mind and a painful experience for those who are seeking to recover in this difficult time. DCBA, our Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, has a price gouging task force that includes our LA District Attorney, County Council's Consumer Protection Division, LA City Attorney, and Santa Monica City Attorney. I spoke again with our California Attorney General, who is here in Los Angeles today, and he is pursuing vigorous investigations which have already begun. Reporting price gouging and other predatory practices can be done at oag.ca.gov/report, or you can call LA County Department of Consumer and Business Affairs at 800-593-8222. I want to echo my gratitude to the first responders who have stepped up in the most dangerous of conditions, thanking all of our local, state, and federal partners who have joined with us. Yesterday, we joined with Speaker Rivas, our state Assembly member Jackie Irwin, and other local elected officials in the Santa Monica Mountains and Canoga Valley region. And we have heard how they are going to be using the special session to focus specifically not only on the dollars and cents that will be invested in Los Angeles County, but also how they will be specifically using services and the full weight of the California government to support those on the ground. Thank you to everyone who has been working with us to keep each other safe, to keep each other supported and cared for in this difficult time. We appreciate all of your help.
Helen Chavez Garcia, Communication Director for Chair Catherine Barger. We thank the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman, for being here today and showing his support. We will now transition to the question and answer portion of this press conference. I want to announce this is the last press conference that we will be hosting on a daily basis as a one-voice effort. We will transition to press conferences on an as-needed basis to show a unified voice. With that being said, please raise your hands, announce your name and the media outlet you are with, and a microphone will be brought to you. We're going to start over here on the lower left.
Hi, Grace Tui, Los Angeles Times. We had heard about a landslide or a hillside collapse in the Palisades Fire area and was hoping to get some details about that incident, what might have caused it, and if we're concerned that that might be an issue moving forward in either of the fires, obviously before rains even come. I know you guys were talking about rains.
Thank you for your question. Mark Pastrella, Director of Public Works, LA County. In a joint effort, the City of Los Angeles and the County of Los Angeles, including the LA County Flood Control District, has been assessing the watershed areas, including geology, soils, and water conditions in both watersheds that have been burned. The area that you're talking about, the Palisades, is suffering right now. What you'll see on the slopes, you'll see what we call dry ravel, which is these slopes that are oversteepened have been really dried out, and you will see this raveling of the slopes and what looks like a landslide, and it is a landslide, debris into the streets and into properties. Some of this material is supporting some of the structures that have remained behind. There has been inundation to some extent of water into the system. You can imagine the amount of water that was placed in the firefighting effort. There were also gas lines and water lines that were destroyed in the system. I can speak for our LA County waterworks system in the Malibu area, where we have assessed our system and got all of those, cut water off where we didn't need it leaking all over the street. We did that for two reasons. One is because we wanted to maintain a water pressure in the system and not lose it to properties, but also in anticipation that it could grease the wheel of landslides. One of the other areas that residents may be noticing is the Topanga, the lower Topanga area. We're having a significant amount of this dry ravel condition in that area as well. We're working in consultation and side by side with Caltrans to maintain those slopes so that we can continue to have access into the area. So a warning to all the residents, no matter where you live in LA County, if you have slopes behind your homes, or if you're located on the top of a slope, these slopes have become fragile. The soil that is supporting your home have all become fragile and damaged, if you will, due to the events that we've had, wind included. There are mud and debris, as Supervisor Barger said, debris flow hazards that are existing even when it's not raining. So we want people to be very careful. If a resident is noticing any of these conditions in and around their property, in the fire area or outside of it, please contact 211, and we will set a team of geologists and soils engineers and flood control engineers to take a look at your property and make an assessment as to what you might do on your property to safeguard your property.
And we'll go right here in the middle. Microphone, please.
Jorge Macias, La Opinión newspaper. As everybody knows, many people living in Altadena, they were renting and they lost everything too. Many of them were not owners of their house. So what specific help by the city, the county, or the state are for those people who were renting or who were undocumented? And the second question is about the cleaning up. Can you please tell us about what kind of health dangers are for people if they start the cleanup by themselves and moving debris, as you mentioned today?
So I think on the first one, what I will tell you is that we recognize that there are many people that were not owners of the homes that were destroyed. And that's why it's important to go to these centers that have been set up both in the west side, but also Pasadena City College on Foothill Boulevard, to get more information about the resources available to help them relocate. Because we're cognizant of the fact that we're not just targeting homeowners, but also those that have lost a rental piece of property where they were renting. And so, you know, we're constantly moving forward, recognizing that it's not a one-size-fits-all. And so, again, these centers, as the mayor said and my colleague, Supervisor Horvath, have everything under one roof. I've been out there, and I've been so impressed with the fact that you can get, you know, documents, information about rentals, I mean, across the board. So I would encourage people to go and access all that information. And then I'm going to let Mark Pastrella answer the second part.
Supervisor, I have Dr. Davis answer the health question.
Come on. Go ahead.
Hello, Dr. Manju Davis, Los Angeles County Health Officer with the Department of Public Health. It's a great question that you ask. You know, we talk about getting folks and cleaning up before people get back, but we recognize that there may be a point where people do get back. But understand that as you think about fire-damaged areas and everything that was in that, there will still be some hazards. You know, there's asbestos, there's heavy metals, and other chemicals that would need to be taken care of. And so as people go back into these areas, we really want them to take precautions. So wear closed-toe, sturdy shoes. You know, keep an N95 mask or a P100 mask on in order to not breathe in any of this dirt, soot, and contaminated ash that's in that area as you move around. Just consider it as if you're walking into a dirty room with light dust. Each time you move around, each time you move something, it sort of stirs that up, and there's some risk related to that. So even wearing goggles as you do that is important to do as well. And as you're coming out of that area, you know, try to dust yourself off. Use baby wipes to, you know, clean that off so you don't take that into your car or wherever you're staying. But there are those risks that are still there, which is why this debris removal process must happen in a certain way. Take out those visible hazardous household materials. materials that may be there. Then think about how that cleanup is going to happen in terms of the fire debris, the burned structures, the materials that were there, the foundations. All of that must happen in an organized way. And so there has been an order released in order to specify that unsafe removal of fire debris should not happen, and to specify that must have the hazardous materials removed first, and then debris removal program will be put in place. If you choose to do it on your own, you must follow certain steps and get approval prior to that happening. So those are some of the risks, but we know that as people go back, we do want them to wear those N95, wear sturdy shoes, long sleeves, long pants, and wear some goggles if needed as you go through and assess your property.
Thank you. We're going to go over here in the front.
Sorry. Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. First of all, on repopulation, since we don't have an exact date yet, we know that it's going to take time, especially for those dangerous areas. We're getting a lot of questions about people that they don't necessarily want to go back and stay or spend a lot of time there. They want 15 minutes. They want to get that medication, take a look at their property, have eyes on their property. We know that there were escorts, then there weren't escorts. What is the current status of that? How do people get in contact to get a particular escort to their property? Who can they reach out to? And also some of the questions that we're getting from viewers, I just want to ask one. It's about water quality. If you don't live in the fire zone, what is the state of your water? Has ash gotten into the entire water supply? Thanks.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So I'm going to answer as a member of a unified command team, because when you talk about water quality, we're talking about public health. When you're talking about hazardous materials, we're talking about Fed EPA. You know, we have three types of structures that are in the burn area, the evacuation area. We have structures that are unaffected, we have structures that are damaged, that are still standing, and we have structures that are destroyed. It's just the foundation. So we want to make sure that some of the things that we do to allow people to enter the area to see those three types of structures, because there won't be any medications left at homes that are completely destroyed and that are a foundation. And I think that the county's talked about how you can get prescriptions filled immediately through public health at the recovery centers, if you visit the recovery centers. So what we're trying to do is render the area safe. What does that mean? The fire is out. The fire department has taken care of that danger. Right now, utilities are making sure that there's no danger for people in the area of electrocution or natural gas explosion. So they're shutting off the natural gas, they're cutting the electrical lines so there's nothing that you can touch and get electrocuted if it was re-energized by accident. And we're removing the health danger by getting the household hazardous materials out so you can come into the area safely. That doesn't mean you can stay there, but it means the area is safe. You cannot get electrocuted. We won't have a natural gas explosion. The fire's been extinguished, and we've removed the hazardous materials that will be dangerous to your health. And that's the job of the EPA. That's what will allow people to come back for 15 minutes, or possibly people to come back to a home that's undamaged and reoccupy it. But for the ones who want to see their home that's been destroyed just for some personal closure, we still have to do those core, the core actions that I just described. The last thing we want as public safety and the county and city leadership, we don't want people going back to an area and getting injured. But we're doing it just as quickly as possible because we know that there's a lot of conversation about when can I come back. They want a date. We don't have a date, but we're trying to render the area safe.
But Tony, if your house is still standing and repopulation doesn't happen for a week or two, will you have a chance to go back for 15 minutes? And do we know when? Escorts?
Yeah, you know that Police Chief McDonald talked about that, and they tried to get people up into the area, and it became they couldn't do it because it was untenable. There were so many cars. It took so many officers to let you come in for 15 minutes. But if you need eyeglasses, if you need medications, if you need insurance documents, please go to those community recovery centers because we have people there that can get you all of those things you need for your subsistence for the next week. But we just don't want anybody to come in and for it to not be safe. But I want to allow people to reoccupy homes that were not destroyed or damaged. That is our priority. Thank you.
You asked about water quality. And so what I would have residents do anywhere in LA County is go to Water for LA, spelled out, water, WATERFORLA, look up who your water agency is, because we have over 200 water retailers in LA County. So there's specific conditions depending on which water retailer you have. Or you can look at your utility bill and see who serves you water. Go to the website or call the number for your local water agency. They will have it posted specifically whether or not your water for your house is clean for drinking, bathing, or any of those things you asked about.
Sheriff Luna, you spoke about recovery of human remains in the area. I'm wondering if you're able to tell us specifically how many of these locations you potentially have to search for today.
I'm going to answer that, a variety of them. You're looking for specific numbers. When I drove through there last night, I know our deputies were holding several locations where we are waiting for the appropriate resources to come in and unfortunately recover remains. Back to the previous question, there are areas that we've gone through where we are about 85% sure that we have looked through the best that we can. You got to understand, if you haven't been out there, it literally looks like a bomb dropped. There is things everywhere, and we're trying, our people along with all of our partners are doing the best job that they possibly can, but there are areas right now that we have to hold people away from so our people can do their job appropriately. Because remember this, I'm very empathetic to anyone who wants to get back to their property. But I'm also very empathetic to people who have missing people that they're waiting to find out if they're deceased. Those are the kind of tragedies or the significance of what we're dealing with. So we have a lot of work to do. And that's why my partner's up here saying, everyone wants to hear a date, and we want to give a date, but we need to make sure we're doing the work appropriately for all the right reasons. And it's going to be a while. It's not going to be in 3 or 4 days. I'm going to say at minimum, at least another week, and that's an estimate, but I believe it's going to be longer than that.
We're going to do questions right here in the middle.
Hi, this is Kate Cagle from Spectrum News 1. I have 2 questions. One is that we've spoken to some residents in the Altadena area saying that their insurance company is asking them for photos of the damage. So what is your advice to them as far as the fact that they can't get back and get them? And then I also had a question for Mayor Bass. I wonder if you've spoken to other mayors who've dealt with similar disasters like Lahaina or Paradise, and what advice they gave you for getting through just the next year when people are so destabilized.
Kevin McGowan, Director with the Office of Emergency Management. For people who want access to photos for damaged and destroyed buildings, they can go to recovery.lacounty.gov. We are posting the damage inspection maps. When you click on the icon, it will show you a picture and it will give you a percentage of the damage. So again, go to recovery.lacounty.gov.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I have heard from many, many mayors. Mayors who go through this on a regular basis, especially those that are in the South. And their number one advice to me was to stay focused, to not get distracted, for all of the reviews and analysis of what happened, what, when, and where, to make sure that you stay focused on saving lives, protecting people, and doing that after the immediate crisis is over. Thank you.
Yeah, and not that you asked, but I'm going to tell you that I've actually talked to county supervisors Napa who went through the exact same thing, who is giving me incredible advice, and I'm going to be looking at the way they went about rebuilding and get lessons learned. So James Gore, who is Sonoma actually, has been very helpful, and I know other supervisors who have faced similar situations have also reached out.
Thank you. Last question, then we'll move to one-on-ones right over here.
Hi, Ross Palumbo from CBS News and KCAL News. My first question is really for Chief Crowley. And I wanted to ask you about the first responders. We're more than a week into this now. The conditions out there have been so difficult for so many of our firefighters and first responders. How are they holding up? And what are they telling you? And what can you and the public really do to help them at this point?
Thank you so much for that question. That means a lot to all of us that have responded to this incident. And we also feel right there with the communities in step. Our first responders, from that very moment when they were called to duty, did their jobs. I've had the opportunity to spend some significant time with our firefighters who are on the line. We visited the local fire stations, we visited the command post. Our firefighters are doing an incredible job, and they have so many feelings just like the community does. I tell you, our firefighters, first responders, everybody that's involved with this, the amount of love and outpour and support from across the world all the way down to the absolute community members that were negatively impacted and really heavily impacted by this, they feel that love and support. Specifically to our 20 engines that are still actively engaged in Palisades, they've been there since day one. Spoken to a number of them as well, and they are working hard. They're going to continue to focus on our mission with everybody else here. And in the end, I tell you, I've said it multiple times, I'm going to continue to say it, that as their chief, I'm extremely proud of the work that our people did and continue to do and will continue to do well into the future in the many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of our press conference. For one-on-one requests, please approach the front. Spanish, if you want a Spanish interview, please assemble over here.
You have been listening there to the latest news briefing regarding the wildfires from officials there. And we did find out today that this would be, as of today, the last organized press briefing that we've seen every single day.
Usually at 8 o'clock in the morning, and now they'll be at a as-needed basis, not
so we'll
regularly.
See how it goes. But that certainly is somewhat of a good sign as well, that things seem to be calming down a little bit. But good morning. We are coming up almost here at 9 a.m. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for joining us. We continue, of course, monitoring the wildfires across our region, starting with the Palisades Fire, which is 22% contained. More than 23,000 acres have burned, and crews spent much of the day working on the western edge of the fire using infrared technology to isolate those hot spots. More than 3,300 structures have either been damaged or destroyed.
And as far as the Eaton Fire is concerned, that has charred more than 14,000 acres. That one is 55% contained. Nearly 6,400 structures have been damaged or destroyed. All right, the wind, something we, of course, have been keeping a very close eye on. Let's bring Maria in. I know she's been monitoring the situation with Samada throughout the evening and into the morning hours. Maria, definitely a welcomed relief, right?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I mean, it really started last night when we started seeing those winds really relax, and it's continuing today. There's still a pocket, an area where the winds are still gusting near 30 to 40 miles an hour, parts of the valley locations up towards Santa Clarita Valley and even portions of the San Gabriel Mountains. But it's really a small pocket where we're seeing some of those wind gusts, sometimes, at times, getting up to 30 to 40 miles an hour. But as we get to the afternoon, it will diminish even more, and we will get those red flag warnings to expire. Otherwise, all those advisories elsewhere have been allowed to expire. 6 miles an hour in Camarillo, out towards the basin. Beverly Hills, a little breezier this morning, 10 to 12 miles an hour. But look at how calm the winds are in Orange County. The Inland Empire still got the general flow out of the northeast, so still kind of an offshore flow. However, those gusty winds are pretty much gone for now. Temperatures were definitely very cold this morning because of the weakening winds. It was in the teens in Lancaster, now 32, 51 in Burbank. Downtown LA still in the 50s. Despite the sunshine, it is kind of chilly out there. Only 49 degrees in Long Beach, 53 in Huntington Beach, 54 in Ontario. Temperature changes will show you, again, the difference between now and 24 hours ago. 11 degrees cooler in Ontario, by 13 in Corona, and about 6 degrees cooler in Oxnard and in Ventura. These are the highs today, cooler than yesterday and slightly below the average, mostly in the mid-60s, 40s up in the mountains to that 73, the warm spot in Palm Springs. The rest of my forecast coming up just a bit. Back to you.
Maria, thank you. So this morning, the Salvation Army has been serving meals to wildfire victims and helping in others' ways as well.
Bob DeCastro is live at the Westwood Recreation Center with an update on their mission and how they're doing. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. Yes, breakfast is still being served this morning. And yes, the Salvation Army has been at this evacuation center since it's opened up in the very beginning, serving those hot meals several times a day. And not just that, providing essentials for the people who have been evacuated, all of the fire victims, and people who are just waiting to get back inside their homes, or perhaps they don't have any of those homes left. I'm going to bring in Captain James Fleming here with Salvation Army to tell us a little bit more about what they're doing here, what they want to do, and some of the big needs that they have here from here on out. But let's talk about what's happening inside right now, because it's still extremely active. There's so many people still inside this evacuation center.
Yeah, last night's count was about 189 inside, and people are sleeping on cots. But there's also people right around this whole area right here sleeping in their car because the situation inside is just a little rough on them. They're able to go inside and shower, get a hot meal, sit down and have community. Right now, community is kind of important for them. They've lost everything they have, so sitting down and having friends is super important.
So a big part of that press conference that we just heard there was the repopulation. Everybody's looking forward to get back, and I found it interesting that Salvation Army, as soon as these folks are going back into those communities, Salvation Army is going to really assist hand in hand with these folks going back into those neighborhoods.
Yeah, Salvation Army's been responding to several disasters before, so we have a whole team set aside right now, ready to go. As soon as they lift those orders, we're going to go in there with our teams and be able to provide emotional and spiritual care, and also some practical needs, and get to see what people are going through and get them referrals to go get the right help that they might need.
Yeah, I like that you're saying, they were saying you're going to provide transportation if they need it up there, cleaning supplies, and even food if they need it in those areas. And people are still coming down here dropping off stuff, and we know that's just always very helpful. You're not turning that away at all. But what does Salvation Army need the most as we look toward the future in terms of the help that they're providing to the folks that are victims here?
Right now, everybody has an individual story. So what we need is gift cards or donations for financial means, because they all have to get on their feet and they all have specific needs. To be able to say, we need clothes, it's not just that. They have specific needs. One person needs size 11, one person needs something else. So we're not asking for clothes donations. We're asking for financial means to help these people get back on their feet.
All right, Captain James Fleming. Yeah, they're here for the long term, short term, providing those essentials, but they know that they're going to be repopulating those areas, and also long term trying to help folks get back into temporary housing or long-term housing. For all the information for Salvation Army, so you can help, they're going to be here throughout this entire crisis. FoxLA.com. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Bob. And days after that, the flames swept through the Pacific Palisades. There is now a new concern in the area for mud and debris flows.
That's right. A house left standing after the fire was split into two when part of the hillside gave away. Stephanie Ramirez is live in the Palisades with more on that story. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Unfortunately, another danger, another threat for those in the community here. And I want to show you that home behind me. You can see it looks like it was almost cracked right in half. This is the bottom, the end of Strato Way. And I can tell you that home, a very expensive one, sold for a few years ago, nearly $2 million because it faces the beachfront property here. But we can tell you on the ground and show you the mud. It's very thick mud. There's some kind of water source. I don't know if this is a broken pipe or what, but the ground is destabilized here. And if you look up the hill, you can see what's left of another home that still appears to be smoldering, at least from my vantage point, but all around it charred land. And it appears, and speaking with the LAFD fire captain, Eric Scott, who's saying that this does look like this is all damage, the land giving way, damage from the Palisades Fire. And we did get a chance to speak with him. I'm sure you're also looking at Skyfox video from above, though, showing it looks like more than one home impacted here coming down the hill. When we asked the fire chief about it and how many more we could see, this is what he told us.
I would say it's unlikely that that's still any runoff from the firefight, but rather that there is infrastructure underneath every foundation of a home, including water, in addition to power and gas. And there is a smell of natural gas some people have mentioned as well. So we're going to work with our city and county agencies to clean up this portion as well as so many other portions. And our hearts go out to those that are damaged, to people that live here. The people were married in these areas and the church is gone. Kids who went to schools, that's now a rubble pile. So we feel you. We're part of the community as well. We live, work, and play throughout these areas, and we just ask for your patience.
Now, what the fire chief explained, I'll get to that in just a second afterward on why wildfire can impact the ground. But I want to first let everyone know that there is going to be a very important community meeting 6:30 tonight at Sinai Temple on Wilshire Boulevard in Westwood, and that's going to be streaming. CAL FIRE has the stream, but we're going to have it on foxla.com as well with all the information on how you can view it. The fire chief telling us that with wildfires, it burns through the vegetation that stabilizes the ground. And so when you have all that water coming down, whether it's a busted pipe or, he said it didn't think it was the water being out to put out the fire, but any other elements here, and then especially with the future rains we're going to be seeing in the upcoming months, that the threat of more mudslides like this could persist. And when they talk about gridding out and assessing the land, that's part of what they're doing in areas like this, checking to see the slope and how much of an impact, a threat, something like this could be in the future as well. Guys, it's the very latest here. I'll send it back into you.
Stephanie, really good information there. Thank you so much. And emergency officials were talking about that in the briefing earlier this morning about what they're going to do in terms of potential mudslides in the future. And Governor Gavin Newsom is taking immediate action to help these wildfire victims. A new executive order this morning fast-tracks temporary housing and expands protections against price gouging. The order streamlines temporary housing construction and waives fees for mobile home parks. The order also extends price gouging bans for rentals and hotels until March 2025. State fairgrounds will be used to house evacuees, and we have links on our website for all this information. Go to foxla.com for both disaster assistance, CAL FIRE's help site, and a full list of resources, including FEMA and the Small Business Administration, the Red Cross, all of that again on foxla.com. And now to the Eaton Fire. Containment now stands at 55%.
Let's go to Gigi live from Altadena with the latest there. Gigi, good morning.
Roxy and Sandra, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We continue to get a first-hand look at the damage done in the Eaton Fire. 7,000 structures either damaged or destroyed, and the damage assessment teams have not completed their work, so that number is expected to go up. Take a look behind me. I'm on the corner of Lake Avenue and Calaveras. This is right across the street from the Elliott Arts Magnet School. This entire HMC Center at 2191 Lake destroyed, business after business, and this is what we are seeing up and down Lake. Now, when you look at these businesses, you think a lot of folks now have their livelihood gone, and their employees have most likely lost their jobs, at least temporarily, and who knows for how long until these businesses might be able to relocate. And you are looking at destruction that goes down an entire block. Even Lake Chiropractic Center appears to be gone. The post office, the florist, the vegan cafe, the pizzeria up the street, all gone. And take a look at this, because at that shopping center there yesterday, San Diego firefighters, their urban search and rescue specialists, came together with CAL FIRE and other agencies to search for possible human remains in the rubble of what once was a business. This after a canine detection dog alerted to a specific area. And while officials have not said whether or not they found anything there, we can confirm that yesterday other teams of search and rescue specialists did find what appear to be human remains. The medical examiner will have to confirm that. The medical examiner, though, confirming at least 16 deaths tied to the Eaton fire, but the sheriff's department says that number is expected to go up because today the sheriff said they have 24 missing person cases. That number is actually up from yesterday when it was at 18. And take a look. Yesterday we caught up with the damage assessment teams. These are firefighters, one from OC Fire Authority, the other from LA County Fire. They are walking neighborhoods and logging the damage done at every single house. The job very time-consuming, and it's going to be a while before they can complete it. Bringing it back here live, Lake and Calaveras. Earlier, I was on the north side of the Aldi food market there. On the north side, the building appears to be intact, standing undamaged. But when we come to the south side, take a look. The building inside is gone. The only thing that is standing are the walls outside. So it just depends what perspective you are looking at things. But the Aldi food market also gone. Of course, Elliott Arts Magnet, we have no idea what the damage done across the street is. You can't, sometimes, you know, the building looks intact from the outside, but you can't see the damage done on the inside. It is just a scene that plays over and over again throughout Altadena. I'm Gigi Gracia reporting live. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, it can be deceiving if you see a structure and you think, oh, that was spared. Not necessarily the case for many reasons. But Gigi, what caught my attention just now was when you guys were panning over to show us the damage, that sign that lists the number of businesses in a shopping center. And when you look at the damage, everything kind of blends together. All you see is debris and destruction. But the sign that listed all of the businesses that once stood there really paints a picture of the amount of people who've lost their livelihood. So maybe later we can get a shot of that sign again, but it's very jarring.
Let me show you, Roxy, another sign. Photographer Brian Shaw. If you can make out here in the distance Lake Chiropractic Center, that is the only thing that is standing of what once was a business, a office of the doctor of the chiropractor here. Lake, that's the only thing that's standing. The entire building is also gone. And we see this scene played over and over. Araxia, even the post office is gone. The local florist. I mean, the small mom and pop businesses, you know, Aldi, it's a big business. They will most likely rebuild if they choose to. And maybe, hopefully, they'll transfer the employees who worked here in Altadena to another Aldi store so they can continue with their livelihood. But what about the small mom and pop businesses? What are they going to do?
A true sense of an entire town just devastated and destroyed by this fire. Thank you so much, Gigi.
9/11 now coming up. Finding a loving home in the aftermath of the Eaton fire. Puppies found in the street are given a new chance at life.
Amanda is introducing us to a local animal rescue.
That's right. Coming up, I'm going to tell you how just a few days ago, 6 puppies were covered in dirt and ash, and now they're cleaned up and they're ready for their forever home. How you can adopt them, I'll have those details next.
Welcome back, 9:15 right now. As fire victims scramble to put their lives back together, animal rescue groups are scrambling to save pets.
Amanda live for us right now in Silver Lake with more on how Mayday Rescue is working to find these fur babies some homes. Hi, Amanda.
Hi, ladies. They are working to find these fur babies some homes. So just a few days ago, 6 lab puppies were found in an evacuation area near the Eaton Fire. And the nonprofit Mayday Rescue's founder, Natalie, put out an actual Mayday call to all volunteers and animal lovers asking if there was anyone willing, able, and available to take in these puppies. Well, they got foster homes, but now the next step is finding these puppies forever homes. I don't know if you could see some of the video here. They are absolutely adorable. So I have good news and bad news for you. The good news is all 6 are available right now. The bad news is I don't have them here with me yet, but they are en route, okay? I'm going to have at least a couple of the puppies in the 10 o'clock hour. But Roxy and Sandra, I know that you're actually kind of sort of in the market for a puppy, so shall we say there's only 4 available?
There are only 5 available because Sandra is really focused on this mission. I don't know where you heard that incorrect rumor regarding me, though.
Oh, okay. Fact checking right here, live on the air. Okay, all right. So just for Sandra. But for real, though, I am so excited to meet these puppies and introduce them to you next hour. Mayday saves hundreds of dogs a year. And so I can't wait to introduce you to their founder, Natalie, who puts in so many hours a week going to different shelters and finding foster homes for our 4-legged friends that need it the most.
Yeah, and I can't wait to hear the backstory, where these puppies were found, what happened to their owner and their mom and dad.
There's a little of the backstory on Mayday's Instagram account. These 6 puppies were found in a backyard. Nobody claimed them as of now. Nobody has come forward saying, hey, these are my puppies. So they were covered in dirt and ash, and they took them in. They gave them baths. Actually, next door, there's a grooming salon called Wagon Swag Grooming, and they have partnered with Mayday Rescue to give all of the animals available for adoption free baths and grooming services so that they look their best when they're meeting their future home potential owners.
Roxy is looking it up right now.
This is great, though. I can't wait. I can't wait when they join you, and we'll check in with you coming up soon. Hopefully, they'll be there.
Oh yeah, 10 o'clock hour. I'll introduce you to the puppies, ladies, in Silver Lake. Back to you for now.
All right, Amanda. Thank you.
So the music industry community also stepping up to help those impacted by the devastating wildfires as well.
Event planner Insomniac is hosting a series of electronic dance music benefit shows with 100% of the net proceeds going to fire victims and first responders. Insomniac is hosting these fundraising events at venues like downtown LA's Exchange and the Academy nightclub on Hollywood Boulevard near Gower. Headliners include Dioro, DJ Pauly D, and Emo Night, among others. Proceeds will benefit smaller charities that are focused on direct relief and recovery efforts. Tickets are available now for these 21 and over events. The shows begin tonight and run through the end of the month.
And donations continue to pour in from some big names in the entertainment industry. YouTube and Google have given $15 million to aid LA wildfire relief efforts. The contribution will go to organizations including Emergency Network Los Angeles, Red Cross, and the Center for Disaster Recovery.
And money that was supposed to pay for the now canceled Oscar nominees luncheon is being donated. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences is giving $250,000 to the Motion Picture and Television Fund to help Angelenos affected by the ongoing wildfires. So coming up, we have some other big headlines to get to and to talk about after the break, including details on a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas.
Plus, President Biden delivers his farewell address, what he's saying at the end of his 4-year term.
And welcome back. I'm meteorologist Maria Quaban. We've got one area, this one pocket here, that we are still clocking in some gustier winds at times, 20, 30, even some occasional 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but not bad. It's really just in this area here, parts of San Gabriel Mountains, parts of the valley, Santa Clarita, and portions of the high desert areas. This red flag warning will be in effect for a few more hours until about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and then things will really quiet down in terms of the offshore flow. We've got an area of low pressure towards south. That's going to help bring in some of that cloud cover through parts of Baja, San Diego County. Some of that moisture might creep over to the desert communities and the mountains. Otherwise, it should stay dry, as high pressure is still generally in control of our weather, and that slight offshore flow will switch back and change that wind pattern by late tonight into tomorrow, and we'll get that onshore flow back. By the way, air quality is still pretty unhealthy. We've been showing you some reports and interviewing experts and doctors about the pollutants that are in the atmosphere not getting picked up by some of the sensors for AQMD, or that air quality index. So don't let the yellow green dots fool you. These bigger particles just are not being read by the sensors. So I would wait, exercise caution, caution about spending greater times outdoors. Limit it when you can, please. 60 degrees in Burbank. This is this afternoon at 4 p.m. Notice some of the green stuff. That's the radar picking up some of that moisture or precipitation chance for parts of the desert southwest. Maybe out in the lower deserts, we'll get some light sprinkles. Otherwise, it should stay dry. It's been dry. The whole month of January, we have had 10 days of above normal days. And of course, when you look back to last week, Tuesday, that's when those really gusty winds began. We have had above average highs and no rain. Today, 66, just because we are getting that sea breeze now and that onshore flow this afternoon. 66 should be the high. Our sunset time at 5:08. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thanks so much. And in developing news right now, out of the Middle East, the ceasefire agreed to yesterday by Israel and Hamas, now on hold as Israeli airstrikes continue in the Gaza Strip. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has delayed a vote on the ceasefire indefinitely, saying Hamas is backing out of a deal to release hostages. The ceasefire was supposed to go into effect on Sunday. The Gaza Health Ministry says that Israeli airstrikes have killed at least 72 people across the Gaza Strip since the ceasefire deal was announced yesterday. And just days left into his presidency, President Joe Biden addressed the nation yesterday for a final time.
His speech reflected on accomplishments, challenges, and a call for unity moving forward.
I'm so proud of how much we've accomplished together for the American people. And I wish the incoming administration success, because I want America to succeed.
In his final primetime address, President Biden spoke from the Oval Office, capping 5 decades in public service. His message included a commitment to keep the incoming administration informed, a critical move as it takes over a tentative ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. He also reflected on navigating the country through the pandemic and an economic crisis, while praising the resilience of the American people.
It's been the honor of my life to see the resilience of essential workers getting us through a once-in-a-century pandemic.
With his presidency nearing its end, Biden left a message of hope and unity, and he officially hands over power on Monday, Inauguration Day.
And that is when President-elect Donald Trump will have his second inauguration. We'll bring it to you live as it happens. It starts at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Alex Michelson will be reporting from D.C. starting tonight. He's already there, and he'll be joining us tomorrow morning on Good Day LA. 9:26 still to come. We just got updates from city and county officials on the progress containing the wildfires. We'll bring you the latest.
Plus, taking a toll on firefighters. Jen spoke with fire crews and the living conditions they're facing every single day. She'll join us to break down those details.
Good morning and welcome to 9:30. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra, and we continue monitoring the wildfires across our region, starting with the very latest on the Palisades Fire, which is 22% contained. More than 23,000 acres have burned. Crews spent much of the day working on the western edge of the fire using infrared technology to isolate those hot spots. More than 3,300 structures have either been damaged or destroyed, and 8 people have died.
The Eaton Fire has charred more than 14,000 acres. It is 55% contained. Nearly 6,400 structures have been damaged or destroyed. 16 people have lost their lives, and sadly that number likely to go up. In fact, why don't we go to Gigi Gracia live in Altadena with the very latest.
We've seen so many sad images, and there are so many more to show you, but I want to start out with a positive one, because Altadena may be a small community, but it is tight-knit and it is strong, and someone came to the grocery outlet and used this wall to send a message. Altadena strong, we will rebuild, and this is the new hashtag that is being used on posts for the Eaton Fire. Hashtag Altadena strong. Photographer Brian Shaw behind the lens. We're going to pan over. We're on lake just south of Mendocino, just south of the Jack in the Box. This was a strip of businesses. You were looking at what's left of the vegan cafe, the pizzeria, the florist shop. The U.S. Post Office is gone here. The Lake Altadena branch completely gone. The Altadena florist shop also gone, and we are seeing this type of destruction and devastation up and down and all around Altadena, not even counting the houses, and many of them are not in that final building count because teams are still out. Now let me show you what was happening right here yesterday. That's when the San Diego Fire Department, their search and rescue specialist firefighters, they came together with other agencies like CAL FIRE and the Sheriff's Department, and they were going to go into the rubble of these businesses to search for possible human remains after a cadaver detection dog detected and alerted them to a specific area. Officials have not confirmed whether or not they found anything here, but we do know that human remains were found by other search and rescue teams, and the sheriff has said that they still have 24 missing person reports to investigate, and that's in the Eaton Fire area alone. At least 16 have already been confirmed as fatalities. And take a look. We talked about the damage done. When we say 6,000, 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed, these are the men and women that are out there doing the tallying. That is a firefighter from the OC Fire Authority and one from the LA County Fire Department. They have been teamed up, and they are walking neighborhoods, going from what was one home to the rubble of another home. They are logging the damage done so that that information can be updated for the public to see. Bringing it back here live again on lake south of Mendocino, a new message has gone up. You're going to see this hashtag on social media a lot. I'm already seeing it, and I'm going to ask photographer Brian Shaw just to pan over a little bit to the left, because there you see what appears to be, there's a California black bear who's actually brown, but greetings from Altadena, that was already here, and now someone has put up a new sign, Altadena strong, we will, underlined, rebuild. Roxia, Sandra?
The spirit's strong out there, Gigi, and you can feel the sense of community coming together for sure. Thank you so much. A Pasadena church is providing relief to victims of the Eaton Fire. New Revelation Ministry Baptist Church is partnering with the Urban League to host a help center. Members of the community can pick up basic items like soap, toilet paper, and toys, as well as grab-and-go meals donated by local restaurants.
To listen, to hear, to empathize, not to act as we have the answers, because we don't, but to go back and find the resources that can maybe make the load a little bit lighter over these next few days.
It's beautiful. It's fundamental. It's just that to show that how much love people have out here for each other, to show to each other love back. It's good. It's awesome.
The church estimates it's helped about 2,000 people displaced by the fire.
City, county, and fire officials looking forward this morning as they updated on the progress of the fires. They also explained why it may take at least another week or so before people are allowed to return to their homes.
The initial phase of household hazardous materials includes removal of the most immediate risk to public health and workers returning to work within the burn footprint. That includes things like pesticides, batteries, including the risk of damaged lithium-ion batteries, fuel, and other things that would normally go to a household hazardous waste management landfill.
The next worry going forward is the possibility of rain and mudslides as SoCal's rain window is about to open. LA Public Works Department says the flood control system in the fire areas have been damaged.
We are already pre-deploying labor forces into the area to make sure that the flood control system is ready, as well as our street system is ready, again, as much as possible for that rain event. The other thing is we could have incidents once you get back in, and we need to have the access in place and the water in place to, take care of what may be future incidents, even structure fires.
It was also announced that this is the last daily news conference on the fires. News conferences will be conducted on an as-needed basis. The firefighters out there who've been on the front line since the very beginning, they are still out there, and they're doing these 24-hour shifts.
And for days and days. So, Jen, you met some firefighters from Orange County to see how they're doing.
Orange County's bravest there.
Yeah.
So Fountain Valley firefighters. They responded last Tuesday, and they have not yet left. When they first arrived at base camp last Tuesday, they never even had a chance to say hello to each other, right? They just went where they were told it was on the ground and go. And they've been going ever since then. So obviously, with these fires more under control, the nature of their work has shifted a bit, but the hours have not. So they start their shifts at 7 o'clock in the morning. They're assigned to an area. They go out and do their work, and then they report back to base at 7 the next morning. They get 1 day of rest, and that rest day is very much so needed and well-deserved. They talked about those first 3 days on the ground when the fires were still raging.
So we don't sleep on the 24 hours. We're just patrolling or whatever your mission happens to be. Our mission has downgraded from severely intense to less intense as the incidents improve in conditions.
Those first couple of days when you first came out here, what was it like for you?
It was very intense. We were on the initial response for mutual aid from Orange County, and we came in and our job was what we call IA, or initial attack. Yeah. And we didn't know how big this fire was. We didn't know how many structures were involved, and there was minimal resources. We went straight into the Palisades, and this company and our team of 5 engines and 2 battalion chiefs fought fire for 3 days before we were relieved. So no sleeping. We didn't really have food. We just kind of grinded it for 3 days and did what we could.
They just ran on adrenaline. So Captain Waterworth told me that they went through a lot of lows, but they're still ready for whatever tomorrow brings. And there is light at the end of the tunnel for this team. They have a 14-day work cycle, so they'll be going home early next week. The captain says the first thing he's going to do is sleep. I also asked them about how their bodies have held up through these fires. They showed me the burn marks all over their arms, up and down, where their embers, I guess, singed through their fire coats. When they would blow their nose, black soot would come out. And as they were fighting these fires, one of the guys told me he wondered how many years of their lives they just lost because of all the toxic smoke in the air, and God knows what has been burning around them. They're also, by the way, looking into hyperbaric oxygen therapy when they are able to go back home and let their bodies recover. So that's something to consider for sure.
Oh, wow. That's kind of a new thing, huh?
It is.
New option and treatment for firefighters.
It's a nice treatment option for all the first responders who had to really put their bodies through it the last few days.
The goggles that they wear, you know, some of these embers, these ember bursts that they were dealing with initially in the beginning, so strong that their eyes were still irritated, and some of those firefighters didn't even have the chance to get healed, right? They had to keep going. Yeah. Which is crazy, because now you're fighting and you can't even see.
Yeah. They took a picture, they did like a selfie after the first day, and their faces were all puffy because of all the smoke and the embers and everything. It was just god awful for them out there.
And how exhausting it is for them, because not only are they wearing their protective gear, but the firefighting gear that adds, you know, yes, more than 50 pounds.
That's right. That's right. And then having to say goodbye to their families, not necessarily knowing when they would be able to come home again. Like the one firefighter I talked to, he has a daughter, and he explained to her that he was going to go and fight Godzilla, and that he would win. But that was just the best way that he knew how to tell somebody who was that young. I think she's like 3 or 4.
And the families of these first responders, you know, not being able to communicate with the ones on the front lines, and they're going towards danger, and obviously not knowing when your loved one is going to come back, if they're okay or not. Yeah. Because communication was so limited, and plus they're super busy. They can't call.
They don't have time to, you know, pick up their cell phone and say, hey, by the way. No, there was no cell service out there.
Or their phones died. And then these people are at home wondering, are they okay? Many of the women, I mean, they're, first of all, firefighters who are women too, so maybe the
their partners.
other partner. But in general, the women I was talking to whose husbands are firefighters, they said they had to watch the news because that was the only way to know what was going on in the specific areas that their husbands were in, right?
And then when they were watching the news, all the images that we were showing coming out of some of these neighborhoods for a family of a firefighter, it's just terrifying.
Right.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to know how this impacts them and their health in the long run, because it makes me think about 9/11 and all the firefighters and personnel who ran into those buildings.
And on Monday, we're going to have a doctor from Northwell Health who is well-versed and researched in everything that happened to these first responders after 9/11. Similar situation here with the toxicity of the air, so she's going to be talking to us about what these firefighters are going to be happening.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Jen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, coming up, health experts are warning the public about an invisible threat. We've been talking about it. Jen's been talking about it, the air quality.
Yeah, so here's the tricky part. Even if, say, you're in an area, not this area, but in an area where the sky is blue and you don't smell smoke and you're like, everything's fine, guess what? You may still be at risk. Our next guest will explain the dangers of these toxic particles.
And welcome back to you, meteorologist Maria Corbon. We've got some weakening winds. That's the good news. We're finally breaking this long streak, the siege that we were in under these very strong gusty Santa Anas. High pressure still in control, but we are losing the gustier of the winds, and just some isolated areas now are seeing some of those 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts in a little pocket near the San Gabriel Mountains and the San Fernando Valley in the high desert. Otherwise, even there, the winds will really relax as we get beyond the 3 p.m. hour. The sea breeze will return this afternoon, so we will get more of an onshore flow. We will get a marine layer back. We have missed the marine layer and the onshore flow, which will be here over the weekend. An area of low pressure is spinning just to our south, and that's going to bring up some moisture through parts of Baja and San Diego County and even the Coachella Valley and our San Bernardino Mountains. There's a small chance that we could see some light precipitation there. Otherwise, it should stay dry elsewhere, but not as windy. Here's our future gusts. This is one of our computer models. Notice we're already picking up some of that sea breeze here. If you're right at the coast, parts of the South Bay or Orange County coastline, you're feeling that sea breeze. The gusts, not anywhere near what it was earlier this week and certainly last week. 22 mile per hour winds in Fraser Park. This is as of tomorrow morning. Not bad. As we get to the rest of the weekend, notice the onshore flow and winds quite light. This is going to add quite a bit of humidity in the atmosphere, so that's really good for helping to mitigate fire danger. Now, looking ahead to late Monday to Tuesday, we are picking up another round of offshore winds. Don't think it'll be as bad as what we've been seeing, so that's at least the good news. Maybe moderate to strong winds. I'll watch the computer models and, of course, keep you posted. In the meantime, we're also watching the drought monitor and how we are now getting some severe drought conditions through parts of the southwest. 66 today for downtown LA. Big drop in temperatures tomorrow because of the onshore flow, and then we'll look ahead to some nice conditions over the weekend before the winds pick up. Breezy by next week, Tuesday into Wednesday. Back to you.
Maria, thank you. So more than 12,000 structures and 40,000 acres of land have burned across the LA area, and many people are worried about the threats that lurk in the air.
Let's bring in postdoctoral scholar David Gonzalez. He has a background in the atmospheric chemistry and toxicology of wildfire smoke. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right, David, so the air quality index doesn't account for these toxic particles that must be in the air right now. So a lot of people, a lot of families, even if they live miles away from the fire zone, they're checking the air quality in their area and they say, oh, it's okay. Kids are able to play at recess at a lot of schools now. But what is the big danger and the red flag out there?
Yeah, it's a great question. One of the things that the air quality index doesn't take into account is particles. It takes into account the particles and other gases, but the particles themselves, we call them PM 2.5. These are really tiny particles that sort of float through the air and can get lodged deep into the lung and cause health impacts. So the air quality index only takes into account that component with other things. It also doesn't tell you what chemicals are in the particles. So depending on where the particles come from, whether they come from wildfire, some other urban source, the chemicals there can be different, and therefore the toxicology can be different.
So, you know, in Los Angeles, we're so spread out. It really depends where you are. And many people who say do look up and see a blue sky and they're not initially smelling anything. They're thinking it's fine. Maybe not even checking to see if it's fine. They're just measuring it by their sight and how they feel. Should people continue to wear masks and limit how much exposure they have outside, even if they're in these areas which seem to be okay?
I think that's up to the individual to decide based on their information they have. I would say one thing, if people are concerned about the particulate matter levels in the air, all these different apps that show you the air quality, you can pick a setting where it gives you the particle concentrations rather than the AQI, and that can help you make decisions based off of how many particles are in the air, and if it's something you should protect yourself with an N95 or something like that.
Do you think there's been a lot of damage done to the people who have evacuated, who are kind of nearby these fire zones? They're still wearing masks, but how much damage is done already? Or does this need to be days and weeks before damage is done to people's lungs and their health?
Sure. It really depends on whether there's pre-existing conditions or if they're sensitive to these kind of things. So we can see effects very acutely within just a few hours of exposure. Sometimes it takes longer for others to see health impacts. And then you add on the added stress, maybe you lost your home or just the stress of evacuating. All these kind of things can compound. So, yeah.
Yeah, that is true, right? Stress can lower people's immune system in instances, and that really can be a big factor as far as their health's concerned. Now, in looking ahead, when we do get rain, will that rain send toxic particles up into the air again?
So the rain would wash it out from the air, and then one of the issues is that then it becomes gets on the land, and then that can get into the soil and other things. So it sort of becomes a little bit of a different issue. But the rain generally clears out the particles in the air.
All right, David Gonzalez, thank you so much for your expertise and for joining us this morning. A lot of good information there. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
This looks nice, though, isn't it? That shot. Hazy skies, but we do have some sunshine. This is our live look outside. This camera view sponsored by Ontario International Airport. If you are traveling out of Ontario, we do have some cities and the high temperatures we're expecting today. Denver with sunshine, 58. Houston, some partly cloudy skies, 63 degrees. Out towards Atlanta, chilly, 58, but sunny, 37 in Chicago Midway. And we've got some snow in the Northeast. New York City, JFK, 33 degrees. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. LA Unified students are back in class for a second day, and many are forced to go to new school since theirs burned down. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho greeted students returning to school in Brentwood. Students from 2 Palisades elementary schools destroyed last week were welcomed into neighboring school buildings. One father whose family lost everything says he's glad schools have reopened.
I think the best thing we can possibly do is return some kind of normal routine and stability for our kids and our community, and it's really meaningful to us to be able to all be together at a time like this and to feel like we're still connected when we feel like we lost everything we own and our whole community.
The superintendent also pledged to increase mental health support for students and teachers affected by the fires.
So many pets out there need your help right now, and the Pasadena Humane Society has been putting in the work. They've taken in some 400 animals, including dogs, cats, tortoises, even wildlife.
She came in yesterday, and you can see her face is pretty burnt up.
Oh my gosh.
She's got burns on her paw pads.
She had burns on her little ears, and she was all alone. We don't know where her mother was or the rest of her litter, but that's a very small puppy who needs round-the-clock care.
The cages are full. Animal rescuers were finally allowed into the burn areas. Now people are lining up in the Pasadena Humane Society hoping to find their pets. The staff, they're tired, but tell us that they won't quit. They'll keep going. The best way to help the shelter is a financial donation to help them keep going.
Oh, all right. Well, happening right now, there's a free food giveaway at the Santa Anita racetrack. Volunteers will be handing out meals for fire victims, first responders, and people donating and picking up donations. The organizers, eCasa Events, says it's important for them to come together and provide support to those who need it most.
You can also eat and drink in the city of Orange today for a great cause. All day today, if you grab a bite or a beer at Haven Craft Kitchen and Bar, Provisions, and Chapman Crafted Beer, 100% of profits will be donated to the LA Fire Department Foundation and American Red Cross. The founder of these 3 restaurants says everyone in Orange County has a personal connection to someone devastated by the fires in Los Angeles, and this tragedy was too close to home for so many people, right? And they're doing what they can to help in the relief efforts.
And of course, if you're interested in contributing, Fox is supporting families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from this disaster. So just visit go.fox/redcross to support these efforts, or you can scan the QR code right there on your screen. Coming up at 10 o'clock, the cycling community is coming together for bike shop owners and others who lost their homes in the Palisades Fire. We'll have their story.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us. It is coming up on 10 a.m. on this Thursday morning. So containment of the Eaton Fire has grown. It now stands at 55%. Let's go to Gigi, live in Altadena.
You know, in the community of Altadena, small but very strong and resilient community, the talk of the town this morning, in addition to all the destruction, devastation, the evacuations, is this sign right here. Somebody put this up on the side of grocery outlet either last night or this morning. Altadena strong, we will rebuild. That is going to be the new hashtag that you're going to be seeing on social media as people begin to share that. Let me show you what's happening in Altadena this morning. We're on Lake. You see some of the devastation there. Lake and Mendocino, where the Jack in the Box is, for those of you familiar with the area. You can see LA County Public Works. They are working to restore the traffic signals here. Meanwhile, up and down almost every street, you see independent contractors that have been contracted either by the county, the city government, Edison, somebody trying to work and restore the power in this community because they have no power. And obviously, they want to get folks into the areas where it is safe, but there is no power, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. But we see utility trucks up and down the street. Jack in the Box appears to be standing. I can see part of the sign on the corner there is burned. But when we go to a strip of businesses next to Jack in the Box, they are all gone. We believe that was maybe Altadena Pizzeria, the Oh Happy Day Vegan Cafe, even the U.S. Post Office, the Altadena branch here on Lake is gone, completely flattened, reduced to rubble. The fire coming all the way down here. And as we continue south on Lake, the damage also continues, and we have seen entire strip malls just leveled because of that. You see another independent contractor, utility, cranes being brought in, pipes being brought in. We have seen this all morning long. There must be hundreds, if not over 1,000 workers here. AT&T also trying to restore telephone towers, telephone service, internet to this community. We see more trucks. We've seen convoys all day long, convoys of workers. This convoy happens to be, again, AT&T. We imagine here to restore the communication service that has also been knocked out. So a lot of work. This is an evacuation area, so only folks who have a business here. This is Southern California Edison here. They're also coming in. They're also all over town, and we see part of their convoy continuing to come in. Edison working to restore power to the area here in Altadena. That is the latest. That is what is happening here as we continue to get a first-hand look at all of the damage done. We'll send it back to you.
That's such a powerful image, Gigi. Just the fact that you have all those utility crews going in there. It's a prime example of why people aren't encouraged yet to come back into the zone, because there's so much work to be done from the ground up, literally. Yeah. So all those utility companies, you know, trying to restore power in those lines. Thank you, Gigi. Now, a home left standing after the Palisades fire was split in half after an apparent mudslide. The house near PCH and Sunset was surrounded by a buildup of mud and debris and appeared to have been pushed off its foundation. Surrounding homes in the area were burned down, but this residence itself appeared to be untouched by the flames. It's not entirely clear when the slide happened. The LAFD is trying to determine the source of the water runoff.
LA County is preventing any cleanup or removal of debris from the critical fire areas like Pacific Palisades and Altadena. The Department of Public Health wants hazardous materials inspected completely before people move in. Officials warn fire debris may contain toxic substances like asbestos and heavy metal. They pose health risks through inhalation, skin contact, or even water contamination. Cleanup will follow a two-phase process. So first, inspections by local, state, and federal agencies. And then in the second phase, debris removal. Property owners must follow strict guidelines. However, personal property removal is still allowed.
Governor Gavin Newsom issued a new order this morning to help people displaced by the fires. It will fast-track temporary housing and strengthen protections against price gouging. The order directs state agencies to work with local governments to provide temporary housing and shelter. It streamlines the process for adding trailers and accessory dwelling units to properties destroyed by the fires. Fees for mobile home parks will also be waived for the next 3 years. To prevent exploitation, the order extends price gouging bans on hotels and rentals as well until March of this year.
LA Unified students are back in class for a second day. Many were forced to have to go to new schools because their schools sadly burned down. Superintendent Alberto Calvarlo greeted students returning to this school in Brentwood. Students from 2 Palisades elementary schools destroyed last week were welcomed into neighboring schools. One father whose family lost everything says he's glad schools have reopened.
I think the best thing we can possibly do is return to some kind of normal routine and stability for our kids and our community, and it's really meaningful to us to be able to all be together at a time like this and to feel like we're still connected when we feel like we lost everything we own and our whole community.
That was so sweet how his daughter put her head on his shoulder. The superintendent also pledged increased mental health support for students and teachers who've been impacted, of course, by the fires.
All right, so imagine losing everything you own in a single night. The home where your family laughed, played, and grew.
Now imagine fighting through the flames that destroyed it only to return to ashes. From our sister station in Detroit, Jessica Dupnack joining us live from Altadena with the story of a firefighter who actually found hope in the midst of heartbreak. Good morning to you.
Good morning. You know, as this all unfolds, we're starting to hear some positive stories, some much needed levity when you look around at this destruction. Now, the house behind me, what was the house, belonged to Chen Yu and his family. He lived there with his wife and his 2 young boys. Now, he says last week when the fire started, the Eaton Fire, he was sitting at the kitchen table with his family. They looked out to the east and he started to do the math there. He was looking at the flames coming towards his home and then factored in those just unbelievable winds at the time. And he took it upon himself, being a firefighter in Pasadena, started knocking on his neighbors' doors, starting to evacuate people. Once he got his family squared away, then almost out of instinct, he went to the firehouse in Pasadena to figure out how he could help. Now, his role in all of this was to start evacuating people in Altadena, again, knocking on doors, getting everyone to safety. He was able to drive by his house while the fire was raging. It was standing at the time. But then the next day he returned and it was absolutely reduced to ash. He really didn't think that there was anything that could be salvageable until a couple days later when he returned with his firefighting brothers to see if there was anything in the ashes. I'll let him pick up the story from here.
Nothing really survived, but yesterday when we were here, I was kind of like partially joking of like, oh, maybe I can find my ring. You know, of course, I was here with my crew, and of course, they are so supportive. They went and started looking, you know, and miraculously we found it.
Yes, he found that wedding ring. It was really the only thing that was salvageable that survived. We did have kind of a funny moment during our interview. I asked Chen, I said, how long have you been married to your wife? He had to think about it for a second. He said 12 years-ish. I hope I don't get him in trouble with that. But he said the ring was in good shape, but he definitely needs to find a jeweler to kind of spruce it up a little. But him and his family, they're staying with relatives for now. He is very much of the mindset that they want to rebuild. They love their home. They love this neighborhood. But he's definitely a realist. He says it's going to be a while. Reporting live in Altadena, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 11 News.
I can't believe they found that ring, though, because you look at all that debris and you're like, how in the world did you find a tiny ring?
How's that possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the second story we heard today. Yep. There was one other couple in the Palisades Fire where they found the ring as well. So, very good. Kind of some hope and inspiration in some of these stories that we're getting to share with everybody. I like that. I like this view of the lack of winds now. The winds have really calmed down. We've got the offshore flow still in the general sense, but nowhere near gusty at all from what we experienced this week and certainly not last week. We have some pockets of windier conditions through parts of Beverly Hills up into the San Gabriel mountain areas, and there's still red flag warning for that little pocket until about 3 o'clock, and that's when we expect that sea breeze to really kick in. There's a little bit of a sea breeze here along the coast and South OC, pushing into parts of the Inland Empire, so there's not much wind there either. We're going to be very happy to welcome the marine layer back, hopefully tonight into tomorrow and the remainder of this weekend. Temperatures are definitely chilly, even though it is sunny. Notice everybody outside with their sweatshirts, hoodies, or jackets on, because we're looking at below average highs. Only 60 degrees at this hour in in Burbank, 64 in downtown, 61 in Santa Ana, 43 in Apple Valley. It does feel good, though, to be under that sunshine. However, that being said, the air quality is still very unhealthy, so we really want to remind you about limiting your exposure to that unhealthy air quality out there. Temperatures, as I mentioned, cooler by 10 degrees in Ontario from yesterday at this hour, cooler by about 8 degrees in Corona and about 5 or 3 degrees in Ventura County. So we're expecting that sea breeze to return, relative humidity values increase. We're going to get some cool afternoon highs with cold overnight temperatures. And then looking ahead to next week, unfortunately, there is another round of some offshore winds. I don't think it'll be as strong. We're watching it carefully and watching the computer models, but just a heads up. Next week, Monday night into Tuesday, Wednesday, potentially some offshore winds. I'll show you the rest of the forecast in just a bit. Back to you.
Okay, Maria, thank you. Up next, Amanda has a live report on the efforts to help people's pets.
That's right, Sandra. We are saving a dog, but specifically, we're saving some puppies. We've got puppies that need forever homes. Just a few days ago, they were near an evacuation area near the Eaton Fire. And now, oh my goodness, we're in puppy heaven over here. They're looking for their mommy and daddy. Could that be you? Oh, what's that?
Yeah, you looking for your forever baby. Amanda's got you hooked up. We have some traffic to talk about, just a little bit, nothing too much. Good Day Late Traffic sponsored by the law offices of Larry H. Parker, and we've got this good-looking camera to show you. This is our 210 freeway here. The westbound is this left-hand side of your screen with the cars coming at you, but both sides actually, west and eastbound, moving nicely. This is at the 210 at Santa Anita Avenue. Just a reminder about the closures in case you've forgotten. I know it's been a while, but it is still closed. The Palisades Fire closures include the PCH, both directions here, Malibu Canyon Road to McClure Tunnel, and then Topanga Canyon Boulevard. That's closed from Mulholland Drive all the way down to PCH. And out towards the 405 freeway related to the Palisades Fire, the off-ramp is what's closed, the Skirball off-ramp, as well as the Sepulveda Boulevard off-ramp. So keep that in mind. 27 minutes on the westbound 10 freeway between the 5 to the 405. That's not bad at all. In fact, the northbound 110 really nice between the 405 to the 10, 17 minutes. And the westbound 60 between the 57 to the 5. Look at that. Not too bad. 29 minutes. Now here's a look at some of your other traffic hotspots.
For over 50 years, Larry H. Parker has fought the insurance companies to recover over $2 billion in settlements for people just like you. And we only get paid when you win. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
10:15 right now as fire victims scramble to put their lives back together. Animal rescue groups are scrambling to save pets.
Amanda live for us in Silver Lake with more on how Mayday Rescue is working to find these fur babies homes. Aha, the puppies made it. There they are.
They made it, and we already have established a connection, and I am here with Mayday Rescue's founder, Natalie. First, I want to thank you for saving these puppies.
Of course. Thank you guys for having us.
So what is the brief background on the puppies near the evacuation center near the Eaton Fire?
Okay, so these puppies were sadly left behind because they weren't able to grab them quick enough. We know that they were born on November 4th, so they are 2 months old right now.
Oh, my goodness.
And they are lab puppies, and luckily a neighbor heard that they were evacuated, so they were able to grab them just in time and reached out to us. When we got them, they were covered with ash and dirt, and luckily our neighbors at Wagon Swag Grooming were able to groom them for us. And we've just been getting them situated. We've been so lucky to have such an outpouring of fosters. So they are in lovely foster homes right now. Because there are 6 puppies, only 4 are here today, but since there are 6 puppies, there are 2 in 3 different foster homes. So we have 2, 2, and 2. And puppies are going to puppy. Yes, they are. And as I said, they're 2 months old. So this is very typical puppy behavior. As you can tell, they are very big. We already got them to our vet yesterday. So the largest one that's here right now was already 22 pounds at 2 months old, which means obviously they are going to be big pups.
And because they're Labradors.
Because they're Labradors, right? Mom was a lab. And also, just so everyone knows at home, the lab mom is safe from the evacuation. She's safe. They're not really sure who the dad was. But we are just happy to help. Sometimes in these situations, we don't always get all the information, and we just jump in when we can.
And you did.
And we did.
And you jumped in, and now thank you to all the fosters, but now it's time for the next step. You're looking for forever homes for these puppies.
Correct. We are. So hopefully people will apply for them. You can apply on maydayrescue.com, which is M-A-E, Mayday. And they, are going to be looking for the best homes. We sometimes try to find homes for puppies this young with other dogs just to keep that socialization going. So that's something we're going to look for. And obviously, because they are going to be big, someone who has space, has time to train, all of that. And they have had their first round of vaccines. They are healthy. They have been dewormed.
And that's a good point, because let's say you're watching right now and you go, geez, I wish I could adopt these puppies, but I just don't have the time or the space, but I want to help out the rescue. People can make a donation.
Yes, it is very helpful, because besides these puppies, obviously, like I said, we just covered all of their vaccinations. We also got 12 dogs in the last week because we were trying. Excuse me. Thank you. Hi, who are you calling? Oh,
they're calling somebody to rescue them.
Yes. But yes, donations are very helpful, because before getting these puppies, on last Tuesday, when we knew the fires were happening, we started working with local shelters to clear the shelters to make room for anyone affected by the fire. So we have already gotten 12 adult dogs who are also up for adoption. All of them are getting fixed, dentals, hernia removals, you name it. So all of that costs money. We do the best vet care that we can, so any monetary donations are incredibly helpful.
And people can go to maydayrescue.com. You're also on Venmo. If people just want to Venmo you even a few bucks, that goes a long way.
Yes, it does. And you can also, there's a donate button on our Instagram, which Instagram is really a great way to also just get in touch with us, is Mayday Rescue. And again, it's M-A-E. So
M-A-E-D-A-Y. And all these puppies in the evacuation area are named after fabrics,
which has nothing to do with anything. It's just in Mayday we always pick a theme for a litter, and we've had lots of puppies in the past. So we've had cheese, wine, all of it. So fabric was next. So
we have taffeta, denim,
taffeta, denim, linen, chiffon, and the other 2 who are not here are corduroy and velvet.
Well, taffeta and denim really have a connection going. But what do you think, girls? Which one do you want me to hold for you, Sandra?
Well, I the one that has brown and white coloring caught my eye, and then immediately jumped into the pot. So I'm like, rambunctious. Wow. Okay. I know how to pick them.
Yeah, seriously. Do you want to go home with Sandra? Yeah.
Wait, I didn't go that far yet, but maybe. We'll see.
Is that the one that has the blue eyes?
Roxy, which one should I hold for you?
Let me get back to you.
You got to work on Roxy a little longer.
All I can tell you is I've been around them now for... They're so cute. 15 minutes. They're a bunch of love bugs. Yeah. They just want to play, and they could really use a loving home after, you know, their week that they've had. I mean, thank goodness for the fosters, but they were in an area covered with ash, covered with dirt, and now they get a second chance thanks to beautiful people like Natalie and so many of the fosters in the Mayday community. So we're going to have even more with the puppies in the next hour, too.
So cute. All right, Amanda, have fun. Enjoy. You can tell she's having
I'm predicting in no time they're going to have a home. I have a feeling. 10:20 still to come. We got some other headlines this morning, including President Biden's farewell message to the nation.
Plus, the passing of a baseball legend. We'll remember the great Bob Uecker when we come back.
And welcome back. I'm meteorologist Maria Quaban looking at a live shot here of the pier. And I believe this is looking south towards Santa Monica. That's right. Santa Monica, you look good. You look good. There's a bit of haze in the atmosphere, so just remember that, okay, as you look at the beautiful shots outside and all that sunshine. This is that pocket that I was telling you about where the winds are still a little bit on the gusty side, portions of the San Gabriel Mountains, that 14 driving up there into parts of Canyon Country up to Acton, and parts of the Santa Clarita Valley. We're looking at some wind gusts still nearing 30 miles an hour to 40 miles an hour, but it is going to really start to wane, especially as we get to the noon hour, and this afternoon that sea breeze will come in full force. There's an area of low pressure just off the coast of Baja. This is going to pull up a little bit of that cloud cover and bring a little moisture through parts of San Diego County and parts of the lower deserts. So there is a chance if you're headed to the Palm Springs area or maybe even up to the San Bernardino Mountains, you might get the cloud cover as well as some sprinkles. Otherwise, high pressure for everyone else, and that slight offshore flow still keeping us nice and clear of the clouds. The air quality, if you check in at the AQMD and the usual index, don't let the yellow and green dots fool you, okay? Because the sensors that are out there right now, it's only really built for the regular pollution levels, the carbon, the exhaust from our cars, but it's not picking up the bigger particle matter from the fires. So there's ash in there too, but there's also a lot of toxic pollutants that have burned, and so that's in the atmosphere right now, and it's not being read by those sensors. So just keep that in mind. Make sure you have that mask on if you have to spend any long period of time outdoors. The month has been very dry. Look at the month of January. We have had 10 days above average, no rainfall, and just a couple of days here, a few days of below average highs, including today. But we are headed into the right direction as we get to the weekend with much cooler conditions and that sea breeze and the onshore flow. 66 is what we're expecting for downtown. That's below the average of 68. The sunset time coming up later this afternoon at 5:08. Just to look at some of the other temperatures today, 2:30, 65 in Burbank, 72 in Palm Springs. Notice some of the moisture here near the lower desert. So that's possible. 60 degrees with some clouds rolling in to parts of San Diego. I'll show you the extended outlook in just a couple minutes. Back to you.
Maria, thank you. We do have some developing news out of the Middle East. The ceasefire agreed to yesterday by Israel and Hamas is now on hold as Israeli airstrikes continue in the Gaza Strip. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has delayed a vote on the ceasefire indefinitely, saying that Hamas is backing out of a deal to release hostages. The ceasefire was supposed to go into effect on Sunday. The Gaza Health Ministry says that Israeli airstrikes have killed at least 72 people across the Gaza Strip since the ceasefire deal was announced yesterday.
And with just days left in his presidency, Joe Biden addressed the nation for a final time. His farewell speech reflected on accomplishments, challenges, and a call for unity moving forward.
I'm so proud of how much we've accomplished together for the American people. And I wish the incoming administration success because I want America to succeed.
In his final primetime address, President Biden spoke from the Oval Office, capping 5 decades in public service. His message included a commitment to keeping the incoming administration informed, a critical move as it is taking over a tentative ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. He also reflected on navigating the country through the pandemic and an economic crisis, while praising the resilience of the American people.
It's been the honor of my life to see the resilience of essential workers getting us through a once-in-a-century pandemic.
With his presidency nearing its end, President Biden left a message of hope and unity, and he officially hands over power on Monday, Inauguration Day. And that is when President-elect Donald Trump will have his second inauguration. We'll bring it to you live as it happens. Starts at 9 a.m. Pacific. Alex Michelson will be reporting for us from there starting tonight. He'll be joining us tomorrow morning on Good Day LA.
The sports world is mourning the death of Bob Uecker. He made a name for himself in the broadcasting booth and later in film and television.
Vaughn into the windup in his first offering. Just a bit outside. He tried to...
That was Uecker in the 1989 comedy Major League. It wasn't much of a stretch. Uecker was the play-by-play voice of the Milwaukee Brewers for more than 50 years. His quick wit and ability to laugh at himself gained him fans outside of the sports world, and he would go on to star in the 1980 sitcom Mr. Belvedere. Uecker's death was announced today, and his family said he had been battling small cell lung cancer. Bob Uecker was 90 years old.
And sadly, we just learned moments ago that Oscar-nominated film director David Lynch has passed away at the age of 79. He was known for the groundbreaking TV show Twin Peaks and films including The Elephant Man, Blue Velvet, and Mulholland Drive. His family made the announcement in a post to Facebook that reads, "It is with deep regret that we, his family, announce the passing of the man and the artist David Lynch. We would appreciate some privacy at this time. There's a big hole in the world now that he's no longer with us, but as he would say, keep your eye on the donut and not on the hole."
I like that. All right, coming up, an update on the rash of price gouging we're seeing during this wildfire crisis.
Also, the latest on when people will be able to return to their homes, something a lot of people want an answer to. That's next.
Welcome back. City, county, and fire officials were looking forward to this morning as they updated the progress on the fires. They also explained why it may take at least another week for some people to return to their homes.
The initial phase of household hazardous materials includes removal of the most immediate risk to public health and workers returning to work within the burn footprint. That includes things like pesticides, batteries, including the risk of damaged lithium-ion batteries, fuel, and other things that would normally go to a household hazardous waste management landfill.
The next worry going forward is the possibility of rains and mudslides as Southern California's rain window is about to open. The LA Public Works Department says the flood control systems in the fire areas have been damaged.
We are are already pre-deploying labor forces into area to make sure that the flood control system is ready, as well as our street system is ready, again, as much as possible for that rain event. The other thing is we could have incidents once you get back in, and we need to have the access in place and the water in place to, take care of what may be future incidents, even structure fires.
It was also announced that this was the last daily news conference on the wildfires. News conferences will now be conducted on an as-needed basis.
California's Attorney General Rob Bonta says that he is cracking down on price gouging, which we've seen a lot of after our recent wildfires. He actually joined Alex Michelson on the Fox 11 News at 6 last night.
We want the message to be clear. These are victims. These are people who are reeling and in pain. These are our fellow Californians. They deserve deserve that we lift them up, not take advantage of them. Do not price gouge. Just because you can doesn't mean that you should, and it is illegal. You will be held accountable, and you will be punished if you do.
So in the state of California, it is unlawful to increase the price of goods or services by more than 10% compared to the price charged before an emergency declaration. We also spoke with the leader of California State Senate, Mike McGuire. He's helping to lead a special session of the legislature to send at least $2.5 billion to fire victims.
We should be approving this $2.5 billion here within the next 2 weeks. And I want to be very clear. LA, we've got your back. We are moving with speed to be able to get this approved. Here's what's going to happen. Number one, it's going to kickstart the debris removal and the community rebuilding process. The vast majority of the funds will be going to kick off the two-phase debris removal cleanup. The first phase, household toxic debris, kitchen cleaners, bathroom cleaners, car batteries, bullets, oil, gas in homes, getting that out. Then it's going to kickstart the second phase, which is the debris removal.
McGuire says that funding should be passed in the next 2 months. In the state of California, it's unlawful to increase the price of goods or services, as we said, by more than 10% when there is an emergency.
This morning, the Salvation Army has been serving meals to wildfire victims and helping in other ways, too.
Bobby Castro went to the Westwood Recreation Center to get an update on their mission.
The Westwood Recreational Center is one of 2 evacuation centers helping out the fire victims and the evacuees. And they are serving breakfast, as they have done every single day since this fire broke out. And they say their work is just beginning. You can see the line now forming here for the meal of the morning. I've got Major Anthony Barnes here to tell us a little bit more about what they're doing here. You've been here since the beginning. Tell us what the situation looks like inside.
Well, inside we have people who have been displaced, evacuees that are being taken care of here at the shelter, and the Salvation Army has been proudly serving them since the beginning, serving meals, making sure they have some of those immediate needs met with clothing and supplies and hygiene kits and the like in this interim period as they're waiting to figure out the status of their home.
We're sort of in a limbo period here, right? Because you have some evacuees, some people don't even know what the status is of their homes, so just a lot of people here waiting to see what is the next step. And what's interesting to me is that the Salvation Army sort of like tailors the needs of the help to the individual and to the families to make sure that they're getting exactly what they need.
Absolutely, and it's just an opportunity for us to sit with folks, especially in this interim period, to start figuring out what are some of the needs that you anticipate. Now, again, it's difficult because many people don't know what they've lost yet. But we have been ramping up. We have some of our case managers ready to speak with individuals and families to find out those needs. We've been collecting donations to be able to provide to the folks, whether it's furniture potentially that might be needed or some other level of assistance, financial or otherwise. We just want to be poised and ready to meet them right where they're at.
Well, I find interesting, one of the things that you're telling me is that as we look to the near future where people will be going back to their homes and perhaps our homes are still there, Salvation Army is going to assist with that. You actually have vehicles ready to take people up there, and when they're ready to go to their homes, whether they need to be cleaned out or anything like that, you're going to be involved in some
Absolutely. No one needs to go through disaster alone, and so we have our canteens and other emergency vehicles, and we want to enter the communities with them when the communities open, stand alongside of them. Sometimes we're just being silent, standing next to people to let them know you're not alone, but we also offer that emotional and spiritual care, people are going to go through a range of emotions. We're there with them. So we don't just provide something tangible. We're part of this community. We've been part of this community for over 130 years. And we're not separate, independent from the community. We're in the community, living in the community, serving in the community with them.
You've seen the huge outpouring and people who are donating the food, all of the clothing and things like that. What does Salvation Army need the most? You're here on the ground. You're seeing what they need here. What do you need the most?
Absolutely. The community's been so generous. And so we have loads and loads of physical supplies. Some will be used today. Other things are for a little ways out. But we are really encouraging people to go and call 1-800-SAL-ARMY or get online at salvationarmyusa.org and make some monetary donations, because those donations give us the flexibility to meet specific needs. We can take that money and translate that into the needs that an individual or family may need. That's different. We can't give a blanket one thing to everybody, so we want to make sure we tailor it to each individual. Those monetary donations are so helpful.
Wonderful. Major Anthony Barnes, thank you so much for what the Salvation Army does. They said their work is just starting here. For more information on Salvation Army, foxla.com. They know there's a long way to go, but they're here, they say, every step of the way.
All right, that was Bob Castro. Thank you. A Pasadena church is providing relief to victims of the Eaton Fire. New Revelation Missionary Baptist Church is partnering with the Urban League to host a help center. Members of the community can pick up basic items like soap, toilet paper, and toys, as well as grab-to-go meals donated by local restaurants.
To listen, to hear, to empathize, not to act as we have the answers, because we don't, but to go back and find the resources that can maybe make the load a little bit lighter over these next few days.
It's beautiful. It's phenomenal. It's just that to show that how much love people have out here for each other, to show to each other love back. It's good. It's awesome.
The church estimates it's helped about 2,000 people displaced by the fire.
Coming up, we'll talk about air quality during this wildfire crisis, that is.
So a lot of people wondering, is it safe to be out and about? And when will things get back to normal? We'll get into that next.
All right, welcome back. We're seeing toxic air quality due to the fires in our area. We see the smoke, soot, and ash. Well, all of that contains chemicals that can cause respiratory issues. These toxins can travel through the air for hundreds of miles and can be absorbed into skin as well, causing other health issues. And the Coalition for Clean Air says it's comparable to the fallout from 9/11.
All kinds of chemicals that you cannot see in the air. They are not measured by the Air Quality Index or any of the government websites, and they're extraordinarily toxic. But we are literally in a race against time to stop the disaster after the disaster and try to intercept these exposures that we know are already occurring.
You check for air quality updates from local officials and avoid returning to burned out homes if you can. If you want to see the entire Clean Air Coalition webinar, we have a link to it on our website, voxla.com/links.
Yeah, very good advice, you guys. But if you do check the AQMD or the air quality index right now, don't be fooled by the yellow-green dots, which we would normally say good to moderate. That's the benchmark for going outside, that everything should be okay. But that only measures the regular pollution that we would have on a daily basis, not the kind of toxic chemicals and pollutants that have been in the atmosphere due to the fires, not just wildfire, but all kinds of stuff that's been burning, right? So this is not measured by the sensors, so you really need to use caution and suggest that you not expose yourself to the outdoors at the moment, not until those fires are completely out. That's my suggestion. That is what every expert that I have spoken to says, and every material that I've read. So just play it on the safe side, especially with the young kids, okay? High pressure is in control of our weather. We're still getting the slight offshore flow, but not as gusty as it has been. In fact, just some isolated areas with the red flag warning, and that's going to expire as well. 3 p.m. I'm watching an area of low pressure to our south, just a weak one. This is going to help bring in some cloud cover and even a chance for some light precipitation, but only for parts of Baja and San Diego County. And there's a slight chance that we could see some for the Coachella Valley and the San Bernardino Mountains. So if you're headed that way, you might get some moisture. Otherwise, that is what we kind of need to kind of wash out the atmosphere. We definitely don't want a strong storm right now. And as I look ahead to the long-range forecast, none that I see, no organized storms headed our way for the next 7 days. And in fact, beyond that, the 8 to 14-day precipitation outlook, it looks to be that we will be below normal. It really isn't until next weekend, not this weekend, next weekend, we see the start or the beginning of a system organizing in the East Pacific. So perhaps after the next weekend, we can get some measurable rain. In the meantime, the drought is developing here across the Southwest. The beginning of the season, October 1st, we were already seeing some abnormally dry conditions here, but now we are at D2 level in Southern California. Severe drought developing, and even just on the eastern edge, we're getting some extreme drought conditions already developing. So we do need the moisture. We'll get a little bit this weekend with the marine layer. Temperatures will cool off tomorrow to the 50s because of this onshore flow, and we'll have a pretty nice weekend, actually, very pleasant. And then Monday night into Tuesday, there is a chance we could see a return of an offshore flow with some moderate to strong gusts expected. Nothing like what we've been seeing, but just keep that in mind as we look ahead to next week. 48 in Big Bear today with that slight chance for some showers. Otherwise, 61 in Lancaster, 73 today in Palm Springs. Back to you.
Maria, thank you. People in Vegas are also helping with donation drives. Rachel's Kitchen, Las Vegas, and Henderson locations accepted donations of food on Monday and Tuesday. The owner is originally from Los Angeles and still has many family and friends here and just wanted to help out. The donations poured in food, backpacks, blankets, diapers, and so much more. She says that the Vegas community always comes together no matter what the cause may be.
You know, we expected some stuff, but it's been incredible, the amount of things that we've gotten in 48 hours. We are packing up our vans, our trucks, any car that we can find right now to get everything transported to LA, and it's just incredible. And we still have people that are trying to donate, you know, dropping off at stores, and like, we just can't take it anymore. But it's been amazing.
Personal hygiene and toilet. Many people in Las Vegas have friends and family. It's close to home for everyone, really. Debbie says that she owns several small restaurants in LA before moving with her family to Las Vegas and opening the first Rachel's Kitchen in 2006.
Two bike shop owners here locally lost their homes in the fires, and now they're volunteering to help others.
Yeah, you know, the cycling community is a tight-knit one. Fox 11 photojournalist Sam Dubin helps tell their story.
We lost our house. My son still wanted to ride. He rode in dirty clothes today because he didn't have clothing, and he came in here today because Pedal Mafia offered to support us.
So today we're doing a giveaway for the people that lost a lot of items in the cycling community. The owner also lives in Palisades, and he lost his house. Cycling really helps people build community, and it's an outlet and outreach for a lot of people.
There's a really large and also tightly knit community in Palisades and also in Altadena of those that are cycling. We know each other. We keep an eye on each other. Everyone's coming together to try and help each other. So getting back out into the road and with these other people to share this experience is really important for all of us.
We've had close to 100 people that we know that have lost their homes. So we're giving away jerseys and shorts, t-shirts, hats, water bottles. We're just trying to get people to get back on their bikes, connect, and just kind of free their headspace for an hour or two riding their bikes.
Care package.
Thank you, sir.
Good to see you, brother.
My name is Alon Rubin. I'm the owner of Sunday Cycles here on Main Street here in Santa Monica. Unfortunately, I was one of the victims of the Palisades Fire. I lost my home. A lot of cyclists here in the area who we ride with, frequent the shop, and are actual friends with have also lost their homes. Not just their homes, but their bikes, their cars, their main transportation, whatever it may be. They're trying to get back to some sense of normality, but it's going to be a little bit of time. Cycling is a mental outlet for a lot of us. The business has definitely slowed down a little bit because the majority of our clientele are from the Palisades and Brentwood, Malibu area. I put an Instagram post out there. If you're just feeling a little displaced or cooped up, come hang out at the shop.
I think it's extraordinary what they're providing in terms of clothing that allows us to get back out and do this. What I came in here today was to give these guys a hug and tell them thank you for the concern they gave to my son when he walked in. They gave him a hug. He came home feeling like he was cared for and loved by people in his town. That's more important than anything they could have handed him.
Thanks, guys.
Of course.
All right, dude. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wow, Elon lost everything in the fire. Now he's giving back to the community despite losing so much and even living in the bike shop, Sunday Cycles. So definitely the community coming together. And you have to realize that a lot of those cyclists rode those hills and those trails all along the Santa Monica Mountains that were burned now. So this is also like losing a home for a lot of those people in the community.
Yeah, it was their life, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Mental outlet for sure.
All right, well, coming up next, some bars and restaurants in Orange County donating today's profits to fire victims. We'll tell you some places you may want to stop by if you can.
Plus, we'll show you a busy scene at the Pasadena Humane Society as workers try to help hundreds of animals affected by the fires. Dogs, cats, birds, reptiles, and so many more. We'll be right back.
Some restaurants and bars in the city of Orange are helping fire victims. 100% of today's proceeds at Haven Craft Kitchen and Bar, Provisions, and Chapman Crafted Beer will be donated to the LA Fire Department Foundation and American Red Cross. The founder of those 3 restaurants says everyone in Orange County has a personal connection to someone devastated by the fires in LA, and this tragedy was close to home for so many people, and they just want to help out in the relief effort.
That's right, and the Pasadena Humane Society has taken in more than 400 animals who were hurt or displaced during the fires.
She came in yesterday, and you can see her face is pretty burnt up.
Oh my gosh.
She's got burns on her paw pads. She had burns on her little ears, and she was all alone. We don't know where her mother was or the rest of her litter, but that's a very small puppy who needs round-the-clock care.
The cages are full, and animal rescuers were finally allowed into the burn areas. Now people are lining up at the Pasadena Humane Center hoping to find their pets. The staff are tired, but they tell us they won't quit. So the best way to help the shelter, a financial donation.
Another business stepping up to help fire victims is Aloe. The LA-based premium lifestyle brand specializing in luxury activewear is partnering with local organizations to distribute 20,000 care kits and provide meals for those in need. Each care kit contains wellness products, clothing essentials, which include children's items, snacks, and some other necessities. Also, those directly impacted by the wildfire are invited to pick up care kits at Aloe Beverly Hills today. It will happen at their flagship location that's on Cannon Drive. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 11 a.m. hour of Good Day LA. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for joining us. We continue monitoring the wildfires across our region, starting with the Palisades Fire, which is 22% contained. More than 23,000 acres have burned, and crews spent much of the day working on the western edge of the fire using infrared technology to isolate those hot spots. Almost 3,400 structures have been either damaged or destroyed.
On to the Eaton Fire now, which has charred more than 14,000 acres. This fire, 55% contained, more than 7,000 structures destroyed or damaged. And that's where Gigi Graciette is, live in Altadena. Let's check in with her.
Roxia, we're on Lake just south of Mendocino, and there is destruction up and down the block. Take a look behind me. This strip of stores, businesses, even the U.S. Post Office is gone. The Altadena florist, the local mom and pop shop selling flowers, the post office, the pizzeria, the vegan cafe, all gone in the Eaton Fire. And this is just one block of damage farther up the street. The Aldi has been destroyed, and another strip mall is completely gone. And photographer Brian Shaw is going to pan around. We're going to show you the Jack in the Box somehow still standing. You know, those erratic winds. You see fires just hopscotch through communities, burning one building and then sparing the one right next to it. There you see the county public works, Los Angeles County Department of Public Works. They've been working to restore the traffic lights. Of course, power continues to be out, and we've seen entire convoys from Edison, independent contractors that are working, DWP, all of them in this area working to restore power, the utilities. And photographer Brian Shaw, because from the devastation, I want to show you a message of determination. Altadena is a small community, but they're strong and they're resilient, and this message sums it up. Altadena strong, we will rebuild. This morning, I've learned that the man responsible for putting the sign up here on the wall of the grocery outlet, which, by the way, thankfully survived the fire. Of course, they have to throw away all the contents inside the store. But with the blessing of the owners of Grocery Outlet, a beloved member of the Altadena community, Renee Amy, asked them for permission. They said immediately, we wanted him to do this. We're so happy he did. We need to send a positive message now. Renee Amy, he volunteers. He's part of the Rotary Club. He's been living in Altadena for a very long time, absolutely loves and adores his community. And he is responsible for having this sign printed and putting it on the side of Grocery Outlet. So, Mr. Amy, thank you very much. Grocery Outlet, the owners, thank you very much for allowing him to put this message. And I'm calling it from destruction to determination, determination to rebuild, determination to come together, determination to stand together. We know the road is going to be an extremely long and difficult one for so many, but so many people are standing with Altadena. And that is the latest for this community. I'll send it back to you.
Absolutely. It is a powerful and such a great message right now. It feels good to see those words, right? You really feel it. Gigi, thank you. Yeah, it was beautiful. All right, so days after huge flames swept through the Pacific Palisades, there is new concern in the area. So now we're thinking about the mud and the debris flows.
Yeah, it's a big issue. A house left standing after the fire was split in two when part of the hillside gave away. Stephanie Ramirez has the story.
And here at the bottom of Stretto Way, I can tell you there's a lot of mud nearby, thick mud. There's some kind of water source still running. And then the house involved looks like it was almost cracked right down the middle here. And I want to show you up the hill where you see another structure. It appears that an even bigger home up the hill came crashing down at some point when the land came out of under it, and then caused all this destruction. Now, we also see a lot of charring around the area here. Not clear if the home up above the hill was damaged in the Palisades fire, but we did get a chance to speak with the LAFD captain, Eric Scott, who tells us that right now they do believe this is all destruction from the Palisades fire, that it's not always on the fire front. Here's the captain.
I would say it's unlikely that that's still any runoff from the firefight, but rather that there is, infrastructure underneath every foundation of a home, including water, in addition to power and gas. And there is a smell of natural gas some people have mentioned as well. So we're going to work with our city and county agencies to clean up this portion as well as so many other portions. And our hearts go out to those that are damaged, to people that live here. The people were married in these areas and the church is gone. Kids who went to schools that's now a rubble pile. So we feel you. We're part of the community as well. We live, work, and play throughout these areas, and we just ask for your patience.
We've been in communication with homeowners who are terrified that more of this damage could happen in the near future. There is a community meeting tonight at 6:30 that's going to be held at Sinai Temple on Wilshire Boulevard in Westwood. I do want to let everyone know as well that the fire captain was explaining when they talk about gridding out the area of the over 23 acres burned and assessing that land, part of what they're doing is looking at the slope and the conditions under, especially water conditions under a nearby, burnt conditions as well, to see if another mudslide could occur. We'll send it back into you.
All right, that was Stephanie Ramirez reporting for us. Thank you for that. Now, check this video out from Skyfox. Do you see that down below? Retro blue VW van. It's a miracle. How in the world did this survive in the Palisades fire? The 1977 Volkswagen owned by surfboard designer Megan Crystal Weinrob is parked in the Malibu neighborhood. The area around it, as you see, is destroyed. There's no color, right? And then there's that. Wow, it's pretty amazing. The owner says she thought it was lost. Now the van really stands as an unexpected symbol of hope amid all of that devastation.
Maria.
Incredible.
There's been a few VW vans that we've shown that have kind of been intact. I think
a green one
yesterday.
In, the Eaton Fire.
What?
It was parked right on the sidewalk right there, or a curbside along a house that was totally destroyed, and it was kind of visible and so bright.
Yeah,
Wow.
a bright green, intact.
We need to do a study on it because there's something clearly that is helping to protect it in some way. So it would be an interesting closer look into that. But we've had several stories like this where there's kind of like a symbol of a hope, right? There's that, and there's some of the rings that have been found. So I like it when we get more and more of these stories. I like this too. I like that the winds are really starting to back down. It's been, for the most part, in Ventura, parts of Malibu, it's really been hovering to nearly calm winds to very light, 5 to 9 miles an hour. There's this little pocket off of the 5 freeway and up in the high desert where some of the winds are still a little bit on the gusty side, and we still have an area where there is that red flag warning, but generally the flow is coming out of the east-northeast inland, but then we're getting a little bit of that onshore flow returning for parts of Orange County. And if you are along the coast, if you're at the right there on the sand, I think you're going to start to feel that sea breeze really come in earnest. Fire weather warning, or the red flag warning, still in effect for this area here, parts of Acton, Santa Clarita, up into the 5 freeway headed toward Fraser Park. You're still getting some of those wind gusts. I do think as we get into the afternoon hours, it's going to get weaker and weaker, so that red flag warning will also be allowed to expire. These Santa Ana winds are really relaxing now. The sea breeze is due to return, and that is going to increase our humidity values, which is great. When we raise the relative humidity value, that means there's more moisture, and that will help to mitigate fire danger a little bit. Cool afternoon highs today because of the slightly cooler air mass starting to move in. We're going to have cold overnight temperatures again, and then as we look ahead beyond our pleasant weekend that we're expecting, there is a chance we could see another round of some moderate to strong Santa Ana winds next week, late Monday to Tuesday. Nothing like what we've been seeing, but just another round of offshore winds. We don't want that so much, but that's what we're looking at right now. We'll keep you posted as we get closer. In the meantime, there's that area of low pressure spinning just offshore, helping to pull up some of that moisture from the ocean towards the inland areas. There is a slight chance for some light precipitation for parts of Baja, San Diego, and also the Coachella Valley. And if you're driving up to the San Bernardino Mountains, maybe some snow up above 6,000 feet or some light precipitation. That would be nice if we get a little bit of that. The weekend marine layer will be very welcome indeed before the drier, windier change next week. The air quality is of concern. Again, if you look at some of our AQMD or quality index, air quality indexes, indices, yellow and green dots, that typically means good to moderate. But just remember, these sensors are not reading the toxic pollutants that are in the atmosphere. So just give it some time, please. Experts are saying you need a mask if you are going to be out there, or wait until the fires are done before you spend any long period of time outside. The precipitation outlook beyond our 7-day, not looking good. We're looking at below normal still. There's a chance as we look at the long-range models, not this weekend, but next weekend, we could be looking at the beginnings of an area of low pressure that will spin a little bit farther south and may bring us some rain. We'll keep you posted on that as well. In the meantime, the drought monitor is starting to increase the drought conditions here over the southwest. We had some abnormally dry conditions at the beginning of the season in October, but look at the latest figures in the data. We are getting some severe drought conditions across the southwest and even some extreme drought conditions right on the edge of California and Arizona. 62 degrees along the coast today, much cooler tomorrow and Saturday with the marine layer. We may even talk about cloud cover and some fog tomorrow and perhaps some drizzle because of that marine layer. It'll be a pleasant weekend, and then next week, late Monday to Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe some gustier winds. We're going to call it breezy for now, but we'll wait and see what happens. Just a heads up. Slight chance for some precipitation, very light Friday up into the mountains, otherwise dry in the desert, high desert rather, and then low desert, small chance for some showers there in Palm Springs. Back to you.
Thank you, Maria. Governor Newsom issued a new order this morning to help people displaced by the fires. It will fast-track temporary housing and strengthen protections against things like price gouging. The order directs state agencies to work with local governments to provide temporary housing and shelter. It streamlines the process for adding trailers and accessory dwelling units to properties which were destroyed by the fire. Fees for mobile home parks will also be waived for the next 3 years to prevent exploitation. The order extends price gouging bans on hotel and rental until March of 2025.
All right, coming up, the Salvation Army is providing support for older adults impacted by the wildfires. Still ahead, how they're helping people rebuild their lives. All right, welcome back. 11:14 right now, taking a live look at Long Beach with that beautiful sunny sky shining down. All right, this morning, Salvation Army has been serving meals to wildfire victims and helping in other ways too. Bob DeCastro went to Westwood Recreation Center to get an update on their mission.
The Westwood Recreational Center is one of 2 evacuation centers helping out the fire victims and the evacuees. And they are serving breakfast, as they have done every single day since this fire broke out. And they say their work is just beginning. You can see the line now forming here for the meal of the morning. I've got Major Anthony Barnes here to tell us a little bit more about what they're doing here. You've been here since the beginning. Tell us what the situation looks like inside.
Well, inside we have people who have been displaced, evacuees that are being taken care of here at the shelter, and the Salvation Army has been proudly serving them since the beginning, serving meals, making sure they have some of those immediate needs met with clothing and supplies and hygiene kits and the like in this interim period as they're waiting to figure out the status of their home.
We're sort of in a limbo period here, right? Because you have some evacuees, some people don't even know what the status is of their homes, so just a lot of people here waiting to see what is the next step. And what's interesting to me is that the Salvation Army sort of like tailors the needs of the help to the individual and to the families to make sure that they're getting exactly what they need.
Absolutely, and it's just an opportunity for us to sit with folks, especially in this interim period, to start figuring out what are some of the needs that you anticipate. Now, again, it's difficult because many people don't know what they've lost yet. But we have been ramping up. We have some of our case managers ready to speak with individuals and families to find out those needs. We've been collecting donations to be able to provide to the folks, whether it's furniture potentially that might be needed or some other level of assistance, financial or otherwise. We just want to be poised and ready to meet them right where they're at.
Well, I find interesting, one of the things that you're telling me is that as we look to the near future where people will be going back to their homes and perhaps our homes are still there, Salvation Army is going to assist with that. You actually have vehicles ready to take people up there, and when they're ready to go to their homes, whether it need to be cleaned out or anything like that, you're going to be involved in some
Absolutely.
of that.
No one needs to go through disaster alone, and so we have our canteens and other emergency vehicles, and we want to enter the communities with them when the communities open, stand alongside of them. Sometimes we're just being silent, standing next to people to let them know you're not alone, but we also offer that emotional and spiritual care. People are going to go through a range of emotions. We're there with them. So we don't just provide something tangible. We're part of this community. We've been part of this community for over 130 years. And we're not separate, independent from the community. We're in the community, living in the community, serving in the community with them.
You've seen the huge outpouring and people who are donating the food, all of the clothing and things like that. What does Salvation Army need the most? You're here on the ground. You're seeing what they need here. What do you need the most?
Absolutely. The community's been so generous. And so we have loads and loads of physical supplies. Some will be used today. Other things are for a little ways out. But we are really encouraging people to go and call 1-800-SAL-ARMY or get online at salvationarmyusa.org and make some monetary donations, because those donations give us the flexibility to meet specific needs. We can take that money and translate that into the needs that an individual or family may need. That's different. We can't give a blanket one thing to everybody, so we want to make sure we tailor it to each individual. Those monetary donations are so helpful.
Wonderful. Major Anthony Barnes, thank you so much for what the Salvation Army does. They said their work is just starting here. For more information on Salvation Army, foxla.com. They know there's a long way to go, but they're here, they say, every step of the way.
That is so great. So many people coming together. It's wonderful. 11/18 still to come. Finding a loving home in the aftermath of the Eaton Fire. Puppies found in the street. They are now given a new chance at life.
Amanda's introducing us to the local animal rescue there.
I am, ladies. We are saving a dog. We're saving puppies with founder Natalie here at Mayday Rescue. And of course, 4 out of the 6 puppies. Come on, guys. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Run outside. Come on. Woo. Come on. Yay. Good job. We're missing one. Good job. Come in. Hi. 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 There you go.
Welcome back to GDLA Plus, or Good Day LA. At this point, 11:21 right now, taking a live look at LAX. So as fire victims scramble to put their lives back together, animal rescue groups are scrambling to save pets.
Amanda spending the morning in Silver Lake with more on how Mayday Rescue is working to find these fur babies homes.
Hi, ladies. This is my new office, by the way. These are my new coworkers. I love you girls, but, you know, I'm getting lots of kisses over here. And I'm here with Mayday Rescue's founder, Natalie. You got the call a couple days ago that 6 puppies near an evacuation zone near the Eaton Fire needed a forever home. What did you do?
We jumped in and scrambled. Luckily, right now, because of the wildfires, we have been overwhelmed with foster inquiries, which is such a great problem to have. Everybody wants to help. So I literally posted on social media on Mayday Rescue on Instagram, and I said, we have this situation. 6 puppies were left behind. They couldn't get out in time. A neighbor was able to grab them, and if they could come to Mayday. So we found some fosters, and luckily we found 3 separate fosters. So there's 2 puppies in each home, because obviously it would be quite an undertaking for someone to take 6.
Right.
But they are safe, and when we got them, they were covered in ash and dirt, and luckily our neighbors at our store here called Wagon Swag, which is the groomer next door to us, they groomed them for us, which on that note, if anyone out there is watching and was displaced by the fires, Wagon Swag Grooming on Hoover Street near Silver Lake is opening up their doors on Saturday to do free grooming for any animals who've been displaced by the fires.
I love that.
Yes, they are asking that you do sign up for an appointment, so call them, but they are amazing. They are next door to our store, which is, our store is Mayday Outpost, where we are right now. Again, outside Silver Lake, which is really our brick and mortar and rescue space, but it's also a pet supply store where we sell general pet supplies and treats and all the things. But it's nice to have this space for when we get dogs like this. They come to our space. We have our outdoors, and then fosters meet here, and we get them all the supplies they need. And yeah.
And what do we know about these puppies? We know that they're about 2 months old and that they are a lab husky mix?
Yes, correct. So I was told that mom was a chocolate lab, and they were born on November 4th, which makes them about 8 to 9 weeks. Also, for reference, we got them to our vet yesterday, and they got their first round of vaccines, dewormed, flea meds, all the things, but all of them range from 18 pounds to 22 pounds. So at 2 months old, you can imagine that these babies, they're probably going to be about 60 to 70 pounds. So if you are looking for a puppy and you have space for a 60 to 70 full-grown dog, dog, just, you know, email us. Apply,
DM, and
anything.
And if you are watching, lastly, I want to say, if you don't have room right now in your home, but you want to help because you're doing so much great work, you save hundreds of dogs a year. People could donate any amount to you guys, right?
Yes, that would be incredibly helpful, because before we even got these puppies, we pulled about 12 dogs just from the city shelters when the fires broke out last Tuesday, trying to clear the shelters to make room for anyone who was affected by the fires. So all of those dogs, you know, those dogs need medical care. We're getting spays and neuters on board. We're getting dentals, all the things we need. And then obviously the puppies. You okay there?
Yeah, well, you got a bite. Sandra, your future dog here has got a little bit of a bite right there.
I know how to pick them. Of course, the rambunctious one, you know, the one that's going to make a mess, but apparently good with kids.
So apply online.
Yes, they are. You could apply online. They're good with kids. They're good with other dogs. MaydayRescue.com or on Instagram at Mayday.
Yes. And it is MAEDAY. Yes,
that's right.
Correct. Bye, Denim.
Thanks, you guys. Thank you, Amanda. And we hope to see you here tomorrow, although I don't know if you'll ever come back. All right, coming up, we are going to check in with Stu up in Skyfox. It is 11:26.
Hi there, Stu. How are you? Good to see you.
Hey. Good. You know what? Good to be here, and I got my theme music back. That's the best. So I don't know if we're doing. You know what? I don't know. Are we back to normal? Are we going to do topics? Are we? But I got something for you before any of that. Let's jump into this. We've got a help center. This is going to be the Venice Helping Hub. Venice Helping Hub. So this is for the fire relief, for people that need fire relief from the fires that have been happening. It's in the Venice area, so maybe it's more for the, for the Palisades. But you know what's really different about this one is it's basically all internet, not all internet, but internet based. So you go to their site. I'll show it to you in a minute, but it's basic. It is just Venice Helping Hub. You put that in probably in Google or whatever your search engine is. You'll get to the website, and then you basically put in the things that you need, and then there's shoppers down there that will put it all together. Now, if you can't get here because maybe you lost your vehicle in the fire or other problems, you know what? They will actually bring it to you as well. So it is a pretty nifty setup. It is actually out here at 606 Venice is the actual address. On their website, they're also, asking for volunteers and helpers. I would venture to say that they probably have plenty of that. But you know what? If you want to help, this would be something that you might be able to do. Check in, see if they need some more people to make some boxes for them, or maybe people that want to deliver things. But it's all happening out here in Venice. It is pretty cool, and it's my little spot of the day. I thought I heard about it. I went on the internet. I saw it. I was thinking it was going to be a lot more I don't know how to word it. It looks very clean, compact, and efficient. That's the way I would describe it. But it's all out here in Venice.
You thought there was more activity outside. Maybe it's all taking place inside. It's so funny that you're there because my friend was texting me. He volunteers there, and he says they're in actual need of specific items such as sheet sets, underwear, hoodies of all genders, men's jackets, poop bags for dogs, and hold-all bags with zippers. So those are specific items that they need. If you go to their Instagram at Venice Helping Hub, you can check it out. And of course, you said the address 606 Venice Boulevard. Yep.
Wait, what was the last item you said?
Hold all bags with zippers.
What are those?
Like
Thermal
just
bags.
tote bags, you know, kind of things like people can transport their items in.
Just remember, if you take underwear, to make sure it's new.
Yes.
I mean,
underwear is needed, all genders, all sizes, brand new, please, okay?
Yeah.
If you're donating. Thanks so much, Stu.
Thank you, Stu, and thanks for all your work in the last few days. It's been
I appreciate it. You guys are doing amazing too. I would just, you know, anything that I can do to help, I want to as well. And I mean, I can't get there today, but on Saturday, I actually have some extra cat carriers because I have my cats, and all of a sudden I realize I've got too many, so I might actually drop them off. Maybe they might need them.
All right.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Thank you, Stu. All right, 11:32 here. People from all walks of life coming forward to help fire victims.
And the rock world is no exception when it comes to fire donation drives. Here's Christine Devine with more.
At 5, the rock world has stepped up when it comes to fire donations. Take a look at the famed concert venue, the Whiskey A Go-Go on the Sunset Strip. It was turned into a fire donation drive for the past 3 days, with today being distribution day. Items from clothing to water to dog food were collected.
We have so much empathy, and I think that the rock and roll scene needs that because there's such tough exterior. So I figured, you know, maybe we can gather those people to help us help everybody else.
Yeah, we're just here as a visitor, but to watch this not to help anybody feels awkward. So yeah, this is why we came down here to help out, to be a part of that and just be at least a little bit of a help.
Slash, he shouted us out on Instagram.
My son's a musician who's played here at the Whiskey a couple times, and I just heard about this, and I thought, what better way to help Los Angeles than to get in touch with the rock and roll community and come here to the Whiskey and do it.
We advertised Sunday a little bit. None of us have major, like, Instagram, you know, followers or anything, so I don't know how it blew up to where it did.
Organizer Joelle Dowley does an annual benefit at the Whiskey called Midnight Wonderland, so she had that connection already to donate to the Midnight Mission.
So the Midnight Mission took in fire relief victims. So their gymnasium, they opened their gymnasium up to people who lost their homes, needed a place to be. We've had an unbelievable response from the community and artists alike, which has just been so fantastic. It's just been so organic.
Wow, all right. So many people coming together to help. And coming up, one firefighter finds hope in the ashes. We'll tell you about his story coming up next.
live look right now. This is Mount Wilson, our Mount Wilson cam. I'm looking at different monitors. They all look different. The sky you can still see, though. The air quality doesn't look all that great. But, you know, that's going to be the story for a while. Firefighters spend their days, of course, saving others from the tragedy, but this time the devastation really hit home. One Pasadena firefighter returned to his own home in ashes.
And he was hoping to find something he thought was gone forever. And our reporter from our sister station in Detroit, Jessica Dupnack, is in Altadena with his extraordinary story of loss and hope. Jessica.
Yeah, we've told so many sad stories over the last week or so. This definitely is one of hope and much needed, and I'm happy to tell it. We're talking about a Pasadena firefighter. Chen Yu is his name, and he lived in this house behind me with his wife and 2 young boys. And they said last week when the fire started, the Eaton Fire, they saw it. They were sitting at the kitchen table. They saw it off in the distance. He was kind of doing the math in his head and saying, these winds plus those flames, it's not going to be good. So what he did, he took it upon himself, started warning the neighbors, knocking on doors, telling people that it was time to evacuate. Once he got his family squared away, like I said, his wife and 2 boys, he went to the Pasadena firehouse and was like, how can I help? So then it went into gear, obviously total chaos at that point. His job and his role as the fire was spreading here in Altadena was to warn other residents, his neighbors, that fire was coming and that they needed to get out of here. Now, that night, his house was still standing, but he came back the next day and it was reduced to complete ash. And he really thought nothing was salvageable. If you look at it, it doesn't look like anything remains in the ash. But his brothers at the firehouse, they wanted to return, at least try to find something, some memento in the ash. And I'm going to let Chen Yu pick up the story from here.
Never in a million years would I would have thought my house would burn down.
Now, kind of going back to, you know, what survived, what did survive from the house that you were able to grab?
Nothing really survived, but yesterday when we were here, I was kind of like partially joking of like, oh, maybe I can find my ring. You know, of course, I was here with my crew, and of course, they are so supportive, they went and started looking, you know, and miraculously we found it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, he said the firefighter that actually found it thought it was maybe a washer or some kind of tool, almost threw it. Chen stepped in and he said, no, wait a second, that's my wedding ring. He was able to put it on and just have just a little nugget of something from so many memories in this house where he's lived in Altadena off Highview Street. Now, their plan as a family is to rebuild. He is a realist. He understands that with the devastation around me that it's going to be a while, but that is their full intention until they can get to the point even thinking about rebuilding. They're staying with relatives, so they are safe, but he's still working. He still has a job to do. But nice story out of just so many sad ones that we've been telling. For now, reporting live in Altadena, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 11 News.
Yeah, it's such a small thing, but it's such a big thing for him personally. And also, you just think about these firefighters, many of whom were out there, and they didn't have time to process what was happening because they were out there to help save other people's lives and homes. Meanwhile, their own home was burning down.
Yeah, when him and his wife, they were kind of seeing what was going on around them. They said his wife was able to just throw some papers in a box and get out of here. And it was kind of sweet. One of his sons, when he came back and was told about what was going on out here, he was worried about his Lakers gear. That was his, you know, through the eyes of a child, it's those little things. So it was nice to be able to at least get the wedding ring, some sort of token of memories of what their life was like before.
What a true hero, also going around his neighborhood, knocking on doors, telling people to get out and saving lives. Thank you so much, Jessica, for bringing us that story.
11:41 still to come as firefighters continue to battle fires. Some are taking part in an unprecedented study to see how these fires affect their health. That's coming up next.
Welcome back. 11:44 right now, taking a live look at Catalina Island. All right, the Wildfire Conservancy is performing a first-of-its-kind cancer study being conducted on firefighters battling the Palisades Fire.
This comes after the International Agency for Research on Cancer officially classified firefighting as a carcinogenic profession. Juliet Smith has the details.
Is the equivalent of a 9/11 scale exposure incident. We need to start treating them like this.
The firefighters battling the Palisades blaze are being exposed to hazardous substances like carbon monoxide and heavy metals, which can lead to cancer, respiratory issues, and neurological damage. The study will collect data samples from these wildland firefighters to find a new and improved way to preserve the health of those who risk their lives to save ours.
This isn't a wildfire where just vegetation is burning. This is, thousands of homes, and a contamination event.
The 50 participating firefighters get their blood drawn, provide a urine sample, and share personal details. They're also given silicone wristbands that absorb contaminants like ash, soot, and smoke that will be tested.
We already are making plans with CAL FIRE and others in the study to do a post-exposure, post-fire blood sample. Those blood samples, one of the things that we're able to look at is microRNA in the blood, and it's a marker of how much DNA damage has been done.
And with the growing frequency and intensity of these catastrophic wildfires, the health of our firefighters is imperative.
A lot of these firefighters expect to at some point get cancer. And they know that what they're doing today is helping future firefighters. Sad to say, they're the canary in the coal mine.
Cancer has affected our local firefighting community.
We've had a number of young firefighters with young families that have passed away from cancer, and it's absolutely devastating. It's no longer the retired folks.
Those involved in the study call for all first responders to have access to the most efficient resources to protect their health.
Here locally, we have a protocol to decontaminate after each incident. Down south, when you're at base camp or you're deployed out, we don't have those resources available.
All right, so the team will conduct their study at the Palisades Fire for as long as it remains active. Researchers hope to return this into a multi-generation kind of study and see an improvement in wildland firefighter protective gear, precautions, and even interventions in the near future.
It's going to bring up a lot of issues, so certainly something that needs to be looked at.
So he is one of the most iconic athletes in the world, a leader both really on and off the court.
That's right. Even LeBron James isn't immune to the devastation sweeping through the Southland. His latest challenge has nothing to do with basketball. Brooke Thomas has the story.
He's going through it too. LeBron James has faced it all this week, from evacuating his home to trying to support friends who've lost everything. Yet, of course, he still found time to give a young fan a moment she'll likely never forget. Here's how the King is turning adversity into inspiration. Look at this.
Just figuring it out, but staying strong for one another. Obviously, that's most important. And the friends that our friends that lost their homes, just being there for them.
Plenty of so he and his family had to evacuate their Brentwood home last week, and James spoke about the emotional toll the fires have taken. Again, some of his friends have lost their homes. His family, they've basically, he said, been in a hotel since he came back from the Dallas trip. James has been focused on staying strong and just trying to lend support.
It's very challenging, especially when you got kids and you lose your home and all their belongings, and my friend got wives and things. That's a lot to just try to you wrap your head around it. So I am very happy that my family is safe. Hopefully things are contained or continue to be contained, and hopefully at some point we can start to push forward and move forward and kind of put it behind us where we can continue, rebuild our city.
Yeah, and how about some good news from LeBron? A young Lakers fan got a thrill of a lifetime thanks to him during last night's game against the Miami Heat. Cameras caught the fan jumping up and down in a LeBron jersey, and after he hit a crucial third-quarter shot after the game, he actually walked over and took a picture. He knelt down with her and gave her a signed jersey. It's a reminder of why, he's not just a legend on the court, but also in the hearts of many fans, young and old. He was kind of saying, that this is a time for he and his teammates to try and put their own feelings aside aside and give something back to the community, maybe try and take their minds off of things. And I think also it's important to remember that no matter who your parents are, like, kids are still having an unsettling time, and they have a really young daughter, he and his wife, and obviously 2 sons, and everybody's going through it right now. Back to you.
What a great story. It's good to see the fan, you know, really appreciative and you know, in tears meeting LeBron.
Very sweet.
Very cute. All right, a Pasadena church is providing relief to victims of the Eaton Fire. New Revelation Missionary Baptist Church is partnering with the Urban League to host a help center. Members of the community can pick up basic items like soap, toilet paper, and toys, as well as grab-and-go meals donated by local restaurants.
To listen, to hear, to empathize, not to act as we have the answers, because we don't, but to go back and find the resources that can maybe make the load a little bit lighter over these next few days.
It's beautiful. It's phenomenal. It's just that to show that how much love people have out here for each other, to, you know, to show to each other love back. It's good. It's awesome.
The church estimates it's helped about 2,000 people so far displaced by the fire. And fire victims are starting the complex process of filing insurance claims. An expert joined us earlier this morning to outline the first steps. So first, you should review your policy and understand your rights. Next, see if you're entitled to additional living expenses.
It's in the policy. It's a number that could be 150,000, 80,000, whatever the amount is. Right away, they could start moving forward with that. And the next important thing is secure living. Where are you going to live? Some of the insurance companies could help you with that.
After you secure housing, then you can look ahead and organize your documents for future steps. Local pizzerias are spreading hope one slice at a time. More than 24 pizzerias teamed up in Chinatown to donate more than 1,000 pizza slices to first responders, families, and really anyone in need. LA's Sorted Pizza hosted the event last night, and volunteers signed up to pick up pizza pies and deliver them all over LA County. Many firefighters in Highland Park haven't been home since the fires broke out last week, so they were thrilled with the surprise pizza delivery at Fire Station 12.
You can kind of see how much the community cares, and we never really expect a thank you for anything. You know, we all love what we do, and we're a very passionate bunch. We don't do it for what we get back from the community, but it's absolutely, you know, it means a lot to us.
Now, a lot of people are scared, but like, we're here. People are here for you, to feed you, to say hello, give you a hug, and that's what we're doing. They're reminding people how special Los Angeles is and what we're capable of when we all come together.
In the end, more than 1,400 slices of pizza were made and given out to anyone who wanted them, no questions asked. The LA Pizza Alliance say if more events, they are going to host more events to serve the community, and they'll plan more for sure. All right, I love that story. I'm hungry for pizza. It's almost noon. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Two local bike shop owners lost their homes in the fires, but that didn't stop them from volunteering to help others. Our photojournalist, Sam Dubin, has their story.
We lost our house. My son still wanted to ride. He rode in dirty clothes today because he didn't have clothing, and he came in here today because Pedal Mafia offered to support us.
So today we're doing a giveaway for the people that lost a lot of items in the cycling community. The owner also lives in Palisades, and he lost his house. Cycling really helps people build community, and it's an outlet and outreach for a lot of people.
There's a really large and also tightly knit community in Palisades and also in Altadena of those that are cycling. We know each other, we keep an eye on each other, everyone's coming together to try and help each other. So getting back out into the road and with these other people to share this experience is really important for all of us.
We've had close to 100 people that we know that have lost their homes. So we're giving away jerseys and shorts, t-shirts, hats, water bottles. We're just trying to get people to get back on their bikes, connect, and just kind of free their headspace for an hour or two riding their bikes.
Care package.
Thank you, sir.
Good to see you, brother.
My name is Alon Rubin. I'm the owner of Sunday Cycles here on Main Street here in Santa Monica. Unfortunately, I was one of the victims of the Palisades Fire. I lost my home. A lot of cyclists here in the area who we ride with, frequent the shop, and are actual friends with have also lost their homes. Not just their homes, but their bikes, their cars, their main transportation, whatever it may be. They're trying to get back to some sense of normality, but it's going to be a little bit of time. Cycling is a mental outlet for a lot of us. The business is definitely slowed down a little bit because the majority of our clientele are from the Palisades and Brentwood, Malibu area. I put an Instagram post out there. If you just feel a little displaced or cooped up, come hang out at the shop.
I think it's extraordinary what they're providing in terms of clothing that allows us to get back out and do this. What I came in here today was to give these guys a hug and tell them thank you for the concern they gave to my son when he walked in. They gave him a hug. He came home feeling like he was cared for and loved by people in his town. That's more important than anything they could have handed him.
Thanks, guys.
Of course.
All right, dude. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we have sad news out of Major League Baseball. Legend Bob Uecker has passed away.
You know, one of the best things about being an ex-big leaguer is getting freebies to the game. Call the front office, bingo. And once these fans recognize me, I probably won't even have to pay for my light beer from Miller. Down it, I love them. These fans know I drink light because it's less filling and it tastes great. Good seats, huh?
You're in the wrong seat, buddy. Come on.
Oh, I must be in the front row. Good seats, hey, buddy. He missed the tag. He missed the tag.
Uecker was the longtime voice of the Milwaukee Brewers, first taking the job in 1971 and spending 54 seasons with the team. Uecker will be remembered for an unforgettable performance in the movie Major Leagues and for his starring role in the sitcom Mr. Belvedere. Uecker had been diagnosed with lung cancer in 2023. He was 90 years old.
All right, want to let you know about this happening tomorrow. LA's 12 major pro sports teams, along with Fanatics, will hand out $3 million worth of merchandise for people evacuated from their homes due to the wildfires. The teams will also give away essential items, including toiletries and shoes. The event will be held simultaneously at Dodger Stadium, SoFi Stadium, and BMO Stadium. The American Red Cross is getting buses for those evacuees currently in shelters so they can get there. For the rest of the public, attendees will need to verify proof of residency from an evacuated area. All three sites will be open from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m.
What a great event. Yes, so much good merchandise, so much good necessities, and of course we hope you can join Fox's support of those families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from this disaster. So all you have to do is go to go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts. Again, that's go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts. Or you can scan the QR code right there on your screen.
All right, and with that, thanks so much for being with us. Fox 11 News is back at 5. Should anything happen between now and 5, of course, we'll be back here with you, providing you with all of the information, and we'll see you tomorrow.
And don't forget, you can get all your information on the Fox Local app. You could just download it for free, and you'll have mobile access wherever you go, so you won't miss anything in regard.
President, it has been an honor to serve with you.
And I hope that future presidents and secretaries of defense will enjoy similar relationships of trust, candor, and friendship. Our entire department stands together today. We salute your service to the republic that we defend. And we are deeply, deeply grateful for your love of our troops. Thank you, Mr. President and Dr. Biden. May God bless you and your family, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce one last time the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Every time I'm here, it's made me so damn proud to be an American. And most all of you as well. 1% of you are defending 99% of us. We owe you big. Just over 240 years ago, George Washington gave his farewell address to the Continental Army. Still astonished by their victory and by their unity, Washington asked, and I quote, "Who that was not a witness could imagine the men who came from different parts of the continent would instantly become one that was not a witness could imagine the men who came from different parts of the continent would instantly become one patriotic band of brothers." That's what you are, one patriotic band of brothers. Vice President Harris, Jill, Doug, Secretary Austin, Secretary Brown, two of the best decisions ever made in my career, by I might add. Service secretaries,